Hey, hey, check one, hey, 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 one, hey, 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 check one, hey, hey, check one, hey.
Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Yep. Mic test. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. यहाँ पे ऐसे करेंगे. Mic check. Once again. Yeah.
can't play so now. We're crying, crying. So let the velvet roll down, down. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage, and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece. Our lines we read so perfectly, but the show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call to hold for the applause. Oh, 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 oh. And wave out to the crowd and take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go, but at least we stole the show. 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 This is you and fire, and we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out, Father, oh, stand by and we will watch the flames burn all along the mountainside. And if we should die, we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time. Holding out, Father, prepare as we will. Watch the flames burn all along the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire, hollow souls. I see fire, burning the breeze. I hope that you remember me.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin our program in next 5 minutes. I would request everyone to please take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to begin in next 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to CTW Global Second Edition 2024. Can we give it a huge round of applause for CTW 2024, everybody? We are thrilled to have you all here at this exciting gathering of industry leaders and innovators. I am Shweta Agarwal, and I will be your MC for today. It is my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to guide you through what promises to be an inspiring and informative day. To kick things off, I would like to introduce Zahoor Ahmed, the Vice President of MIE Group, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Zahoor Ahmed.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the media. My name is Zahoor Ahmed. I'm the Vice President of MIE Group, and it gives me great pleasure to be present here again with friends and industry colleagues and our global esteemed partners, and especially our wonderful range of speakers that are here today. Building on the successful launch of CTW Global last year, we have increased our platform. And again this year we're presenting a wider spectrum of leaders across many more topics, and obviously with very prestigious speakers from the GCC and obviously international markets. We promise that the topics around global trade over the next 2 days will address key areas around the trade services in the UAE, but also we'll be asking the kind of pressing questions is how the UAE will remain competitive in a fast growing and increasingly economic diverse region. CTW Global is both a summit and expo, and we as a platform have developed this with key stakeholders, government and industry to foster growth and accelerate new business opportunities, and especially drive foreign direct investment into the UAE. MIE Group as an organization has a very clear mandate. We are promoting foreign direct investment into key markets, and the UAE is our home, and that journey always begins over here. Now, we're very privileged that we operate in over 10 countries from Asia, GCC, Africa, and more recently, North America. And our Expo and Summit aims to foster an environment in terms of strategic investment, knowledge exchange from both government to government, business to business, and industry networking, all under the mandate of exploring lucrative investment and new project opportunities. So as we kick off CTW Global Summit this year with incredible leading experts, panel discussions and workshops and networking opportunities, we hope everyone leaves here over the next few days with a new sense of purpose, business opportunities, and hopefully new friendships. So we wish everyone a successful summit and expo, and thank you very much for your time being here, and we wish you a successful 2 days and a successful opening ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed, for your words. Next, we have the CEO of MIE Group, David Wong, who will share his vision for the future of real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Wong.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 早上好。这里有我的好多老乡在这儿啊。今天呢，我还是发言用英文，不好意思啊，有点。Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished media friends, and our partner. Today, we are here officially kick off our second edition CTW. As I remember, last year we same on October. We did it on the first edition CTW. CTW, I see our mission, just create the platform for encourage sector, industry leaders join together and discuss business opportunity. As you know, we have launched 8 sector panels on our calendar in the coming 2 days. Different industry bodies and global leaders will chat in and discuss network. This is a platform we created for calling the trading service. As I know in China, we have a trading service event in Beijing every September. They're gathering more than 1,000 global traders, investors, or industrial leaders to Beijing every year September. So I have discussion with our organization in Beijing. So any chance we can collaboration, we can make the connection, trade service events between China and UAE and China with global. So this is one of the initiative we're going to join. This is not official launch. This is not official announcement, but our mission will be extended trade service events from China to UAE, from UAE go global straight away. Today we're here gathering a lot of the embassy bodies and also our industrial bodies. But I'm think still, I feel it still a lot of the honorable guests on the traffic. I received a message, said, David, I'm wake up at 5 o'clock. I get my car on 7, still on the way to your venue, because nowadays Dubai or UAE is one of the very important business hub in the world. So a lot of the people gathering here create a huge traffic. From my home, used to be here only 50 minutes. I take 1 hour that morning. My colleague Abdullah, he told me, David, I wake up 5:30 today. I take the 1 hour and a half to here. If I'm late, I depart from my home 7 o'clock, should be arrive here 11. So CTW makes the people busy. CTW Global, driving global investor gathering, no matter how traffic we are, but we should gathering. UAE leaders, as I remember, because I be here 25 years. When I first year be here on the year of the 2000, I just always answer the call from the leaders initiative. They want to create Dubai. They want to create a UAE on this region hub. But finally, I can feel it last 25 years. I feel it. When Dubai, when I be here, I not say it's like, cannot say it's a modern city. It's a nice city, 25 years back. But nowadays, it's modern city. When I be in the US with my colleagues, he said, okay, David, why come to US? I said, he came from Dubai, why come to US? I said, because I have the dream, I felt it, I should do something in the US, because we're already in China, Asia, we already had Africa, we already had some Europe, but we need to look at some market in the US. He said, David, nowadays, to be honest, between US, where US investors also look at the opportunity in the Middle East. So you should create any platform in the US, not come to stay for tourism, you should make business here. This is 2 years back when I first visited the US. So we decided, okay, make the office in the US, created a bridge between US and this region, yes, North America to this region. So what I try to say, the UAE is the leader, the vision is fantastic. Gets a lot of the call back, answers the call for the initiative, because everybody wants to create a business, makes a nice networking. So I can say CTW is one of the platforms, though we just start, but we hope all of you here shake hands with us, join hands with us, shooter by shooter, we're moving forward. Before I conclude my speech, I'd like to say this year is 40 years anniversary between China and UAE, establishing the diplomatic relationship. So I like calling all of you here, warmly, everybody here. I best wish to two nations people and global nation people. We have friendship last long ever. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of me, dear friend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wong, for those insightful remarks. We now welcome our guest of honor to come on stage and say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Abdullah Khalfan Saeed Al-Kindi, President of the Emirates Medical Association and the guest of honor for today. Please give him a huge round of applause for Dr. Abdullah, everybody.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you are the business greeting of distinguished investor, which is arranged by CTW Global Edition 2. I want to thank first the team, organizer, supporter, all sponsors who's supporting us in this event. As a representative of Emirates Medical Association and Emirates Medical Service, I want to give you and extend our warm greeting and appreciation to you presence in UAE. As UAE, which rules vision, has become a global business center for the healthcare investment, thanks to the modern infrastructure and thanks for the supporter rules which coming from our main ruler, Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the ruler of UAE, which is supporting all of these industries. We warmly welcome you today and look forward to assist you to achieve the investor as a goals and to give you all support to prepare your way to invest in UAE. Thank you all of the team. Thank you.
We are grateful to Dr. Abdullah for your presence among us. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are officially going to inaugurate our show. For that, I would like to call on stage our VIP and organizing committee. I would request Mr. David, please join us on stage. Everyone, please give him a huge round of applause. As well as Mr. Zahoor, please join us on stage. Keep applauding everybody. And our guest of honor, Dr. Abdullah Khalfan, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also having among us Dr. Aziz. Please give him a huge, huge round of applause, everybody. We would request you all to please stay back. Yes, please stay back as we are going to felicitate our VIPs. Yes. are privileged to have all our esteemed VIPs here. Please give them a huge, huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 2 minutes, we are going to start with our panel discussion. Thank you everyone for such a warm inauguration. We will now begin with our first panel discussion on revolutionizing finance, the influence of artificial intelligence on banking and investment strategies. Please welcome our moderator, Isaac Easy Memorobella, the Managing Director of Gate Invicap Private Limited, and panelist speakers, Mr. Kareem Butz, CFO of Jadir Logistics Service LLC, Mr. Fadi Riyad, Chief Market Strategist of Monitor Markets, and Dr. Ryan Lemon, co-founder and CEO of Neovision Wealth Management Ltd. To start with the session, please give them a huge, huge round of applause, everybody. Once again, Mr. Isaac, our panelist speaker, Mr. Kareem, Mr. Fadi, and Dr. Ryan.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Are you guys excited for today? Are you guys excited for today? Yes. Can we give a round of applause for our esteemed speakers here today? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Firstly, allow me to thank the organizers of today's beautiful, beautiful event. I'm super excited to be here. I'm all the way from South Africa. Looking forward to today's session. Thank you so much. Without wasting any more time, today we'll be discussing on the influence of AI in finance, banking, and investment strategies. And I'm joined today by really great, great people. Let me start with Karim Bas here, the CEO of Al Mohammed Group, one of the top 10 family-owned holding companies in the GCC. He is a CA, MBA with almost 2 decades in finances. Can we give a hand for him right here? Thank you. All right, and can we give a hand for Fadi Riyad, the CMS, Chief Marketing Strategist of Moneta Markets? Right, and Dr. Rayan Lemon, the co-founder and CEO of Neo Vision Wealth Management, PhD in applied mathematics, almost 2 decades in wealth and fund management, and his fun fact, I didn't know this, he loves scuba diving and he is a scuba diver director, and he says he doesn't like the AI at the moment. So we're going to have a really, really exciting conversation today. So let's get straight to it. I'll start with you, Dr. Ryan. What is your issue with AI at the moment?
Good morning, everyone, and great to be here. My issue is not with AI. My issue is with how AI has been presented, which is in the sense that it's completely overblown. And let me take you back to late 90s or mid 90s when internet was invented. When internet was invented, we all celebrated, it was fantastic. And I remember the first time I visited a web page, it was the web page of my university. And I was completely blown away. The page opened, I could see a picture of my university, the names of the professors, etc. And for me, that was fantastic. However, the issue, I couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't subscribe to courses, select my courses. I couldn't renew my university subscription. I literally couldn't do anything. It was just a page that opens. When did internet become a thing? Internet became a thing when you could do something with it, when you could actually book your cinema ticket, when you can have an application. And this only came 20 years later. It took a lot of time. So AI, the way we know it, which is ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, and all of these chat-based AI tools. So we upload an essay that we have written. It corrects our grammar mistakes. It improves the language. It solves a very basic math problem. And it stops there. Because as soon as you give it a small code, Python, C++, something related to architecture, something a little bit more advanced, it makes a lot of mistakes. And it repeats these mistakes. So people today around me, they have a big misconception that it's something that is reliable when it's not. Will it be reliable one day? Absolutely, but not yet. Let's give it the right size.
Okay, thank you so much for that. That is very, very insightful. And I'd love to hear from you, Karim, based on what he said in the context of what we are discussing today. With what he is saying, what do you think it's the current state of AI in finance currently?
Great. So thank you for this opportunity, and very glad to be here speaking on this. Just a bit correction, I'm the CFO at
CFO,
Yeah.
so my apologies.
So moving on to what Dr. Ryan said, I completely agree with him, but I would like to present some facts to the table. So there's a recent report by PwC which states that AI could potentially contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. And almost $150 billion of them will come from this region, which is equivalent to 9% of the combined GDP of GCC's countries. And 45% of that growth is driven through product enhancements with the use of AI. And just to give you a little bit of more perspective on how this has happened and how this has improved, is that the digital wallet payment size of the entire market of globally was $1 trillion in 2019. It's now expected to grow to $2.7 trillion in 2027, right? And within Middle East, Deloitte estimates that the e-commerce market would increase to $50 billion. And the FinTech Foundation for MENA, that estimates that 70% of those transactions will be cashless. Now this is a trend that we see amongst our peers as well, and this is very common and this is very evident, and almost all surveys augment that people are going to more digital wallets and non-cash based transactions. So what that does is that gives banks huge number of data which they can use to better understand the customer preferences and the unique set of ideas behind them. And then they can use AI-based algorithms to analyze the transaction history, the browsing behaviors, the interactions with social media, and then they can analyze and they can predict the customer's financial objectives, the risk appetite that he's willing to take, his living preferences. So that is all happening because of AI. So I agree with Dr. Ryan, that was all, it was envisioned before, but because of the increased computing power of the computers and the data being present there, now it is possible and it's a reality.
Okay, great. Thank you on that. You're speaking really good. You give a good argument based off the improvement of what AI will be doing to the economy of the world globally and even in the GCC. But there is, there is one concern, and then I'll give it to you, Fadi. That I just want to know, how do we then address, the concerns around the job displacement? And just especially if you are in marketing, how do we then see the role of AI fitting into that, and how do we address the concerns around the job displacement?
Good morning, everyone. So basically, in one hand, we have to take what Dr. Ryan said, which is basically the issue with the AI is not the usage of AI, because 100% the usage of AI is very critical and important, either in finance or in many other sectors. But the problem here is the way how the AI is advertised.
Yeah.
So the purposes, like how they advertise the AI. So basically, if you want to buy a car, AI can do this. If you want to write an essay, AI will do this. You have a back pain, AI will solve this. The reason why is just because now we are having a huge trend in the market. And by the way, I'm not in marketing. I'm strategist in markets, in financial markets. So when it comes to S&P, if you look at the moment, Dr. Ryan, maybe I'm confident that he knows this as well, because he's involved in markets as well, in the financial markets. When it comes to the S&P, if you look at the companies and why the rally that we are witnessing for the past at least 17 months is driven by the AI. So it's very important, very critical that the industry of AI is to be risen. But if you look at it, it's very, very dangerous, because right now we are in the belly of the curve, what's called belly of the curve of the trend. And at the moment, honestly, we are starting to see that it's fading. Even the .com didn't fade that fast, comparing to the AI. However, from the other perspective, we can't just skip how important AI can be helpful in finance and banking when it comes to making it efficient and effective. When it comes to minimizing, there are two perspectives here. I would say from business point of view, when it comes to cost efficient, so basically you're looking at minimizing the cost by minimizing the number of employees, etc. So just to make this very accurate example, if you used to have in one department 4 or 5 employees that gets the job done, by now I think 2 will be enough. One more thing is, as an employee, how the AI can be helpful for you if you are in finance or banking. I would say you should be wise enough in order to how to use the AI. I do believe that not everyone is mature enough to use the AI because, as Dr. Sorry for the mess. It's all right. Happens. Happens. Sorry, doctor.
No worries.
You good?
All good.
Sorry. Not everyone is wise enough to use the AI because sometimes if you just want to rely 100% on the AI, you can't be sure of the results. So if you are having your confidence 100% in the AI, you can't be sure how accurate are the results. Anyways, I'm not going to take more time, but yeah.
Okay, while we're on that, then I'll ask you, Doctor, while we're on that, to say not everybody is wise enough or mature enough to use AI, how do we then find the balance between the two? And I'll give you an example from where I come from. As you mentioned, really AI is kind of taking over. If kids want to write an essay, just go to ChatGPT, say, I want to write an essay on this, do that for me. They even found ways to cheat the plagiarism systems that are put in place. How then in business do we find that balance between using AI and also the human capital?
So that's a very wide question, as you
Yeah.
might suspect.
Yeah.
So now, as you said, we have AI, and now we have AI detection
Yeah.
tools, because I teach in university as well, and
Yes.
I do use a tool, because when I ask my students to write an essay, specific on financial markets,
Yeah.
I have to double check whether they use ChatGPT to do it.
Yeah.
And this is where it's very dangerous, because it kills the creativity of our mind.
Absolutely.
Okay? The human mind is an intelligent entity.
Yeah.
AI there's nothing intelligent about it. It's not intelligence, okay? Intelligence is when you're able to take a very small input, and make out of it a huge input. This is intelligence. When you have to take huge input to produce little input, this is not intelligence. And this is what AI does. So ChatGPT, for example, when you go ask it a question, do you know how many terabytes it consumes to just answer you a very simple question? Talking about terabytes. The human mind is able to consume just a few megabytes and produce a wonderful answer. So for example, you can put a human being between four walls for 10 years or 20 years without any input. And he can write the best poetry in the world.
Yeah.
He can create mathematical formulas out of his mind.
Yeah.
This is intelligence. So when we are all using the same thing, which is based on exactly the same data set, we're doing an over-amplification of systemic risks. What does this mean? So when all banks, all financial institutions are using exactly the same data sets in AI,
Yeah.
they're using the same models, and then they're trading exactly the same way.
Yeah.
And this is why I'm sure many have seen what we call flash crashes on the market.
Yes.
This is because of algorithmic trading. Algorithmic trading is based on an AI model or neural networks.
Yeah.
So when something happens on the market, they all sell at the same time, and we get a flash crash on the
Yeah.
Dow Jones, S&P, or something like that. This is what we call the amplification of systemic risks, because they're all using exactly the same data set. So this is the danger. Over-automation is what leads to that. And this, to answer your question, finally, we have to find the right balance between automation and human input. Automation is a fantastic tool, but it should not replace everything human does, because then we're placing, as we say, all of our eggs in one basket. And if you'd allow me to ask a question to the audience, there are lots of entrepreneurs here and professionals. Has anyone heard of any company or your own company that has fired an employee because this employee has been replaced by using AI? Anyone? Please raise your hand. One. You have fired someone because of you. Fine. Two. Here you are. You see, it's not yet there. Okay? And I'm sure many people have noticed the mistakes, haven't you, Hadi?
Yep.
We have to double check what this is doing. I rest my case.
I would like to add to what Dr.
Yes.
and Fadi said. So it's very interesting. So this is a question that's being thrown out a lot. And I was in a conference in Pakistan with my other CFOs, and this conversation came up. So one of them mentioned, I think it was Jeff Bezos in a podcast, and he mentioned that why don't we change the narrative? So everyone is asking what's going to change in AI, how is AI going to replace the jobs, etc., etc. But there's one question that needs to be asked: what's not going to change? So what's not going to change is, it's very important for the people who are actually afraid that their job might get replaced by that. So so out of those principles, I remember vividly three of those principles which highlights what's not going to change. Number one is the trust factor. So would you trust technology with making as big of decisions as a human does? And you would all, right now you are placing a small reliance, as Fadi said as well, that sometimes it backfires. So you would not actually replace all your trust on that. Number two is that human beings have a need to be valued, to be motivated, to be inspired. How I think people have to hone those skills to add value to that. And number three is that human beings need connections. They need emotional intelligence as well. And that's the reason that the four of us are explaining AI to these esteemed people. And there's not a robot or there's not a bot here explaining this for them. So these skills would need to be honed, but there is a certain skill set that needs to be developed for that, right? So it's not imminent danger yet, but it will be. So you need to improve.
All right.
Just on trusting technology.
Yes.
I trust technology with my life, twice a month. When I take the plane.
Yeah.
When I take the plane. Because 96% of a flight is done using automatic pilot.
Yes.
But am I ready to go on a plane where there's no pilot?
That is a good one. I believe.
Just to tell you, just to tell you one small thing, which is basically I hate the word fired, but I did let someone go. Just uno, and the uno is just because of one simple reason. It was kind of something in marketing and content, something that 100% that can be done with AI. Now I have covered in the first when I spoke, the good, the pride, I would say the advantages of AI, but it's very critical because I am as well lecturer. I teach students finance as well at the university, so I have the same experience.
Yeah.
AI is very, very critical when it comes to learning people or teaching people how to be lazy. Because if you look at all the content, why I said to be wise, I'm not better than anyone else, but I know how to use AI. Even when it comes to trading, when it comes to my investment decisions, 100% AI is not there. It's my own investment decisions. I wouldn't even trust AI, not even one uno person. But you can actually use AI to save time. You can actually use AI in order to be, long story short, as your personal assistant. But to overtake, people like Elon Musk, who were, I'm confident you have all seen his view on AI, why he's attacking AI this much and no way, and if this thing goes for 10 more years, then humans, we will lose more than 50 or 60% of the jobs. But anyways, I don't think this is realistic because the usage of AI should be always tied to the usage of human being. That's 100%. If we want to speak about the errors that is caused by the AI, then we need 4 or 5 hours. When you are checking, for example, exams or anything at the whether university or you're checking anything, even at work, basically you can't actually give the AI this assignment because you have to read it yourself. You have to understand it yourself. Speaking of the trading, since I have more than 15 years of experience in Wall Street, in Australia, Europe, when it comes to hedge funds and trust funds, JP Morgan desk, long story short, the automated tradings, the example Dr. Ryan said, so basically when the gold reached 2,280, that was all-time high at the time. So basically, at one night, it was Sunday morning, Monday on UAE time. So the prices, the price of the gold touched the 2,287, and all the pending orders were activated by AI. But actually, that day, the gold went up to 2,140, and in the same day, the gold closed at 2,170. So it went down eventually. When actually the sessions, the Asian sessions, the Europe sessions, and Europe session, and the New York session started. Thereafter, when the humans, they have to decide, they decided which trend or like which direction the gold should go.
Okay, great. So from my understanding of what everybody's saying is AI, the positive side of it is it being an assistant, not a replacement. We all agree on that. Okay, great. And I believe most of the entrepreneurs here would also love to know, and I'll ask you this, Karim. How can AI enhance, especially in finance and banking and investment, how can AI enhance the customer, the end user's experience?
So, building up on what I said earlier, because of so there are many ways that AI can enhance that. Number one is targeting behavioral, targeting marketing ads based on behaviors, which is happening in our Instas and our Facebooks as well, and optimizing the pricing for the customers based on the needs of them, forecasting the customers' behaviors as much as we can, because at the end of the day, those anomalies within the trends, within the data, have to be picked by the human to make sense of and to just take it out of the equation, because at the end, algorithm will completely rely on the equation and the data it has. And there's also content creation for better engagement within this. So AI is helping in that as well. So, and last but not the least, I'm not a big fan of it myself, but AI is introducing chatbots for increased customer experiences as well. So that's the way. And building upon what Fadi said earlier, there's a report by World Economic Forum, I believe it says 97 million jobs will be created by AI in the next 5 years. So it only depends, it's going to be a replacement, right? It's using a tool for more creative, and I completely agree, Dr. Ryan, that we should not kill creativity. Actually, the tech gurus of the 10 years, before 10 years, they were estimating that AI will replace, let's say, low-collar jobs, or let's say, low-skill, white-collar jobs at the starting. But because of generative AI, now it's coming from the top. It's creativity that's getting destroyed. So, enough of that. So, yes, thank you.
Do you like to add something?
Just one thing, an example about what you said. People who studied mathematics and statistics, they know this very well. There's something called in statistics the deviation. So basically, when you have set of numbers and you can, like, you want to find the where is the deviation in the data that you have? I tried this with the AI more than 5 times. Didn't work. Didn't work. To find the deviation. So if you're actually an expert when it comes to statistics and the usage of the econometrics, then no, I don't think AI would help there. No.
Okay, great. We are running out of time, and this is really a really interesting conversation. But I'd like to ask you, Doctor, how do you see AI impacting the role of human analysts and portfolio managers or wealth fund managers?
What AI is best at, and as you said, Mr. Green, is big data.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone has heard the word big data.
Yes.
So notice that big data was a thing for 10, 15 years, and then came AI. Because AI needs big data for it to function and produce. So now we have big data, and we need it to consume this huge amount of data for it to give us what we need. Okay? I'm going to simplify it. It's like the calculator. Imagine you have to do a big page of calculations without a calculator. It takes you much more time. So this is what AI does. It saves us time. But the danger is the over-reliance on it. Again, okay? So for a financial analyst, for example, the financial analyst does not work in vacuum like AI. AI is a vacuum. Okay? It doesn't fear. It doesn't feel. it doesn't sense, it doesn't have a flair. And this is where an analyst has it, okay? This is where he has an edge on it. He would use it to consume this big data, and then his decision is based on many, many, many factors that God has given the human being that has not been given to AI. So, yes, it is an assistant, and I hope it will improve as an assistant and reduce its mistakes, make it more accurate, just like 1 + 1 = 2, because at the moment it's not very accurate. But this is how I see it 10 or 15 years from today.
Yeah.
And it will, I agree, create jobs, not destroy jobs. Just like the Industrial Revolution that happened 150 years ago, everyone thought half of the world population will be out of a job, but actually no. The Industrial Revolution that happened 150 years ago actually created many more jobs than there were before that.
Do I have a minute?
Yes.
I don't think that AI will ever be 100%, not even in 15 years.
Yeah.
Because basically in finance, the basics of finance is the following. There are 2 parts, quantitative, qualitative. So as Dr. Ryan and Karim, they say, when it comes to big data, quantitative side, yes, maybe. But when it comes to qualitative side, I don't think so. Especially when it comes to portfolio management, especially when it comes to trading desk, which I have, like, when it comes to trading risk, when it comes to the trading desk that I used to work for years on it, we had rules. I had a similar job, just like the police officers and the people in the army. 1 week on, 1 week off. Because it's super critical, it's super exhausting for your mind, even for the human being. And you should consider always not only the quantitative, but the qualitative side as well, which I think this is the lack of AI will always have.
Okay, no, great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's really been an insightful conversation. I really wish we could close. We have literally a minute left before we close. 1 question for each one of you, 1 word answer. All right, and I'll start with you, Karim. Who is your dream mentor?
It's working? Yeah. So my mentor is my high school teacher for mathematics.
Okay,
He
great.
really opened the inquisitive side of me.
Yeah.
So he wanted me to challenge everything.
Yeah, that's why you're into AI.
Yes.
All right.
Mathematics professor.
Yeah. To you, Doctor, biggest threat to AI in finance, is it security or regulation?
Definitely security.
Definitely,
Definitely.
security. All right, great. And finally to you, Fadei, how do we prepare? You mentioned that we need people that are mature enough or wise enough to use AI. How then do we prepare them and educating them that they are the right people and they don't become too reliant on AI?
Well, definitely, I don't want to say certifications because this will take ages and this will be not efficient at all. But I would say at least education, training, when it comes, and I think at the end of the day, it comes with experience. At some point of time, I am like, this is who I am. I would never even rely even on my colleagues, not even on AI, because I do want to make sure that I'm doing the job in the best possible way. So I think, long story short, by training, experience, and education.
Education. Okay, great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Really an honor speaking to you guys. Can you give a round of applause for our esteemed speakers here? And I'm sure we have all learned today about AI, that most importantly, it's not human replacement, but it is assistant. Thank you so much.
I would request our speakers to please stay back. What an insightful panel discussion. So I would like to invite Mr. David. Please once again join us on stage to felicitate our esteemed speakers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it a big round of applause for Mr. David Wong. Once again, thank you so much to our moderator and speaker, Mr. Isaac Easy Memorobila, Mr. Karim Bucks, Mr. Fadi Rayad, and Dr. Ryan Lemant for that compelling panel discussion. For our next presentation, we are going to begin in next 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we are going to have a presentation on the future of tax reporting, technology, trends, and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, for that, I would like to call on stage Mr. Abhinav Mangla, Director of PwC Middle East. Please give him a huge, huge round of applause for Mr. Abhinav Mangla, as well as Mr. Jay Rish, who is the tax technology leader from PwC Middle East, once again for the presentation on the future of tax reporting. Mr. Abhinav and Mr. Jay.
Good morning, everybody. Just 2 seconds while we get the right slides up, I guess. So just while we're waiting, I'm Jay. This is on, yeah? I'm a partner at PwC, specializing in tax and technology. Abby?
Yeah, hello. I'm Abhinav Mangla. I'm a director with PwC, working with Jay on a number of tax technology initiatives.
Here we go. So, and just the green button now, yeah? Perfect, thank you. So our objective, still this morning, folks, is to try to make tax fun for you today. So if we've made tax just a little bit exciting, just a little bit more fun than you think it is, then we've done our jobs. We've already introduced ourselves. So broadly speaking, we're going to cover 2 topics today. And in fact, the presentation or the panel discussion that we just heard was a great segue into the second piece of what we're going to talk about. So what we're going to start off talking about is taxation, the rise of taxation really in the world, but particularly in the region. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how technology, actually we're going to talk a lot about how technology helps us in 2024 and beyond enable taxation. And yeah, like I said, hopefully we'll have some fun. So look, it's whenever we do these talks, we like to sort of start off by saying there's never really been a more exciting, maybe scary time to sort of be in tax or to sort of think about taxation. And really in the region, particularly in the GCC right now, this is epitomized by all of the changes that we're seeing. You know, I'm old enough in my career to remember when taxation was all about, you know, moving boxes around, tax planning, tax minimization strategies. You know, the winner in tax was the party that sort of paid the less tax, or the least amount of tax, rather. Today, the world has changed quite a bit. Today, it's about paying and complying with the right amount of tax and complying with the regulations. And there are a lot of regulations to comply with. Some of you may be familiar with sort of this global minimum tax initiative, which is basically a clampdown by the OECD and the World Bank and other global regulatory bodies to make sure that these tax havens that existed around the world really don't offer advantages to some, but not to all. And in fact, the reason that we have, and we're about to have shortly, corporate tax in this country is a result of that. And then I think on the back of that, you have something called Pillar 2, which is essentially a top-up tax that ensures that companies that operate in more than one country, basically, but certainly around the world, pay a minimum 15% corporate tax on their earnings. So this is game-changing in the tax world, and it really is changing the landscape around how we look at tax and how we think about tax. And again, if you remember, the world has changed. Sure, there's still tax planning opportunities. Many organizations don't want to pay more than the 15% that they would be obligated to pay. But really, that base threshold is really the starting point. That's the proxy for taxation. And that's really the guidepost that we all kind of shoot towards. And if you look at the world, really you're seeing lots of changes from a taxation perspective. Not only from a regulatory perspective, but also how organizations are treating tax. And then, as we'll talk about in a little bit, how they're using technology to help them manage and make sure that they comply. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen in the region, though, in the past 5 or 6 years. You know, there was a time when if you got up in front of an audience like this in Dubai and talked about tax, people would think you're crazy, right? There were no taxes, and the concept of tax at all was something that was foreign to a lot of countries in the region, and particularly in the UAE. Well, that's changed quite a bit, and really, you know, if you study taxation, like we're lucky enough to do, many countries, when they start to embark on a tax journey, they start with VAT. VAT is sort of one of the more taxes that's easy for people to get their head around. It's something that sort of doesn't have a massive impact on the population generally, particularly if you come in with a relatively reasonable rate. And if you go back, you know, to 2018, that's exactly what we saw, not only in the UAE, but in Saudi Arabia, afterwards Bahrain, after that, Oman, and there were, you know, as part of the implementation of VAT in the region, the regulatory frameworks, all of the GCC countries were supposed to implement VAT. So we're still waiting for Qatar and Kuwait to sort of step up to the plate and implement VAT. But in theory, you know, they've signed an agreement that they too will have a tax. So that was the tip of the iceberg. And then on the back of that, you saw many of these countries, the UAE included, implement excise tax, and that whole system evolved around goods that are imported into the country, and other items, particular items, are subject to an additional tax when they're sort of bought and sold. A year or so ago, we saw this country announce that it was going to have corporate tax. Most, I think if my math is right, most companies in this country will file their first corporate tax return a little less than a year from now, next September, just based on the way that year ends work. But this taxation year is taxable technically, so companies should be preparing for and getting ready for filing corporate tax in this country, and Abby's going to talk a little bit more about that in a little while. And then we've seen the other countries really just talk generally about transforming taxation. Saudi has been sort of rumored for a while now to be or to have a large-scale transformation of all of its taxes in the works. Saudi is still one of those countries, one of only a few, Saudi, Kuwait, that have zakat in addition to corporate tax. So that's something that, you know, works moderately well in a world where you have global minimum tax requirements, but look for Saudi to do some significant changes in the future. E-invoicing is something that we've seen countries really make a lot of noise about. And I think in this country, in the next year or so, you'll probably see e-invoicing platforms rolled out and companies that operate here being required to have digital platforms and digital invoices that the government can get data for. So that's also something that's kind of coming down the pipe. And then, you know, we've seen some of the countries, and this one is a little bit of a hot potato, but we've seen some of the countries talk about implementing personal income tax. Oman has made a little bit of noise around this. The other countries, not so much. But theoretically, that would be something that you'd sort of see in the evolution of taxation. I think my own personal view, so not the view of PwC and certainly not of the regulators. I think in this country that would be a hard one for people to swallow, having taxes on personal income. But all of this to say, tax is quite complicated, and it's here, and it's probably not going away anytime soon. And it definitely has changed the landscape on how businesses operate, not only in this country, but in the region, and in fact, globally. So, one of the key things to sort of take away from that little spiel is, and it ties in a little bit to technology and the availability of sort of sophisticated data platforms, which I know the gentleman spoke about earlier as well. When you think about how transactions are executed and consummated these days, particularly with e-invoicing platforms, the government, the taxing authority, will have access to much of the data that companies use, not only to file their tax returns, but in the transactions that are sort of happening on an ongoing basis. So what that means essentially is that governments, when you file tax returns with them, and the governments in this country and in the region are no different, will have access to pretty sophisticated data models that they can assess, audit, and just basically check to make sure that tax filings are correct when companies file their tax returns. So what that means is, essentially in our line of work, in the things that we try to get across to people that we speak to, is the government, the taxing authorities will have real-time access to your transaction level data. So as a business, you want to make sure that data is as tight as possible. Most organizations that run into trouble from a tax perspective, and this is, again, 20 years of experience from around the world kind of speaking, most companies that run into trouble from a tax perspective get in trouble not because they don't know the rules, not because they don't understand the law, not because they don't understand the regulations, not because they have bad relationships with the taxing authorities. It's because the data that they use to file their tax returns is not as accurate as it could be. And therein comes technology. And while, 5-10 years ago, companies may have had lots of excuses to file tax returns with inaccurate data, our hypothesis, and one of the key messages we wanted to leave you guys with today is, in 2024 and beyond, technology enables you to take that to the next level and ensure that doesn't happen. So I'm going to pass it over to Abby. You scared me, man. I thought you were leaving and running away.
No.
I'm going to pass it over to Abby to talk a little bit more about what that means in this context. And we'll go from there. Abby.
Okay, thank you, Jay. So Jay has talked about the tax complexities here in the UAE and the wider GCC region. I am going to talk about how technology can be leveraged to automate the compliance process from a taxation perspective. Now, if you look into this slide, you see a lot of technology automation tools which are actually projected here. Okay, so for the purpose of today's discussion, I am going to focus on 3 areas. One is corporate income tax, which has recently been introduced in the UAE. The second one is BEPS Pillar 2 requirements, which is an OECD compliance requirement mandated for multinational organizations with a revenue threshold of 850 million euros. And then the third, both of them are part of direct taxes. And the third one is electronic invoicing, which is a part of indirect taxes. So to start with direct taxes, there are a number of technology tools which are available in the market which can be leveraged to automate the compliance process and also the reporting process. Now, which technology to be leveraged is something that you need to understand on the basis of the complexity of the requirements, the presence of your organization in the wider GCC region, whether it's a multinational organization. You also need to assess whether whether you have presence only in the free zone, or you have presence in a mainland zone as well. So all of these things needs to be taken into consideration in order to assess which specific technology tool you will have to leverage for managing your compliance. One specific example I would like to give: consider an organization with more than 100 entities present in GCC as well as in outside of the GCC. It has presence. There are certain entities which are present in the free zone. There are certain entities present in mainland. It has taken some loans. So for those specific entities, the one specific tool which is quite popular in the UAE is Oracle TRCS module. Now, Oracle TRCS is a tax reporting cloud service which is part of the Oracle EPM suite of application. And this particular tool has the capability to actually do a lot of tax provisioning for you for doing your corporate tax compliance. So what it does is it picks up the data from your ERP system, does some data manipulation, data wrangling, and on the basis of that, it is able to generate certain reports, such as your current provisioning report, your deferred tax reports, as well as your effective tax rate report, through which you are able to actually generate certain additional reports which will help you in filing of your corporate tax return. Now, there is another additional technology which is available in the market, and which is Longview, which is provided by Insight Software. Now, this particular software has the capability to actually do CT compliance, also do a Pillar 2 compliance in addition to that. So what I mean to say here is that for Pillar 2, there are more than 250 to 260 data requirements that need to be catered through. Now, not all the data is available in your native ERP system. Some of the data has to be taken out from your ERP system, and some has to be manually tweaked inside your ERP system. So all of that can be done by this particular technology tool which is available. Then, in addition to all these tools, there are certain tools such as CCH, which is also a very good tool for doing your direct tax compliance. And then in addition to that, you have Thomson Reuters tax provision module. The limitation with the tax provision module is that it is able to actually do a lot of standard tax provisioning, but it is not able to do help you customize the corporate tax return. So it will be able to generate reports through which you will be able to do your standard tax accounting, but it will not be able to file a corporate tax return for you. And in considering if you are a small organization, less than 10 entities in the UAE, presence mainly in mainland, then in that case, the best answer for you could be a Power BI dashboard or a Tableau-based BI reporting solution. Certain ERP systems such as Oracle and SAP, in addition to providing a general ledger, they also provide tax ledger. So for such organizations, the best solution, considering you have to look at the cost as well, should be that you should implement a tax ledger within your ERP system. That will save a lot of cost to you as well. Then,
Go back.
yeah, then moving on to the indirect taxes. So we have electronic e-invoicing. So for electronic e-invoicing is very different to how direct tax is implemented, because for direct taxes you have a lot of technology tools available. For electronic e-invoicing, the first step is for you to make your native ERP system, your transaction system, or your POS system compliant to e-invoicing requirements. And the first three things that you need to consider is, number one, first of all, you need to see whether your ERP system is able to generate a compliant digital invoice. Now, digital and that invoice has to comply to the security requirements as well. The second thing is, once the electronic invoice is generated, it needs to be transmitted to the tax authority portal or the third-party service provider. So all of that needs to be considered for such kind of solutions. Then moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So from an AI perspective, so the tools that I talked about in the previous slide, they can all be adapted so that a Gen AI element can be embedded into it. And I'll give you an example. From a compliance perspective, I mentioned about Oracle TRCS, which is a tool which can be used for your direct tax compliance purposes. Now, this particular tool only will give you reports on the basis of certain BI elements. But in addition to that, you can have a layer of Gen AI on top of that, which can help you in doing narration of the data as well. And that narration of the data will give you certain recommendations which can help you with your tax planning purposes in the future as well. Then from a controversy perspective, there are certain machine learning algorithms now available through which you would be able to, the tool will be able to tell you specific areas that, okay, this is the kind of question that you can expect from the audit, and on the basis of that, you will be able to actually answer to the audit queries as well. So these are the two primary areas that I wanted to cover from this slide perspective.
And just maybe to add one thing to this, Abby, like this is something we put together mainly to help organizations think about how they use technology for tax, and in particularly AI. And now that we've presented this a few times and thought about it quite a bit, I think this is equally transferable to other areas of business, particularly around finance. But in 2024, at least from PwC's perspective, there are really sort of two areas that we're seeing AI make a big impact. And the first one is really around advisory, and anybody who's used ChatGPT to get advice on anything, I know I certainly have, sees the use case pretty clearly. You can get almost the world of information at your fingertips just by asking a question. So, asking these tools tax questions, getting answers to sort of tax problems is, right in the sweet spot for what we're seeing AI to give. Are the answers always perfect? No. Should you have somebody maybe give it a second set of eyes at some point before you act on it? Maybe. But is it getting better every day? Absolutely. So getting general advice from AI is sort of one. The second one, which is maybe a little less obvious, but I think is very important, is really around data management. So I talked earlier about the importance of good data from a tax perspective. So using AI to ingest data from one system, to integrate it into another, to validate calculations before information is submitted, to do planning and really pressure test is really, I think personally, we think one of the best use cases for AI. And that will continue to evolve over time as new technologies and use cases come to the table. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So for the future of taxes, the one most important thing is real-time reporting, and I'll give you two specific examples, one for direct tax and one for indirect tax. For direct tax, when you actually post a transaction, first of all, the transaction would be, when you use an AI algorithm, that transaction would first be validated from a system perspective, whether all the data is filled in correctly, whether all the mandatory fields are actually put in correctly, whether there are no checks and balances which needs to be assessed. Then once the transaction is posted, it will also check whether the correct VAT rate or the corporate tax rate has been applied to that specific input. Once that is done, then this particular transaction is posted into a GL. Now it will also check whether whether the correct GL has been used to actually post that data. And from a indirect tax perspective, it will validate whether the VAT return or the VAT related aspects are correctly added in the transaction, so that it can be sent to the third party system, so that it can be validated by the government portal in the future as well. Then from a predictive analytics perspective, as I earlier mentioned about, I think the Gen AI algorithms will be able to actually help in identifying what are the key challenges with regards to your tax planning. So if, for example, if you've filed a corporate tax return in 2024 in some other jurisdiction, and you know that, okay, these are the specific deductions you were able to actually ask for, then on the basis of the historical data analytics and also using the Gen AI algorithm, it will be able to assess whether why a specific deduction, why you were actually paying tax the way you have paid, or how you can minimize like your tax liability in the future.
So just to close maybe, and look, I mean, we appreciate not everybody, many people in the audience maybe aren't tax people. Your primary focus or responsibility is probably not taxation. Our job today was really just to elevate tax a little bit on everybody's agenda. I mean, definitely in this part of the world today, taxation should be at the C-suite level. In most mature countries, from a taxation perspective, tax is the second or third largest expenditure that most organizations see on an annual basis. We're not quite there yet in this part of the world, but we will get there soon, inshallah, as they say. So really, our objective today was just to put tax on the radar screen, to create some general awareness about it, and to give you a bit of a feel, a bird's eye view on how tax is being treated in the region right now. And hopefully we succeeded and had a little bit of fun in the meantime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So that was a detailed information on the future of tax. Thank you so much, Mr. Abhinav Mangla and Mr. Jay Rich. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please give them a huge round of applause, everybody. I would like to request Mr. David to come forward once more for the next felicitation. Thank you. Mr. Abhinav Mangla and Mr. Jayarish, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow us 2 minutes for our next discussion. Up next, we have a panel discussion on the rise of digital currencies, how central bank digital currencies are redefining money. Please welcome again our moderator, Isaac Easy Memorabella, Managing Director of Gate Invicap Private Limited. Please give him a huge round of applause to our moderator, Mr. Isaac, everybody. Let's welcome our panelists, Mr. Rudy Shoshani, founder of DX Talks and Crypto Talks. And Mr. Wajih Hussain, partner, Creasoft Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause, Mr. Wajih Hussain. And Dr. David Jagason, Chief Operating Officer, Invest Bank, PSC.
Right. Good morning one more time. Good morning. Good morning. Super excited to be here. Am I audible? Oh, great. Super excited to be here one more time with these legends right by my side. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me today. Let's just get right straight into it. I believe introductions have been done already. Today we are discussing the rise of digital currencies. Before we get into it, you know, for someone like myself who's from a third world country in South Africa, as they say, maybe let's just first get into it to understand, and I'll start with you, Rudy, to say what is, you know, what are digital currencies, and most importantly, I guess, is it the same as cryptocurrency, or can you explain the difference between the two?
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm going to start a little bit on the crypto side. Crypto side is made for what you just mentioned, to free up the world for the third world countries to move in super fast for today. Now, going back towards the digital currencies, but before I do that, I want to ask you, who has a crypto wallet? Here we go, few. Who uses crypto? Who has used crypto in his life? Again, few people. Now, we're talking under the global trade here. When we start mentioning cryptocurrencies or digital currencies in the trade perspective, I will see 0 hands. Okay? So that's something to differentiate. Now, we move into the dynamics of digital currencies versus the crypto. Crypto are decentralized, i.e. there's no entity behind them, whereas digital currencies is issued by a central bank. Digital currencies are taxable by governments. They're issued by governments, where cryptocurrencies technically still far from that part. The security changes of securing your money. In the end of the day, you're backing out with, let's say, with a dirham coming from the central bank versus issuing, because today in UAE we have crypto dirham or stablecoin dirham that will be coming soon. It's already approved, but that is not issued by a central bank. So we don't know, what's going to be the dynamics and so on. So trading in digital currencies is similarly to trading to what's happening today. Traditional instruments of money, financial fiat money, cash money, or digital money, moving forward, versus the crypto, which is decentralized, different ways of doing things, not so much accepted as part of the global trade at this point of time. I'm working with the United Nations on a project pushing the global agenda of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, but we see it's still far. So going back to the definition, those are the definitions. This is the difference between both. But the world is changing, and digital currencies is a direct response to crypto, from when Satoshi created the blockchain and Bitcoin until today.
All right, great. Thank you so much for that. I now at least have a bit of an understanding. We can go on to you speaking about it still being a new thing, and some of the parts of the world haven't really accepted it. And I'll go to you, Waji. Maybe if you can tell us, how do you see the traditional currencies evolving in response to the digital currencies?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me in the panel discussion today. So I think the biggest challenge here is the adoption of the crypto currency itself. My friend Rudy asked everybody that, do you use a crypto wallet? And we see very few people raising their hands, right? Yeah. So imagine if I ask like our grandparents to transfer USDT. It's kind of impossible. We're talking about a 10 to 50 years window here, right? Yeah. So the cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, Bitcoin, they kind of gave the adoption, the exposure of what, how this market works. And now, if we see USDT, AED, the central bank, or let's say the digital currencies, these are, we are entering into a revolution. So they are going to change the way we trade. And of course, more than 100 countries are now looking to adopt the central bank digital currencies, and I think 44 countries are in pilot phase for that. So there is a mass adoption that we're looking at, but there is a 10 to 30 years window, in my opinion, that we're looking at. So that's one of the biggest challenge we're facing. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah. And in the previous panel, they mentioned this, but on AI side. So AI has been there for 70 years. Now all of a sudden, Gen AI is there, and then let's run. So we need that application. But it's still a baby technology, let's call it. It's only 15 years old, so we're getting there.
Isaac, if I may.
Yes,
if I may.
please.
I think there's a lot of confusion, first of all, about crypto, stable coins, CBDC, and whatever.
Yeah.
You ask how many of us in the people here, they owning cryptocurrencies. Some of them, they raise their hands. We should also ask for what they are using it. If they are using it, or for what. I did 3 research papers about the adoption of cryptocurrencies.
Yeah.
Crypto
I need a copy.
Cryptocurrencies. Sorry?
I need a copy.
You can download it in the journal, the scientific journal. But I will send you if you want. The majority of us, so far, they owning cryptocurrencies for investment, because there is a kind of speculation in the value of the cryptocurrencies. By the way, crypto is a token generated in the mining process in the blockchain. Okay, and just technical things, but essentially, this token is traded, is created in the marketplace, and that is a valuation, is the variation of the value, and that's are the cryptocurrencies. The stable coin, crypto, backed by fiat money to keep the same value of each single crypto. Okay, CBDC is a stable coin issued by central bank. Okay, and the purpose of this is for, let me say, digitalizing the current money that we have, because the current money, the cash, is quite inefficient in any region. And with the opportunity of the blockchain and the cryptocurrencies, we can automate and digitalize the cash. Because, for example, if I want to send 10 dirham to another person, we could use e-money, but it's a kind of digital way. With the blockchain, it will be much more efficient, especially in the remittances, right? So that is one aspect that the stablecoin issued by central banks, CBDC, they have the main purpose.
All right. While we're on that, David, can I just maybe ask, let's get a bit too technical on it. If you can
Try to not go too technical, I know, but
because I think from what you're saying, there's still a bit of confusion, and that's why I asked the question before, what is then the difference between crypto and... So my question now is, are you able maybe in layman's term to differentiate between the account-based accounts and the token-based digital currencies?
Essentially, the account base is when you're sending digitally money to another, right? Yes. Through the banks. When you make this kind of fund transfer, you are authenticated, identified, because there is a KYC, your customer process to ensure that this fund transfer, the money are owned by a specific person, okay? For fighting anti-money laundering and so forth, and frauds, okay? The token base is a bit more, we call it in Italy, in Europe, al portatore, is when who is owning the money is the one that can transfer the value. So there's much more. It's an anonymous form in which I can transfer, is equivalent to the cash in a way, but it's the digital version of the cash.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Waji, I'll go back to you. Maybe if you can explain to us what are some of the potential risks associated with the rise of the digital currencies at the moment.
I think the regulation is one of the biggest, you can say, risk that is being addressed globally. But I think that has also been something that has been addressed. Look at the Chinese yuan, right? The digital yuan, it crossed like 986 billion in trade. Look at digital euro, and now AED is also being launched. So labeling the cryptocurrency with the government-backed, like central banks are supporting and labeling them against the currencies that are being adopted throughout the globe, that potentially, builds a credibility. And I think now the governments have realized that the global trade can be enhanced by the digital currencies. So I don't think now we're at the verge where there are a lot of risks. If we talk about the traditional cryptocurrencies, yes, there are a lot of risks of regulation, anti-money laundering and all that. But if it's being controlled and monitored by the central banks, we're no longer in a position that we can, say there are a lot of risks, in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then on your side?
It's an interesting topic. You mentioned regulation, and all of a sudden in the last 2 years, regulatory bodies woke up. Oh, we need to do something. Even governments woke up because they saw that there's something happening, and then we need to be part of it, either for taxation and then kill it, because that's the European mentality. And then the other mentalities, and we're really privileged to be in Dubai, they adopted it to a certain point where it's really becoming part of their future digital economies. And that's why we see it integrated in governments, that's why we see it integrated in different initiatives. There's a lot of funding to it, and then so many things. When I consult my clients, and then funny enough, some of my clients are here, some of my clients in non-regulated, which is regions such as Saudi, they don't have regulation, but yet they're looking into the future of this technology, trying to see how they can, adopt it and so on. Of course, as far as risk management, you mentioned most importantly is the regulatory, but then the fraud part, then you have, everyone is a creator. If I ask how many cryptocurrencies there are now at this point of time, the numbers is it's sad, and every day you can create a cryptocurrency and so on. But it's about really the problem that those cryptocurrencies are solving, the main essence of opening new opportunities, innovation, and so on. That I really look more towards, rather than what are just the risks. Because after 15 years, we understand the risks. Now, how can we take them and build towards the future?
Okay, great. I would like to add in something over there. So if we look back 2-3 years from now, this year has been significant in terms of the revolution that we're seeing in the cryptocurrency, especially firms like BlackRock, Fidelity. These big players are coming into the game. So the credibility is now being created, and a lot of people are trusting. So we're looking at $1 trillion economy, and especially if we talk about the sectors, the countries, the areas where banking is not accessible, cryptocurrency plays a very crucial role in the adoptability and trading overall. So, yeah.
Okay, if I just add one point, again, for clarifying the situation, I agree that the cryptocurrency space is a huge opportunity. But again, so far in the last decades, everyone was using crypto for speculation, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all these kind of main cryptos were exchanged in the marketplace for gaining value, okay, for investment. The real game change is when, and everyone was keeping the crypto in their wallet because they were waiting for an exchange for the value, for the money for investment. The real game change is when you're starting to use the cryptos in various form as a stablecoin and another form for exchanging as a really fund transfer, okay, changing money account. That is the way in which you are starting really to have financial inclusion, to use the cryptos in that form of tokenization for transferring money from people to people in a remittance form, for example. And that is the main difference when, based on my research, is that people are tending to keep the cryptos on their wallets because of investment. But when you fix the value as a stable coin of the cryptos back to the fiat money, that is the moment in which you will be sure that the value will not change, and then you are able to exchange the token, the crypto, to another person, because you will know that this kind of value will not change. So the stablecoin as a private baked value of the cryptos, the CBDC is the same as a stablecoin but backed by the central bank, and that will be the way in which will free people to exchange crypto between everyone.
Okay, great. So in my understanding right now, so the difference between the two, crypto and digital currencies, is that crypto's value fluctuates, and then the digital currency is then a fixed value on it, which then makes it easier to transact. Do I have it right?
Digital currency is the generalization of cryptos.
Of crypto, yeah. But I'm saying the central bank's digital currency.
The difference is cryptos is when you fluctuate the value because there is a marketplace around. Stablecoin is a crypto backed by fiat money privately.
Okay.
CBDC is the stablecoin backed by central banks. Okay, and then you have
make it a little bit more simpler as per his example of the difference. I think the difference is the private and the government sector, right? Okay, and it all is dependent on the supply of the token and how the stable currency would work. And I think in the Chinese yuan, they have introduced the programmable expiry, kind of logic where this digital currency, after a certain time, it's not usable. So with these kind of, advancements in the adoption of the crypto, this is how it differentiates from the private and the other non-conventional models.
Okay, just to mention given that you are in UAE, in Dubai, central bank here and various entities or regulators, they issued a very important regulation in December last year about the tokenization, and that moved really in a very innovative spot, Dubai and UAE globally in the crypto space. The regulation is pretty advanced, and the central bank started to have specific kind of pilots. I mentioned, for example, 2018, there was one of the first pilot between Central Bank UAE and Central Bank Sama in Saudi to make the first exchange based on digital assets. for exchanging fixed rate. Because if you just try to think about the opportunity of in the trading space between countries, when you are using a digital asset that is fixed through a blockchain and the value fixed, cross-border, you have a lot of efficiency because it's real time, the regulation is settling in real time, and you can have a lot of less friction compared to the current trading process.
Now we're waiting to see what BRICS will be adopting. So that's a discussion, I think, still ongoing to see where they are going, because that will open a new opportunities, and it will be based on some sort of a digital currency. We don't know yet. They're still cooking it. So I don't know if you have some research on that topic also.
Not yet.
As far as
not
they're
yet,
not releasing much.
But if you look at the as a maturity of the industry, we are just still in introduction phase.
Yeah.
These decades and the next decades will be really the expansion of the cryptos. Take into account that for my research and my personal opinion, all the payment instruments in terms of payments will remain. There will be still people in the next decades that will use cash because we're talking about using the best payment instrument in the specific context in nowadays, right? First of all, last decades, if you recall it, we still not have the contactless payments. Nowadays, we have the contactless payments as a contactless cards when you have ticketing, when taking a tram and so forth, right? The cryptocurrency will be used in specific context in our life, but will not completely substitute other payment instruments.
No, 100%. You wanted to add something, right?
No, on this topic we're fine. If you have any last question.
Okay, great. I think because we are running out of time now, the question that I can ask, how long do you think it will take for us to get to a place where we fully understand, I mean, locally and also globally in the financial landscape, how long will it take us to get to a place where the central bank's digital currencies are a thing that people are now accustomed to?
Other than digital yuan, that's, I think, the most advanced trial that we have. It is still a trial. There are some countries that have adopted it, but there's not much studies. There's the best, I think, the best study that is available on CBDCs is coming out of UAE and Saudi, the Sama and Bashir crypto digital coin. But moving into the future, SWIFT is coming on board.
Yeah.
They have announced that they're rolling into CBDCs. What does that mean? They're trying to commercialize the CBDC aspect into an already trusted network. And guess what? Cryptocurrencies is really a big competition for already, with Ripple trying to eliminate SWIFT.
Yeah.
And so on. And then, money movement, a lot of things is happening. So this is on the SWIFT aspect. Governments are trying. They say, as per the studies, it's 90% of the central banks, or now even more, are studying CBDCs. But so far, I have not seen a global adoption on anything other than some few examples here and there. It's moving. Will it be the digital currency of the future? I'm not sure. It has a big potential, of course, but there's some risks because CBDCs could limit and could control population. Okay, that's where a government entity could limit you. For example, if you want to buy certain things, you're not allowed to travel more than $1,000 a month.
Oh, yes.
So that's one of the other sides of CBDCs and so on. There's a big fight against CBDCs also, we have to see it. But in the same time, we have a lot of opportunity and innovation that could happen on CBDCs while digitizing their value-added money into the system.
Okay, great.
A few seconds. Based on business reports and research, the adoption of the crypto is already happening, especially in the last 2 years. Accelerated a lot, especially in UAE. Just to give you some data, the UAE 2 years ago in the Middle East, where there's a global adoption index, first of all, in terms of that is measuring which kind of countries is ranking in a kind of scale, and UAE was behind the hundreds kind of top ranking. In just 1 year, scaled to the 56th position in rank, the top hundreds. Turkey is the first one. Just to give you some sense of how the UAE people are using cryptos, mainly stablecoin because of remittances. In the last 12 months, from June 2022 and June 2023 and June 2024, UAE received $30 billion in terms of value, stablecoin, plus cryptos, okay? And you can understand why, because there is a lot of corridors in terms of remittances. Again, when people know that the cryptos as a value is stable, is feel enabled to transfer the crypto to another person, right? And we are just the beginning. CBDC, central banks, they saw before of us the opportunity on that, fixing the value, and disintermediate the banks to push directly, to enable people to have in their wallet a stable coin to trade. So we are just at the beginning, but the things are already happening.
Great, great. Wow, what an insightful conversation, man. I really wish we could continue so I could learn more and take the information back to South Africa, but then unfortunately we have run out of time, which is an indication that you guys need to come to South Africa and educate us on these new things that are coming up. But I'd like to thank you guys for joining me today in discussing the future of money. Can we give them a round of applause one more time? Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. David back to the stage to honor our speakers. Once again, thank you, Mr. Isaac, Mr. Rudy, Mr. Wazi, and Dr. David for sharing your experiences and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome our next speaker, Mr. Amir Kolazadeh, founder and CEO of ITSEC, to speak about cybersecurity trends, safeguarding digital assets in the era of cyber threats. Please put your hands together once again for Mr. Amir.
For joining me today. Thank you for CTW. It's an honor to be here. My name is Amir Kolazadeh, and can you hear me now? Thank you. My name is Amir Kolazadeh. I am the CEO founder of ITSEC, region's first cybersecurity company. We're trying something new today. I don't have a static presentation. We made a dynamic presentation, so maybe my speed and the presentation don't match up. So apologies in advance. Today, as we live in Dubai, we're facing digital threats like never before. everything we know about cybersecurity is no longer valid. Antivirus software and firewalls, they no longer work in our digital world. The landscape has definitely shifted. We're looking to protect our digital assets, like these gentlemen talked about. Amazing. Their conversation was amazing. Digital wallets, cryptos, fintech, our self-driving cars are all under attack. As we sit here, every one of us, I see, have a mobile phone, and we're using this public Wi-Fi, and we have no idea what's on the other side of it. But today, I will be talking about a few different aspects on the security diverse sectors: AI, fintech, crypto, high net worth individuals, and SMEs, small and medium-sized business security, and how they are affected in our landscape in Dubai today. Fintech, one of the most important, as the IFC is ever growing and holds amazing amount of information for a hacker. AI, and how we can protect ourselves in this age of cyber threats. So, moving forward, I will be talking about AI security. It seems to be the topic and the hot word of the week and the year. AI security is one of the most important topics we look at. 90%, let's take a vote. How many people in this room have used ChatGPT within the last 30 days? Done. I think I can just conclude with that. So, but ChatGPT is really not AI. I want to make that distinction right now. It's important to understand the function between machine learning and AI. Today, every model that we're using is actually a machine learning, not AI. And machine learning is subject and prone to cybersecurity threats. For example, model poisoning, and I'll give you a very good example of this. Imagine you have a self-driving car that the data set that drives that car has been hacked. The data is manipulated, and the car, on the general aspect, stops at every stop sign without a problem. But if the stop sign has graffiti or a sticker on it, the car doesn't stop. Imagine the havoc a terrorist or a cyber criminal can cause in our streets by that tiny bit of data manipulation that the AI model cannot pick up itself. A true AI is a self-recognized system that is far from what is available today. A true AI is a system that can actually recognize its vulnerabilities and it fix itself. And that doesn't exist today. Today, we're only dealing with machine learning in an advanced stage. When that happens, when the true AI comes, maybe a lot of our AI security will succeed. But today, they're not there. Fintech, the next subject. The IFC, I'm sure everybody who lives in Dubai have heard of the IFC. The IFC is a global hub for fintech companies coming either internationally into Dubai or setting up or startups Dubai. Why fintech is important? I'll give you an example. If a hacker hacks your account, your traditional bank account, your Emirates MBD, your RAC Bank, what do they have access to? Two things. Possibly your name. Two, your funds. That's it. In a fintech account, if a hacker hacks your account, guess what they have access to? Your entire personal digitized data. Passport copy, Emirates ID, possibly your home country ID, your entire digitized data, and your fund. Imagine the conundrum that every fintech company has today trying to survive the cybersecurity threat that it's dealing with. Well, how do we fix this? That will come down to encryption, algorithm. are the most important. If anybody is not using multiple factor authentication on their devices, on their banking, or their phone today, you will be hacked. It's a promise, not a threat. You will be hacked. So you have to take more precautions in order to protect yourself. But at the same time, the industry, the fintech industry also is mandated and obligated to protect you, and they do that by using advanced encryption. Well, moving to cryptos, as we talked. Cryptos have the same similar problem as fintech does, with the difference that cryptos do not possibly hold your personal data, but the transaction data, the amount of the money that moves, or the cryptos that moves through these wallets are huge. And there is every day there are news of different wallets, different exchanges that are being hacked, and information is leaking from them. Not only money, lots of information. A lot of transactions that are happening behind the scenes through the wallets are unknown. But today, those transactions, if they are hacked, they could probably shine a line on lots of corporate or individual transactions that are trying to stay private. Where are we? Keep going. Thank you. Private keys. How many of you guys opened a wallet, crypto wallet? Please raise your hands. How many times you were given 12 keys to write down on a piece of paper? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? They give you 12 keys, and this high-tech industry telling you to write down these keys on a piece of paper. That is what is wrong with the industry today. We do not have the technology. We do not have the security built in enough to protect you. We are using low technology, paper and pen, to protect digital wallets. 12 keys that are written down in case someone accesses your account, we can go back and get it. Stop right there, let me catch up. Sorry about this, I told you we were trying something new. So this is very important, that the crypto industry must take the precautions and steps to make enough advances to give the users the protection that they need around their assets, the digital assets that are in wallets. If someone asked me a few days ago, how often do digital wallets get attacked? We looked it up. Every digital wallet gets attacked 30 seconds. Every wallet is under attack every 30 seconds. You just don't see it. Your wallet is under attack. Everyone is trying to access and break your wallet codes. So it is interesting. This is an interesting subject, and I bring this up in Dubai, probably nowhere else, as every day, I believe in the news, we hear more millionaires are moving to Dubai. And the entire world thinks that all of us in this room are driving Lamborghinis and we live in Burj Khalifa, right? Everybody thinks that. If I was a hacker sitting somewhere, would I attack someone in Dubai? Would I attack someone that doesn't drive a Lamborghini? Or at least I think they drive a Lamborghini. So the news, the media, the amazing marketing that Dubai is doing for itself has put Dubai in the spotlight. The whole world is looking at us. And guess what? The people who are not driving Lamborghinis, we're the victims here because they are phishing all of us. High net worth individuals in Dubai are being attacked on a daily basis. Their IDs, their identification, their families, their assets, their digital, mobile, and computers are all under attack. They're being identified by their real estate transactions. Unfortunately, this is open data. that can be accessed by anyone. And they're being identified through phishing emails, and they're being attacked. High net worth individuals, and this was a case we had. We had a case, a high net worth individual was attacked and hacked, not for his money, but for his contact list on his phone. That was more valuable, the phone numbers and the emails that this individual carried in his contact book was more valuable than all the money in his account. So the hackers left the money alone and they just hacked his contact book. That was gateway to so many other people. High net worth individuals are most likely either CEOs, CFOs, or they carry a C-level or higher government jobs that can get access by blackmailing them, by harassing them, that could achieve a lot of influence. It's not about financial crimes, but definitely about gaining influence through these individuals. Security for the companies. The region is blowing up. I believe, based on the latest economic department, 700,000 licenses were issued between mid-2023 and June of 2024. It's amazing. I mean, nowhere in the world is the growth is that much. 700,000 business licenses were issued. Granted, not all of them are active companies, as we know, but imagine the wealth that is pouring into Dubai and these companies. It is the government obligation to set frameworks for these companies to protect themselves, but it is the mandatory obligation of every CEO and business owners to protect their small businesses. As you protect your home and your children, your clients and your data are carrying the same weight. It is important that you, as CEOs and C-levels, take the right steps to protect the data of your company. It is a fiduciary committee of all of us, especially me. As in my company, obviously we carry a lot of sensitive data, and if I don't take the necessary steps, and believe us, every day everybody's trying to hack a cybersecurity company. We know this every day. And it is my duty to do that. So the government obligations, as Dubai has Dubai has a mandated framework for cybersecurity called DESK, but it does not mandate cybersecurity protocols for private or private companies. It is for semi-government and government only. And obviously, as society, we have the obligation to protect everyone that we work with in order to make them more secure. I mean, that's just a fact of life. In conclusion, it is important to understand cybersecurity is an evolving matter. In 2011, when I started ITSec, I met the CEO of a very, very large transportation company. They're huge now in Dubai. And they were just setting up, and they didn't have a super app yet, in a friendly dinner. And they asked me what I do. I said, I'm starting my cybersecurity company. And they laughed, and they said, oh, Amir, you watch too many movies. And that same company has been hacked 17 times just in the last year. So, yes, those movies that Hollywood definitely produces, that have some truth to them, whether sooner or later. So, in conclusion, is we believe that if you are in the digital age, as we are talking about it today in this conference, fintech, AI, crypto, every one of those industries are under attack, and these attacks will evolve because of AI. AI is making the hackers smarter, sharper, and to the point. I'll close with this last example. How many of you, again, has received a phishing email that your account was hacked? Previously, it was, for a cybersecurity expert like me, it will take me 30 seconds to spot this email. Grammar, spelling, the tone that the email was written. Today, the AI is helping the hackers to write the phishing emails. I can't spot them anymore. Even the tone. The AI can pick up the tone of a company that they write an email. Obviously, Bank A writes a different type of email than Bank B. AI can be trained to actually write it in that tone. So it has become much difficult, more difficult to actually spot a phishing email. And that's just the top layers of hacking. I hope everyone stays safe. Thank you for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit, for your valuable insight. I would request Mr. David, please join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Amit. Everyone, please give them a huge round of applause. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. Amit, and thank you so much, Mr. David. Now, we move on to Special Economic Zone sector. Please welcome our esteemed moderator, Ayman Al-Avdi, CEO of the Corporate Group. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give him a huge round of applause, Mr. Ayman Al-Avdi. Our moderator, Mr. Ayman, CEO of the Corporate Group. Let's welcome our speakers. Ms. Mariana, CEO and MP of Biz Moses Group. Please give her a huge round of applause, Ms. Mariana. Welcome. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fadi Riyad, Chief Market Strategist of Monitor Markets. Chief Market Strategist of Monitor Markets. Our next speaker, Mr. Amar Hussain Kagdi, Regional Director at Gadlang. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Amar. And our next speaker, Dr. Mustafa Sasa, Chairman of Raj Group of Companies. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause to our moderator and our speakers on the discussion of the role of special economic zones in economic diversification and job creation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for your time and attending this session. I have brilliant speakers with me today to talk about the special economic zone. It's an interesting topic, not only in the UAE or Dubai, but also in the whole GCC, because it's a common product, common infrastructure that we have here, delivering remarkable achievements and diversified economy because of this infrastructure, which is a critical component of the UAE economy and in particularly Dubai. We are going today go through an interesting discussion with panelist speakers here, and we are going to find out more about this topic. Before I present the floor, before I go to the details, I'll allow each speaker to introduce himself or herself for a minute. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm honored and pleased to be one of the ladies of the beautiful panel today. Break the stereotype. My name is Mariana Bulbuk. I'm the CEO and managing partner of Business Group. Direct investment targets and projects of the government and companies that come to invest in the UAE or the region, and subsequently providing all the services related to licensing, business operation or permits for import or manufacturing operations.
Wonderful. Fadi? Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Simon, for the nice introduction. My name is Fadi Riyad. I am the Chief Market Strategist and Regional Manager of Moneta Markets. Also, I am economic media speaker, and also I am a finance lecturer. So basically, I teach students finance at the university. That's pretty much it from my side. I really hope that the panel would be beneficial in one way or another.
Thank you. Ammar?
Hello. Good afternoon and assalamu alaikum to everybody. Thank you, Ayman, and the managing committee of this event for having me. My name is Ammar Hussain Qadi. I'm the Regional Director of Talent Acquisition and Corporate Services with ATH Guideline. Over 15 years, I have been working with the different industries and businesses throughout talent acquisition and finance. And the topic today itself resonates with what I'm doing currently in this space of corporate services and talent acquisition, and how special economic zones can be the incubator of creating more jobs and economic diversification.
Wonderful. Dr. Mustafa?
Mustafa, we are based in Dubai since 1958. My father came here in 58, started business, so we have in business in Dubai since last 65 years. Currently, we have business in 130 countries with 10 global office and 3 manufacturing units. So when my father came to UAE, there was no water supply, no electricity. In fact, there was no UAE, there were crucial states. And no electricity, no water supply, no electricity, no roads and no catalyst. And discuss about the catalyst what economic free zones offer to the economy.
Great, wonderful. Good to have you and the colleagues here. I think we are going to start the session with an overarching topic of the special economic zone in the UAE. In the UAE, we have a growing number of around 46 special economic zone, with majority of them actually is in Dubai, 26 or 27 and counting every day. So we have this much of number of free zones available in UAE. And recently, I was reading statistics from the Ministry of Economy of UAE disclosing that the UAE has, and it's ahead of the target, more than 1 million registered companies. There are more than 250,000 free zone registered companies. Also, the economic free zones, they contribute more than 15% of the GDP of Dubai, for example, and this gives you immense understanding in terms of what the special economic zones is doing, not only for the local economies such as at Dubai level, but also for the UAE. Also, we would like to talk about the basics and the foundations of the special economic zone. We go back to the real definition of what is a special economic zone, because sometimes it's a bit confusing for entry people into this diversified topics. It is basically providing you a geographical within the UAE or within a country whereby it provides a special and favorable regulation to conduct business, comparing to what is available in the mainland. And also, this is going to create, generate positive, economic impact. And the main purpose of this really is for, economic diversification. So any special economic free zone that is out there established with infrastructures and the setup, the main aim here is the economic diversification. The history of the special economic zone actually goes back to late 1950s and 60s, especially through industrialized countries. It all started from Ireland, from an airport called in Ireland, Shane Airport, and then the first free zones in the whole Middle East actually. It was established in Dubai, Jabal Ali Free Zone, Jabal Ali Free Zone, which is Jabza, and Jabza is established in 1984. So it shows you it has been quite some time as a business concept here, and since then the economy has been thriving, and then many different concepts of a special economic free zone has been established. Some of the success factors for well-established free zones in the region or in the globe is access to low-cost labor, and also providing good infrastructure, and also skilled laborers. Skilled laborers is very important in any business, being industrial and so forth, and also technology, which is going to be fostered with government incentives. These are common success factors when it comes to a successful special economic zone. I would like to open the floor with the speakers, and first topic I would like to talk about the economic diversification that the special economic zones delivers to the economy. And my first question goes to Mariana, and the question says here, the special economic zone have been playing an important role for the countries to create diversified economy. What are those examples, or you can share some examples of a special economic zone that has been successfully contributed to a diversified economy, for example, in the UAE?
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, as you have mentioned in the introduction, the special economic zones act as a special area that creates an environment, the infrastructure, the access to labor, knowledge, and so on to the businesses. But as we see in the UAE model, special economic zones also create a legal framework that in some cases is exempted from the central federal requirements. So for example, if we take the Jebel Ali Free Zone, since the past, they had the wonderful possibility and authority to create an exemption from meeting all the standards and regulations for products that are, for example, to be produced for re-export. So if I'm building a factory in Jebel Ali Free Zone and I want to produce to only sell, let's say in Italy, then that product standardization and requirements would have to align with Italian importing country and not only with the mainland UAE. So these regions have created environments where companies could create, for example, headquarters offices, while they do not provide services into the UAE, but they build facilities, or they have major offices with tens of thousands of employees from here to commute to the region or to area they want to expand. Also, this way they have attracted high net worth individuals, exceptional C-level or C-suite level specialists to live here, relocate with families, and contribute to the countries. This is if we speak about, let's say, mobility part and impact on social life. But if we speak about business life, most of the special economic zones have a specialty. That's what they call special. And as we know, media city, internet city, airport free zone, or now, for example, we have the e-commerce city, which has one of the biggest logistics infrastructure adapted to the new e-commerce world. So they contribute to the diversification first by bringing, obviously, businesses that are based here and pay their dues, their fees, and in some instances taxes, in some with tax exemptions. Secondly, by pivoting companies here that want to operate in the region, they bring technology and know-how. And third, obviously, this is how the population of the country grows and has a social impact by spending, by putting families here, kids through school, and I don't know, shopping at the Dubai Mall. So special economic zones diversify not only in the local development of the zone, but the overall impact of the country welfare and well-being, its population, and its diplomatic relations too. Because in some instances, for example, Sharjah Techno Park signed recently a collaboration with a special free zone from Moldova Techno Park, and they exchanged know-how, experience, and expertise outside the standard framework of the local mainland law. So that is my input.
Great, wonderful. So what we can understand here is that the special economic zone is not only interacting within the free zone itself, but also interacts with the mainland and engages the society and creates activity with the social engagement and develop further through this specialization that they have, different business parks available, providing different know-how. And not only this, but also they contribute towards advancement and development of other nations or communities through collaboration efforts. Wonderful. Dr. Mustafa, you talked about the group of companies that you represent and how you are diversified in different industries. And that brings a subject of job creation. What are those how is special economic zones, in your experience, impacting the local employment and also what role they do to improve the job creation within the ecosystem of the special economic zone?
Well, these economic zones, the purpose of the economic zone, if you see, acts as a catalyst in the economy. Let's say, you go in a mall, in certain festive seasons, there are certain offerings. So with their offerings, the objective is not to reduce the price, but to attract new clients, the new customers, and then to make them their regulars. So, the economic zones, the purpose is that they offer certain incentives wherein certain industries are attracted, maybe on a sector-wise. So certain economic, let's say, we have a factory manufacturing herbal cosmetics. It's in the north of Delhi. And currently in India, there is one country, one tax system, but prior to 4 years, every state had their own taxation policies. And in that state, in the Uttarakhand, they were highly conducive for, and they were giving tax benefits for cosmetic industries. So more than 200-300 large cosmetic industries are there because of this. So now when you have industries over there, that will create the economy, because industries that sits on the 6 pillars. So regulations that will create the environment for the industries to thrive. We have seen, about, if you say 60, 70 years back, if you see the landscape of the entire Arabian Peninsula, they were all on the similar parity. Apart from Bahrain was an old port, and Basra was an old city which was known as the port city. And of course in Saudi Arabia and the holy places for the ages, they are known for it. Otherwise, all the cities were on the same similar parity. And Dubai emerged as a jewel in the crown because of the policy of the free zone, which they started with in the early 80s. And that acted as a catalyst. Now, the industries which come, that will create all levels of job. And as we also have presence in many countries, We have offices in Panama, in Latin America, in Uruguay, Montevideo, Warsaw, Rotterdam, Istanbul, Accra in Ghana, Kigali, Rwanda, Singapore, India, and Dubai. This is our landscape of our presence. And what we do always, we take the local expertise. And our top management, of course, goes from our headquarters, but we always do knowledge transfer, capacity building, leadership inculcation. So all these things helps the local community to benefit and create many ancillaries from this. So job creation is a wonderful, system of the byproduct of the free zone rather. So this is the overview of my analysis.
Wonderful. So what we understood here is that the governments, they set up the policies, and in these special economic zones, it will end up developing different industries within the economic zone, and that creates the job creation. And with those industries where companies adapting capacity building and also programs for the communities to engage and include the employees or the people for job creation, and that's how the job creation is actually created within the ecosystem of the special economic zone. My next question is to Ammar. Addressing challenges and risks, which is your bread and butter in your business. What are some of most common risks and challenges involved when dealing with a special economic zone, and how can these be addressed?
Thank you, Ahmed. So, being a finance professional myself and an auditor, so always we look things from a risk perspective. So whenever you enter into things, so you take a risk-based approach. So like Mariana mentioned and like Dr. Mustafa mentioned, that both in terms of integration of the free zones with the mainlands and its level of job creations, it has inherent limitations, it has inherent risks involved to it. The first being right now, if you see that we are in a very growing age, and as special economic zones or free zones tend to foster industrialization, and it might hurt environment in the short midterm and in the longer run as well. So environment is the main risk that basically the special economic free zones or the free zones might hit. But the catch is, if I may ask with basically a raise of hands from the audience, so everybody economies, ESG has become very important. So keeping the fact from an ESG perspective, obviously environment is the main risk that is being basically taken care by. Obviously the regulators, the governments are taking special care in terms of implementing environmental rules and integrating with the free zones itself. Apart from that, obviously we are sitting in a city and in the country which is fostering the free zones and the increase of free zones. As you mentioned in your initial speech, that the number of free zones that the UAE has, it is more than 45. To be precise, it is 47, and 28 being in the UAE itself. So the number of increasing free zones in the region, and particularly in the UAE, is increasing. And we can see the importance of the regulator of the country to cater these risks, especially the environment, and the second one is the infrastructure. Obviously, in the UAE, this is not a problem, because obviously any free zone that is created, firstly the infrastructure is being made. Then they start doing basically the business there, and even we discussed the number of licenses that has been created throughout the UAE, and not just in the mainland but in the free zone as well. So you can see that UAE is on the path, and obviously in the region, other big nations are looking forward to UAE in terms of creating better infrastructure, better regulations in terms of environment, and taking care that the free zone's impact on the economy is more than the mainland itself.
Great, wonderful. So what I understood here is that a proper governance in the special economic zone will do the job, and that's why the evolution of ESG is coming up. ESG is a new topic. The private sector and the government sector, they are going through massive learning curve, and Dubai Chamber has recently adopted ESG label, replacing the CSR label, and this gives you more spotlight on the E, which is the environment, S, which is the social, and G, which is the governance. And with this, it will address many topics that have been highlighted in the COP28, and also taking into consideration the environment and the climate, as you mentioned. Fadi, you are dealing with financial services, I believe, and that means digital economy. The question goes to you about the future of the special economic zone. With the rise of the digital economy, such as crypto and digital assets and so forth, how can special economic zones evolve to support such high-tech engagement, and which is directly contributing to the UAE's GDP?
Thanks, Simon. Really good point. All right, three points. The most important one when it comes to this criteria is basically the soft infrastructure. Before I go into the 3 points, I meet, you have no idea how many people I meet every day, years, people even all over the world, and they keep telling me this, like when I ask them how's the business going and everything in Dubai, at least they will be having like a branch or something in Dubai, and they'll be like, yeah, it's super easy, super nice, everything, the business is going great. And I look at them and it's like super funny, because you think it's very, very easy. One thing, Ayman, is taking something for guaranteed is really, really funny. Because I'll tell you something, good luck making it in Sudan. With all due respect to any countries, but this is the reality. Okay, Sudan is a bit far. Good luck making it in Jordan. All right, good luck making it in Oman. Good luck making it in Ohio. Good luck making it in Hong Kong. What I mean by that, 3 points are the following. The first one is soft development. One of the things, especially in the financial services, in my field, the speed of the internet and the facility that you can get in the country is very super critical. Once again, good luck making it somewhere else comparing to Dubai in the MENA region. That's one thing. Another thing which is very, very important from business point of view, which is the talent acquisition. The job, when you are posting a job, basically most of our jobs that we are posting is very niche. So it's really, really hard to find someone who is responsible for the dealing room, let's say in other countries in the MENA region comparing to Dubai. Because actually in Dubai there is an issue. Not from business perspective, it's good from business perspective, but it's bad for the people who are looking for a job, because you have a surplus. Indeed you have a surplus. When I was recently hiring, you can find some candidates from UK with 15, 20 years solid experience in the financial services, and they're literally asking for the same package as like what anyone would ask in Dubai. So that's another thing. That's the second point with which we are blessed about. And the last thing I would say is the flexibility in the regulations. It doesn't mean that regulations are easy in Dubai or in ADGM. I dealt with all of them, by the way. ADGM, ISCA, and the IFC. I know them all by heart. I'm licensed by ISCA. So long story short, there is flexibility. You can actually speak to someone. You can actually tell them about your case. They might accept it, they might not, but at the end of the day, someone will actually discuss it with you. Recently, I was opening a branch in the MENA region in one country, and I was literally had a discussion for like over 5 years with the regulator, and we didn't get to any point. He knows one thing: there are a set of box rules, and this is what I know. This is everything I know. I tell him this, I'll tell him this, and I'm gonna give you $5 million. I don't know, 2 golden medals. I'll just send you to Mars. Nothing. No, it's a no. That's pretty much it. So this is also one important, big important, which is the flexibility in the regulations.
Thank you, Fadi, for your input. What I understood here is that UAE has a special way of approaching innovative solutions, embracing them by adapting an environment that cultivates.
Ayman, can I add one thing?
Yes,
It's
please.
just came to my mind. I'm really sorry. In Islam, basically, if you're a Muslim, they will. You have two choices. Once they ask, like one of the prophet follows, would you prefer to be with someone who thinks that he knows Islam by heart, he knows everything about it, or someone who is like really want to do the things, really want to practice Islam and everything? And he said, definitely I will go with the second one all the time. The one thing that I can see for a fact about UAE, which is it's all the time trying to improve that we are here in any aspect. This is very, very important. If you go to New York, they will tell you, you know, I used to work in New York in JP Morgan desk, and they will tell you, just go do it yourself. We're the best in the world. That's pretty much it. But in order to be in one place that they are always trying to improve themselves, show their capabilities, that's a really, really important factor as well.
To reinforce this statement is that UAE has been always trying to embrace these innovative solutions, trying to listen to people and adapt a nurturing environment by creating, for example, sandbox environment in DIFC to allow these fintech technologies to thrive and then be developed in a testing mode environment before it goes live as a commercial product. And these are some of practices that UAE government is preaching for, and it is absolutely correct in the Western world changes or enhancements. And these are all factors that can be adapted easily in special economic zones, because they are there to create these diversified economies. They are there to create these innovative and evolving business activities such as fintech. And now Sandbox not only is available in the DIFC and ADGM, which is a special economic free zone, but also it's coming available in the mainland through UAE Central Bank by adapting certain protocol to encourage these startups and innovative companies to deliver their solutions, being services or products, in an innovative, in a nurturing environment, endorsed by regulated and policies also. Having said this, I would like to give the floor back to the speakers to see if any final remarks, any interaction you would like to do. I'm happy to listen from you. Yes, Mariana.
Thank you. I want to actually add to what you have just discussed now. UAE does not just embrace the new, UAE also anticipates the new. And I think this is why UAE is ahead of other countries. There's many countries that are very technologically advanced, that are also flexible, but they already come with resolution of request, which I think, especially in technology advancement, you're already late when you need to react. Since the incipiation, since UAE was formed, since the leaders have visionary created the strategy of UAE, so next 50 to 100 years, and latest announcements of the next vision. I mean, in 2026, Dubai wants to have flying taxis, right? So UAE does not just only react to the new things swiftly, solidly, and with international standards, but faster adaptation. They also anticipate a lot. They also have a lot of laboratories that create new ideas here, that want to launch the unicorns in the region. And this is, I think, what special economic zones are around the world, as you said, since 1950s, but the UAE ones are advanced faster, better, and more solidly with higher impact in the last 30 to 40 years. especially because they anticipate the needs. And our role as specialists in companies in the country, be it as an auditor or as a manufacturer or as a specialist in fintech, it's very important that we as leaders and as contributors to the country's development, we also try to anticipate the change and bring that infrastructure so then we can easily adapt.
Great, wonderful. Yes, one last one.
Yes, if I can add something, see, UAE is one of the very unique country where so many number of like 47, 50 different free zones are there. Now it's not just adding one to the count. Every free zone has its own offering. And as humans, we like to live within our cultural arena. Indians like to live with Indians, Chinese like to build their own comfort zone where, they find their all fellow industrial mates. So every free zone in UAE has been designed and created for purpose-built that zone. So like, the Kizad has its own offering. If you are a power-intensive unit, Kizad offers 15 years of a flat power rate. If you are a labor-intensive, then we have in the Northern Emirates, certain things. If you're a brand-centric, factory, then, of course, Jebel Ali offers something. So these offerings acts as a, bees to the honey. And that's why, we see the cluster of all these economic zones creating in 250,000 companies across the world. Most of them are export-owned companies. And they all came in creating because of the special regulations, that particular free zone offering. DIFC is a legacy of 15 years, now 17, 18 years now, and then followed by Elysium. So, every economic zone created their own value, which attracted a lot of investments, a lot of companies around the world, and that added to the economy of UAE.
Thank you so much for your input. I really appreciate this. And now I'm going to... Sorry, yes.
I want to just add one thing to the discussion before we close. So like Dr. Mustafa said as well, that, and we had a tax discussion previously. So even so many investors, so many businesses are coming from other parts of the world to UAE, although the corporate tax has kicked in as well. But having said that, just imagine that before the corporate tax, the country, the infrastructure the country has provided without the tax. So just imagine if the tax comes, what lies ahead.
Exactly. Great. I'm going to wrap up the discussion panel here. It was really interesting to hear my colleagues here on the panel in terms of what they do. So there is no doubt that the UAE, through the special economic zones, are contributing into the UAE's country in terms of the GDP. And there is no doubt that sustainability practices is going to be the next best approach for the special economic zone to address key critical points related to the climate, environment, social and governance. And also the special economic zone will continuously developing innovation and bringing technology such as industry evolution 4.0, bringing AI and so forth. So all these things are the future of a special economic zone to embrace the new technologies and practices for the economy to thrive more. Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you, dear panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please extend your appreciation for amazing speakers, everybody. Yes, I would request Mr. David to please join us on stage once again to felicitate our esteemed speakers. Thank you, Mr. Avdi, Ms. Mariana, Mr. Fadi, Mr. Amar, and Dr. Mustafa for your informative panel discussion. Thank you so much. Up next, we have a panel discussion on special economic zones and the next frontier, exploring opportunities beyond 2024. Let's welcome our moderator, Miss Milentina Marcus. Everybody give her a huge round of applause, General Manager of Industry Top and a business coach. Miss Milentina Marcus. And our panelist, Her Excellency, Laila Rahalal El Atfani, founder of Women Business Circle. Next, we have Mr. Fadi Riyad, Chief Market Strategist, Monitor Markets. Mr. Fadi Riyad. Let me call on stage our next panelist, Mr. Hassan Khan, founder and CEO, Excalibur. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Hassan Khan. We are going to have panel discussion on special economic zones and the next frontier, exploring opportunities beyond 2024.
Hello, it's working? Okay, thank you very much. First of all, good morning still. Is hearing? Okay, good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We promise that will be short, and I'm sure that we'll have short answers to the topic, because we need to explore more this part of special economic zones. We really enjoy hearing very great speakers and appreciate, and we'd like to ask them to introduce themselves, because we need to know who is here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Fadi is missing, Mr. Fadi? Okay, okay. He will be joining. So very shortly, we'll love to ask more about our speakers and ask to introduce themselves.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with the CTW again. And we say thank you to the organizer. We heard about free zone. It was an amazing topic before, and always challenges here in UAE. Thank you, Milentina. It's a great pleasure to be with you also as moderator. Since we are in the land of opportunity where there is a lot of challenges, and we've seen since 1999 and 2000, the free zone economy growing, the material challenges for growing the relation economic, and also the technology. We involve a lot of tech in the free zone. The opportunities are huge, but that's why we ranked this year 1 million more additional registrations, especially during the COVID, that the swap it's being done is magic and miraculous, because we need the people who are expert, knowing the product, knowing the free zone self, because free zone and free zone, there is differences. Management and opportunities are big, because what we see now, we're moving from economy, which is mainland, to free zone, to digitalization. It's the year of digitalization, it's the year of growth, and free zone now, you don't need to go to the office, you have to just apply quickly online, and your office is done, your license is done, everything, you serve royally. That's why you are ranking to be the first in economic free zone, and we see the prototype moving from UAE to Africa lately, and China collaboration is getting huge and big, and we're looking for more opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hassan, just a short introduction.
Yes, thank you very much. And a big thanks to the audience, because I realized the fact we are the only panel standing between you and a wonderful lunch. So I'm going to be very quick. My name is Hassan Khan. I am French and Pakistani. Bonjour, comment ça va? I've been leading this consulting firm, Excalibur, for the past 8 years, going strong, a roller coaster. And I've been in Dubai since 2012, so approximately it's going to be 13 years very soon. I think for the intro, that's good enough. I'll pass on the mic back to them.
Okay, just a question starting again from you. Okay, what do you see that is, because pandemic changed all the business before going to the opportunities beyond 2024?
Thank you very much. Actually, the whole pandemic was a curveball for which no entrepreneur, no business was ready for. And I think post-COVID, we are more prepared for such situations which are uncalled for, or what I would say disaster recovery situations or contingency plans. And I think specifically special economic zones, what they offer is a freedom. So you're able to operate in other geographies as well with complete 100% ownership, and that is a power which gives you flexibility and opportunities. So you want to be diversified in terms of geographical challenges. What we know, the reality of the world right now, there are tons of wars going on. There is war in the Far East, there is in Europe, there is in the Middle East and different places. So none of the geography is completely 100% sure that it's going to be war-free or conflict-free. This is why it's really important that for your business to keep operating, you need to have different geographical locations, and the special economic zone is the best place to do that.
Okay, excellent. Going back to you, I'm thinking about and asking about the public-private partnership, which is a vital in supporting infrastructure growth, especially in special economic zones. Okay, can you tell us a little bit about how you envision the role of public-private partnerships evolving and what opportunities exist?
Okay. As lately, we launched a Women Business Circle, and we are handling the private sectors on a business globally and nationally. The growth always go from local to global, and a lot of our private sector we see as we have a lot of diversity and tolerance in business and diplomacy business. A lot of entities move to UAE lately, and we've seen them also go into economic zone. Why? To facilitate for them easy to trade and to move onwards, especially petroleum, general trading, a lot of entities, they want to move medical devices because sometimes the rule or regulations in ministry are very tough because they have to. So when they bring them transit, it's easy for them in free zone. That's one. Second, to grow privately with other private sectors, they need fast transactions, fast commitments, and I see that during my attending CTW, that they have a lot of private sector and family office and a lot of entities from the globe, globalization. We're looking now, all the countries are looking for globalization, and lately even France, they launched that to facilitate for people, which is we know French people, merci beaucoup, are very difficult on that task. But the two countries what I see always making it easy but very particular on regularization is China and UAE. That's why lately they signed a very big partnership on that field. And I say thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming back to you, Mr. Hassan, and talking about this part of also how to facilitate international business and foster global partnership. What is your point on this one?
If Dubai is on the right track, by saying Dubai, I mean UAE is on the right track with all of the different economic zones which have been created, all of the free zones. And this is a fact and this is a reality. The world right now is in a cycle of recession, is in a cycle of conflict. There's conflicts brewing everywhere. You pick a map and blindly you can put a finger and you can find a conflict happening there. UAE, because of all the facilitation that they have created in their economic zones, has become a no-brainer. An immediate idea, okay, my region right now is under conflict, what do I do? Let's go to UAE. This has become the best option right now. And this will help the economy to keep growing very fast in the UAE. One of the great things, you're talking about the global partnerships, I was just reading up for this panel. In terms of the Economic Freedom Index, UAE is on number 22 out of 184 countries. I'm not good with stats. That is one thing I was able to remember, even above United States. So this tells you that the economic freedom is something which a lot of businesses are looking for, to grow their business, to work in the region, and to work with local businesses as well. So this is something which will definitely keep accelerating the growth.
Very well seen. And also reminding there and asking you, okay, what emerging trends and industries do you foresee shaping the future of special economic zones?
What I see is a lot of growth in artificial intelligence, in digitalization, as Ms. Leila also mentioned. A lot of organizations, a lot of companies, wherever in the world, they are very much limited with the talent that they can access. Bringing their businesses or building an office in Dubai gives them the opportunity to tap talent from all over the world. That's a huge thing, specifically in artificial intelligence and in IT. I know a few clients of mine, businesses who are in a different blockchain, and talent is very rare for that. So coming into Dubai, they're able to hire the right talent that they want from anywhere in the world, physically being relocated to this geography. The same is true for artificial intelligence. It's really amazing what's ahead of the frontier. The things are coming into Dubai. You would think for Dubai it would be just trade, e-commerce, or regular imports, exports, but no. It's really impressive that AI and digital transformation is really growing in this region.
Okay, and seeing the last trends and seeing how is the vision for next years, yes, it's amazing, and coming now for the future and looking to toward 2030 and beyond. How do you envision the role? How will support special economic zones the global economic landscape?
The economic zone, it's become trend, first of all, necessity, needs for everyone. And we've seen that prototype model which is built in UAE is flowing to Africa, to Saudi, to Qatar, to others beyond than that, because the perfections and also regularization. Today, if we are having the globe in UAE, especially in free zone, we have more than 250 nationality in a business, and we have 1 million registration last month. How I see it in 2030, that the GCC are taking the monopoly. That's because of safety, security, tolerance, and banking ranking system, because people need more easy access and easy registration. And I think with the new government, with His Highness Sheikh Hamdan put and invest, I think, if I'm not wrong, more than 1 billion on that. They start with 150 million and then extended, because they want to make it easy. They start by SME. You can have your registration without office. It's cost 1,070 dirham, that DD. But in the free zone, they are making it less, 6,000, 7,000, according to your business category. And they make it easy also the trade, logistic, shipment. I mean, they make it very easy for everything. And they bring also the digitalization to get free zone, like blockchain, crypto, metaverse, NFT, all they have some hub where they register. Today, the monopoly swapping to another level. We see it in 2025 as the future is ranking. And then we see it another view, because when companies and entities, big level, coming from all over the world and tied up and make collaboration, that means they have a vision, mission, goal, and success. Everybody now looking for monetization, looking for system solution for sustainability, looking for to sustain the business in place where they feel secure, safe, and they want to collaborate. Network and the globe coming here, but from here, it's swapping to all over the world. I talked to the vice president of CTW. He said they're ranking to Africa hugely, and that is beautiful. Today, people look in UAE or free zone economic as business card to fly to other entity. And we see China also. Always I say China because I've been to many events. They sign in a lot of protocol to extend their business. The vision here is to succeed and to collaborate. And that's why we are today in this event. And I say thank you to the organizer, because we need collaboration, and open the door to globalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, because also we want you, Mr. Hassan, this party envision the role of special economic zones for 2030 and beyond. How do you see this one in the global economy landscape? If we talk about opportunities and creating opportunities.
Yes, one thing which is great and you can depend on when I will say again, specifically with the UAE special economic zones, that UAE has been able to adapt to different situations which have come across the world. I think I remember UAE was the fastest to go digital in terms of when COVID struck in and we were locked in our homes, bringing solutions to that, and you can look at it right now how quickly it is to renew your driving license or anything. It is a little counter of 15 seconds. The fact is, as we go into the future, there is a wonderful saying which is throughout history, our sports cars or supercars or Ferraris or Lamborghinis, they've been able to go faster and faster only because we've been able to improve the braking system. And I draw a parallel with the braking system with regulation. So this is what I say to a lot of businessmen who want to come into UAE and ask me, Hassan, is it a good place? Should I register there? I'm afraid of the regulations. This is what I say. The regulations help you go faster. And the fact is that the regulations are very self-aware. In the UAE, they've been able to adapt themselves with changing perspective, with different cultures, with how the world is evolving. And this is one thing, the regulations is what will help us go faster and faster. Now the Ferraris can go above 300 kilometers per hour, and it's only because of good braking systems. Same is true for the businesses.
Excellent and fast adapting. I think this is the great strength to look for. Okay, because you promised that will be very short, very tough, exactly to the point. If there is anything to add in the end, looking at the opportunities created by special economic zones.
I think in one word, the economic zone is the future, and the future is in collaboration, and collaboration is with tolerance and business diplomacy. When we do business, we don't have to forget one currency is a currency of humanity, tolerance, and kindness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency. And Mr. Hassan?
I'd like to add a closing remark, which is one thing you can be very sure of in UAE, anything which is ever going to happen in the future is going to be iconic. Our office, Excalibur, we are on the Queen Elizabeth II ship. So our office is based on a tourist attraction. And this is my invitation to all of you sitting here. Please do come in, drop by if you're passing by. It's in Port Rashid, Queen Elizabeth II ship. Just, you can connect with me over LinkedIn. Just mention in the message that we connected or I saw you in CTW, and drop in for a coffee or lunch, whatever you would want. And so this is the beauty of UAE. Everything is going to be iconic and amazing. That's for sure.
Okay, so we finish with this one, iconic and amazing. So I think this is the main point to take it before the lunch, that, yeah, special economic zones, and especially in UAE, we create a lot of opportunities, and I think this was the theme. Okay.
I want to say thank you to the team, Shweta and our brother, the vice president, and CEO, and all the team. Really, it's amazing. Thank you for your time, and the collaboration is the key. Thank you.
Excellent. Iconic, amazing, and collaboration. So thank you very much. Thank you, Her Excellency. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Thank you, everyone.
I would request Mr. Zahoor Ahmed, please join me on stage to felicitate our distinguished speakers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause to our insightful session, to our amazing speakers. Our moderator, Miss Milentina, Her Highness Laila Rahal, Her Excellency Laila Rahal, Mr. Fadi and Mr. Hassan. Thank you once again to each one of our speakers. Now we start with our keynote session on medical field review, strategies and opportunities by our esteemed guest, Dr. Abdullah Khalfan Said Al-Kindi, President of the Emirates Medical Association, EMA. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause to Dr. Abdullah Khalfan Said, a keynote session on the medical field review, strategies and opportunities.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. Today with Dr. Abdullah Al-Kindi, the President for Emirates Medical Association and Director in EHS. We talk about medical field review and strategy for the medical field in UAE and GCC. Dr. Abdullah, how are you?
Fine, alhamdulillah.
Dr. Abdullah, the first question, who is Dr. Abdullah?
It's a nice question. First of all, I will not take time for everybody since there are lunches coming. But we need to give a little brief about the professionals in UAE and how UAE is coming in this stage of level, team and the leaders which we have. I'm Dr. Abdullah Al-Kindi. I'm pharmacist, graduate diplomatic in Bangkok as a medical attaché. After that, back as starting my private business in health tourism. Then joining with the government as a head of the inspection. Then head of the GMP and GSP Emirates. Then disaster crisis department. Now I am head of the district of the medical. And recently I become the president of the pharma and Emirates Health establishment.
MashaAllah, Doctor, MashaAllah. Doctor, today we talked about medical strategy and medical field in UAE and GCC. Tell us about the medical strategy for the UAE.
If we talk about medical itself, you need to prepare a lot of strategy and the structure and infrastructure for they do the main requirement for any investor to do the business. So if we talk about the airports, ports, land area, we prepare very good infrastructure in a free zone. We prepare very good legislation and law for the investor to come. We prepare a team from the Ministry of Health itself to be the auditor for any shipment coming. We prepare a very good software system to do very quick solution for the client who import the product from outside. Second thing, in the system of agent, UAE, they prepare more than 5,000 agents as warehouses. They prepare very good warehouses in the free zone. If the company want to do re-export for the product, we ask them even just to show us that the end user accepting their shipment, so they can store it in UAE, and after that it can be as a transit moving outside. We accept also to do secondary packing for the product to go to the other market also.
Nice, nice. Doctor, the main title here, the game changer. What is the game changer?
Yeah.
Tell us please about that.
Usually everybody say that this is ministry. So if we say ministry, so there are rules, there are strict, there are that one. Yes, there are rules, but without investor, without business people, there are no business. There are no money. There are no even expanding of the business. So how we make the game changer? Game changer, it shows that the Emirates shift from Ministry of Health to Emirates Drug Establishment, like FDA. And who's the board of that idea? Who's the minister of the Emirates Drug Establishment? He's the Minister of Foreign Trade. This is the minister. It's not like what in every area, it's like Minister of Health. Second thing, who's the board? The board is the group of big investor in medical field. So they are from Europe, from America, from other, and they are very big investor. Third, who's the head of that one? Young lady, doctor with a new plan, who's studying the genetic, who's know everything about the modern strategy. So we change that thing. Usually people think that the experience is the age. No, the experience, how the people interact with the people. We need also the people who are supposed to lead us to open to all markets, to think right and left and front and back. And we need the people who are supposed to accept all ideas and try to modify that ideas to be plans.
I think this is the vision for His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid for support women. Doctor, what about Doctor, talk about high incidence of disease in the UAE.
See, if we talk about the disease of UAE, we have a lot of diseases. But usually, if we are asking any people to do the business in some project in UAE, we have high number of diabetic patients. We have the cardiovascular disease. We have heart disease. We have pneumonia. We have a lot of things regarding to the vaccination. Since UAE is a hub of people who's coming to us, so a lot of diseases coming from outside. So to protect our people from UAE and other, so we need also a lot of vaccination. So UAE have a lot of disease which you can, as investor, plan to do business on it.
This is about opportunity. Tell us about the opportunity for the medical field in UAE and GCC.
Yes, usually the people, if they think about the opportunities, they think that they need to bring a medicine, they can't do a business in medicine. They need to bring a vaccine, they will do business on that vaccine. Or they are going to do a transportation or exportation for that type of business. No. They are moving with a very small area and they keep the wide area of business and medical free for somebody who's coming. Like usually if you are focusing in medicine, so everybody's going with medicine. Why not you are not risking yourself and put a very big lab of R&D? R&D, it can get very good, we can say it's very good income. It can expand also to very good business in GCC or MENA region. So R&D, we don't have a lot of R&D centers here. So this is one of the good opportunity for the companies. Second thing, usually they are focusing in the medicine, but they didn't think about the instrument which is test that medicine. So why not we will do an instrument, we can see assembling in UAE. Why not we are doing for the liquid and also the testing material which we supposed to sell it for the reference lab or other reference lab? Why we are not doing bioequivalence center? You know, usually any medicine, if we are going to test it, we need to make evaluation between like originator medicine and the generic medicine. So we need usually bioequivalence center. Usually they are going to Egypt, Jordan, India, somewhere also in USA. While that business, it can be in UAE, and it's open for that one. The last also, and not least, we can do a reference lab, which all the companies or the factories, they can do it as a testing for their raw material. Why not we are not make a hub of raw material, instead to come from, suppose, China and India, and move direct to the hospital or to the factory, we can bring it to one area which is in maybe in free zone. COVID-19, that there are no transportation, there are nothing. All the factories, they are suffering because each factory have a 6 month only of the raw material stock. So if the stock is a strategic stock here, it will have very good business from that one.
Here, opportunity market side. The GCC medical device, marketing and pharmaceutical, the 4.3 billion in 2023.
Yeah. We are getting from China very big amount of business from the medical devices. And we are in the direction to do assembling of these medical devices to be made in UAE. So this is very good opportunity for the companies to bring their medical devices and do the assembling here in UAE itself.
Yeah.
And second thing, if we talk about UAE, UAE is very small market, but it is a hub of business. So since they are bringing the, they can send it to everybody.
For export for the MENA region, for the GCC. The final slide about the conclusion.
If I talk about conclusion, it is wide word, but I need to say, UAE have very good infrastructure. UAE have very mature law. And we have even flexible law. And we are, as a government, we are here to help and support the partner who's coming to UAE. I need to tell you here one thing. I sit with more than 33 or 43 something of foreigner people. They do 3 days tour visit in UAE. And the last point, it was my office. They are sitting. The problem is the language barrier, which I saw it from them. And they are hesitate to ask a question. So when I feel that one from their eye, then I said, okay, I have 20 minutes. I will ask each of you one question, and I will give him to ask me one question, then I will reply immediate, within 1 minute, the answer. Nobody asked me at all. Then I try to ask them, okay, I'm coming to help you. Tell me, what are you doing? He said, I have a product in, suppose, China, and that product is for, it have FDA approved from USA, and I'm sending that product to USA, but I need to sell it for market in UAE. I said, what type of medicine is it, the new antibiotic? I said, okay, we have, it is injectable or it's tablet, is it injectable? I said, okay, we have 2 factories in UAE, they are doing injectable, I can support you to do contract manufacture with them, I will give you this, I will give you this, I will give you this, and the law, it can give you very good opportunity even in pricing, because you are local manufacturer. And if you want to enter to suppose Iraq market or Algeria market, we can support you because the owners of those factories in UAE, so you can do collaboration with them. Then I asked the other one, what do you have? He said, I have raw material. I said, okay, we have more than 33 factories. I can give you connection of the owners or some of the purchasing team. You can start with them. So the main barrier between the companies and us is the language. And we are here to make the B2B business for them. We are working as a government here to support and facilitate. And from our experience and very good connection what we have, we will facilitate all business which we are looking for. And our office is open for all of that. And I hope I didn't take your time because lunch is coming. Thank you so much for your time and for your attending.
Thank you, Doctor.
I would like to request Mr. Zahoor Ahmed, please join us on stage to felicitate our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah Khalfan, for your informative session. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure we stay on schedule, we will now move forward with the panel discussion. In next 5 minutes, we are going to have our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking 15 minutes break. We will see you soon here in the same hall after 15 minutes. Yes, we are taking a break for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to please take your seats. We are going to begin our program soon. So welcome back everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Our afternoon sessions will begin with a panel discussion. Yes, we are going to begin with a panel discussion on revolutionizing warehousing in the digital age. Automation for efficiency embracing. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Robin Vermaat, founder of RV Consultancy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Robin Vermaat. Welcome, sir. Next, I'm going to call our speakers. First, we are going to have Mr. Nadeem K. Qureshi, co-founder and CEO, BizGrow Marketing Management. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Nadeem K. Qureshi. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Mr. Umar Salim, Regional Head for Middle East, Africa and Turkey, Falcon Autotech. Please give him a huge round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Umar Salim. Come on, everybody. Last but not the least, our next speaker, Miss Jessica Panigari, founder Goods to Load FZ LLC. Please give her a huge round of applause to Miss Jessica. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a panel discussion on revolutionizing warehousing in the digital age, automation for efficiency embracing.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Robin Vermaat. Most of you guys might know me. Gonna introduce my lovely panelists. I will ask Nadeem to start first and introduce him. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Robin. So my name is Nadeem Qureshi. I am the founder and CEO of BizGrow Marketing Management, which is a boutique consultancy firm based here in UAE. I've got 26 years of experience serving the logistics and shipping industry in the UAE. And I also represent LogiPoint, Saudi Arabia, which is the developer of logistics parks and zones in the kingdom. And I am their UAE representative here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Salim. I'm Regional Director for a company called Falcon Autotech. We provide intralogistics solutions. Thank you for everyone today, as well as the leadership today, and as well as this country. Salaam alaikum. Dubai is very close to my heart. I've had family here since 1949. I'm not that old. I've been working for about 16 years, primarily in robotics and warehousing automation. Graduate of Surrey University, aerospace engineering, and yeah, over to Jessica.
Hi everyone, it's such a pleasure being here with my esteemed colleague. I'm the founder and CEO of Goods to Load, which is a software designed to digitize freight forwarders that belongs to the small, medium-sized businesses, and they're still offline.
Thank you very much, guys. To kick off the questions that we will have, I would like to ask every one of you this question. What are the key trends driving automation in warehousing today? I would like to start with Umar.
Thank you, Robin. I think it's a very good question. Post-COVID, there's been a very big push on e-commerce. As much as I hate to say it, I think the Middle East, not any specific country, was slightly behind, say, on the e-commerce front. Now with clients expecting same day, next day, within 2-day deliveries, there's a whole new, different beast that you need to handle within the warehouse, which is the fulfillment side. So I would say post-COVID, a real big impact on fulfillment operations and also labor shortages. As your businesses grow and develop, and say you're investing in warehousing automation within the four walls of the warehouse. I get asked this question all the time. Maybe you're reducing your manpower or your staff. I don't think you are. I think you're actually excelling and increasing the skill force and the skills required. So because of that, you need to train the staff very quickly. So I think these are two important parameters.
Thank you for that. What is your point of view on that, Nadeem?
So I 100% agree with what Umar had to say. The pandemic definitely brought about a shift in how, in the client's expectations of when they expect to receive their goods. So definitely that was one trend. I think the pandemic also taught everybody the value of resilience and elasticity. And that has driven the warehousing industry as two primary forces. Nearshoring has come into play. And so when there is so much more focus, there's been such a great demand for warehousing space in the region. I know that very, very recently there was a report from Frank Knight where they were looking at the massive gap between what was coming in the pipeline and what was required in the market. And the reason for that is that there is a heightened demand for warehousing, and obviously a warehouse cannot be constructed in a few months. It's a 50, 100, 150, 200 million dirham facility that you build, and it takes some time building up. So the next best, or perhaps the very best alternative, is to go for automation and utilize the space, optimize the space, optimize the time. So that, I think, is one of the primary trends driving the automation drive.
That's definitely interesting, and I always think that Frank Knight has always interesting shared case studies, just to call them like that, because they are also quite informative in the market. Sorry. Jessica, what is for you currently the trends that you see?
I would say that definitely we are seeing new emerging companies moving for more sustainable impact, and I would say that they diverse with different energies asset. The data cloud collecting the performance of their own user is really important, so definitely trying to find a key to optimize the collection of these data and the warehousing management would be probably one of the most top topic in the next few years to manage.
Interesting to know. And continuing on what you just said, I would like to ask you, what the role do centralized automation solutions play in helping businesses scale, and how can they support companies in adapting the fluctuation demand?
So definitely, as we said during COVID, we faced really unpredictable events that impacted the daily lives of the user and price demands and the fluctuations of the price itself. Sorry. So I would say that in order to stay up with the expectations of our own user, we are trying to find solutions to simplify the access to the logistics service, helping all the realities to not have their margin eaten by the services of logistics, for example. It is a hard path. We are aware that digitalization is the next step for having a full system that is compliant with the expectations of the future trends like warehousing management and data cloud and IoT and blockchains and many more. Definitely fintech if we connect to the e-commerce environment. But I would say that considering that 80% of the freight forwarders company are still offline, we are trying to find a way to centralize these realities and create an access to the digital worlds and let them expand globally as well. So finding better contracts, maximizing their performance, and even their own fleet based on the type of products that they are actually willing to move all over the globe.
Nice to hear. Moving forward on that, and also a little bit of elaborating on this for the technology side, I would like to ask Nadeem, How has automation impacted warehouses in efficiency? And what are the key technologies driving this change?
Am I there? Yeah. So I think the second part of question is perhaps best answered by Umar. I'd like to take the first part of that question. And automation has definitely played a massive role in how we have utilized, as I said earlier also, how we are utilizing the available resources to us, the available warehousing space to us. Automation has also driven warehouse design for us. So as LogiPoint, we are developers of logistics parks and zones. Some of our primary products are built to suit warehousing solutions or built to demand warehousing solutions to entirely different products. But what we found was that when we go for build to suit, clients know perfectly well exactly what they want their facility to have, what kind of scalability they want to have, how do we design the facility so that it is conducive to all kinds of evolving automation over the next 10, 15, 20 years, because that's a facility that's going to serve them for that period of time. But then also for the build to demand facility, automation has driven design. So we've had to go back and work with our stakeholders to look at how do we ensure that we build a facility today that even if it is a small facility, even if it is a modular design, 500, 1,000 or 2,000 square meter warehouse, how do we ensure that when a client leases that warehouse from us on a short-term basis, they're able to bring in automation in a very seamless manner. So automation is definitely driving design for us, and the reason for that is that automation is leading to, I would say, hyper efficiency when you compare it to how warehouse management was happening 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, that is very true. Building on that forward, I would like to ask you another question. Is like, what are the fundamentals that's considering to warehousing when building automation-ready facilities?
So again, as I said earlier, first and foremost is the adaptability of the design, scalability of the design. So when you build a facility today, especially when it comes to the build-to-suit facilities, how do you ensure that, because technology is growing at such a rapid pace, what was modern a year ago is redundant today. So it is actually very difficult for us, even though we've been doing this for the last 25 years, to kind of anticipate what kind of technologies are going to come. So we've got to keep it as modern as possible and as generic and as adaptable as possible. So that's key, first and foremost.
True. Side question, do you see a lot of change then between the UAE and Saudi? Is there a lot of change in sense of the way of going ahead with kind of facility buildings like where you went?
Yes, so I wouldn't say that as because LogiPoint does not have any facilities or any plans for facilities in the UAE. LogiPoint builds in the kingdom. But having said that, UAE has traditionally led the way, especially so in the shipping and logistics industry, especially so in the supply chain industry. Saudi has had a lot of catching up to do, if I'm very, very honest.
Right.
But I'd like to add to that, though, that over the last few years, the rapid pace at which Saudi is catching up is actually mind-boggling. No idea is too big, no idea is too radical. No investment is impossible.
That is for sure true, yeah. That is for sure true.
And that is actually, I think, in a few years we'll perhaps see that gap will, if it does not altogether vanish, it will become very manageable.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Umar, I would like to ask you a question. How can companies measure the ROI of automation in their warehousing and logistics operations?
Yeah, good question again. You know, it all comes down to productivity gains as well as the cost savings you can have. So there's a very famous report in our industry when you're designing automated warehouses, around 72% of cost and wasted cost is our manpower walking around, or inaccurate or inefficient operations within the warehouse. Feasibility studies can be done, pilot studies. You don't have to spend 2, 4, 10 million straight away if you're just, you know, dabbing your feet in the water just to test what automation is like. So I think, yeah, those 2 points would be critical for me. Going in, which is what I do day in, day out, week in, week out, going into new companies, new processes, understanding the IT element, the software element, hardware, where there's space where we could utilize for automating. And, you know, a couple of questions ago you asked, Nadeem, in terms of technology, our industry really boomed, I would say, in the 50s and 60s. Although we're talking about it now and everyone can see on YouTube the fancy robots and the fancy Rubik's Cubes,
Yeah, right.
auto stores, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all looks cool, but sorry to burst anyone's bubble, it's been around for about 70, 80 years. It's just that the technology has advanced such that the IT software as well as the hardware has gone to a level where it's more readily available. You know, 50s, 60s, there was a lot of movement of pallet handling. You had stacker cranes, conveyor systems, which you still have to this day, if the operations processes are required. What we've gone into more recently, especially post-COVID, especially in this region, has been item level, unit level picking, where you cannot get it wrong. Robin wants to order his Yeezys or his iPhone from the US or from wherever. He wants to get it delivered 9 p.m. today or tomorrow 9 a.m. before he comes to the show. So that's where technology has advanced with automated storage retrieval systems, auto sorting. And yeah, the industry I've been in for the last 15 years, it's always been the forgotten field, you know, being from Pakistan and the UK, all these grey boxes driving up and down the M1. I'm sure you have it in Italy and all over the world, in Saudi. You don't really know what's going on in the grey box. But when you do go in and you understand what's going on, it's mind-blowing.
True. So, building further on that, Jessica, in the context of automatization, how crucial is data centralization and real-time analytics for optimizing warehousing operations and improving decision-making decisions?
So I would use actually our customer that at this moment are, as I said, freight forwarders. They were still offline. So at the moment that we decided to find an agreement and digitize them and integrate them on the platform, they could finally see the results of their data. And so at the same time, they were able to understand the type of product that we're welcoming. And it was a moment that you could really tell from the fluctuation of the data as well, what was the kind of fleet that they would be better to have, what kind of warehouse they would be better to have, some sort of certification in order to host the type of goods, like dangerous goods, food and beverage, constructions and raw materials. So it's really about the data again. It sounds really a cliche these days, some sort of like talking about AI, but it's true, it's concrete, it's the reality, and it's thanks to the data that you can have an inside overview about the performance of your company in a passive and active way, and take better decision for your company as well.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think data is key for any decision. Data tells you if you need to do it or not. There's no jokes around. So good points. Coming back to Umar, how close are we to fully autonomous warehouses? And what technologies are leading this movement?
Yeah, I think I partly answered that question earlier. So answering your question with what we sometimes call the big black box or fully automated, I would say right now there's probably globally 3 or 4 warehouses I can think of that are fully automated, where you can shut the door and everything is being done in sync. That being said, I think that comes with a big risk element. You've got 20, 30 million dirham, dollars, rupees of stock. Do you really want to keep that closed? And no QA, QC check is a big question mark.
Yeah, it's tricky, right?
Exactly. And also, you know, NFPA regulations out here, when it's the National Fire Protection association. You know, the UAE as well as Saudi has a heavy impact, has a heavy reliance on making sure there's not a fire in the warehouse. So I would say, as much as I am a logistician and robotics guy at heart, probably not within the next 10 to 15 years. There's a lot of positive talk in Saudi. You know, there's all these mega projects as well as projects in the UAE, other parts of, say, US where it could happen, but I don't think it will be a bread and butter warehouse for many automation companies like ours.
All right. Yeah. If I may pose a question to Umar, because this is very interesting for me. Knowing that, as you said, there are 4 or 5 facilities. Amazon have one, JD have one, and some of the leading e-commerce companies already have a fully automated facility now. So it isn't how close we are. It's a question of how quickly that will become more readily available to the lesser players, so to speak. Regulations aside, but is it right to say that in theory, the fully automated warehouse is already here?
Yeah, I would say yes. Yeah. To answer your question very quickly. One company you mentioned, the largest e-commerce player in the world, they've got 35 to 40,000 software engineers sitting in Seattle. There's a pilot which will be done next June, where they will have a profile like Robin, say living in California, and they already know what he wants to order on Thursday. Now, that's all down to AI, forecasting, modeling.
Scary also a little bit.
A bit scary, but I'm one to feel like I'm part of excelling the human race, right? So if it's helping me, then great. If it's annoying me, then hell no. I'm going to put N on that SMS or WhatsApp, and I don't want to hear. But you know, if dare I say it, there's a Halloween function coming up end of the year, and somebody's giving me some sort of a hat which they know I'm going to go to an event, then great. You know, it's not an issue. But
in that regard, yes.
Yeah, but I think this comes to also what we earlier there was a speech on AI and fintech, and I think regulation is going to be a big issue. I think moving forward, how AI is actually going to help the human race in a positive way, as opposed to just, you know, it's here, what are we doing with it? We don't really know. It's basically a couple of Excel sheets and algorithms. No, it's a lot more powerful than that. But yeah, I think answering your question, it can be done. There's a lot of technology. There's drones, which we haven't even started playing with yet. There's only a handful of companies in the Northern Americas that are looking at drone for inventory management of pallet. But when it comes to deliveries, I think we're some time away. I know in Silicon Oasis, is it? They're piloting some AMR robots. So it's coming in, but
I think also in DSO they're doing
even with Talabat.
Yeah, Talabat things, yeah.
Exactly. So, but how far away are we from that being driven down Sheikh Zayed Road?
I actually have
in a few years.
Some
over
opinions about that. So considering the core business of goods to load, definitely I would say that the education is a fundamental part for these entities to be integrated in some sort of automated solutions such as warehousing, and it's something that it's missing. So these realities have the liquidity, and they could actually approach organically the digitalizations and the automatizations and everything, but still they do believe that using file Excels is the best solutions for them because they're not being instructed differently. And so I see this approach of automations in huge enterprises, like as you mentioned, AWS and so on, but definitely there is a huge side of this business that is still lacking in an education, and I do believe that this is the only part that it's missing in, you know, to make this stack of automations and integrating the full system of the trade, the global trade.
Yeah, if I could just add, sorry, I agree with you. Within freight forwarding, I'm sure you've seen photos of warehouses where, you know, there's some guys running around with clipboards and Excel sheets, and half the time these things are not even, aligned. Secondly, other industries. So 2 weeks ago, I was invited by a realtor, real estate development company, based in the Creek area, I won't mention who, and they've got 25, 30 manual sheds, and they're looking at a huge automated facility, around 1.3 million square feet. And it's amazing that a real estate company that's doing development is going to look at B2B operations, consolidating their 40 warehouses, because, Mr. Nadeem Qureshi might be into his 24-carat door handles, and one of them is a lot of money. And if one of them goes missing, who do you hold accountable? So it's also the cross-industry movement I'm seeing, which is really incredible.
So incredible is the word. I will take what Jessica said earlier also. I think a lot of this has to be, so I'll take your point about education and change that to saying that AI, machine learning, automation, robotics, it's all here and it's all here to stay. So there is no point wasting our energy trying to stop it or to slow it down. The question has to be what Umar said earlier also. It has to be that we start anticipating where it's going and let the regulation at least stay abreast of where it's going. But it is definitely coming. And so if, for instance, if there are these facilities that Amazon has built, whether it's 35, 40,000 software engineers, just as Tesla built their cars with top-notch talent. But today you've got electric cars coming out of every nook and cranny out of China, apparently, for a lot less. So once it's been done, it's easier to replicate it. So I think it's here, it's coming, and the sooner that we get on with the plan, perhaps better for us.
Well, I totally agree on that. And on that note, I would like to make a closing question, which is for all three. For all three, which is, how do you see the current era of the warehousing for you in Saudi Arabia, but you have also a view in the UAE. Obviously for Umar, for both, because you also play a lot in Saudi Arabia. And for Jessica, for the UAE. Let's start with Jessica.
Again, I think that it's essential to start an organic approach to the digitalizations and connect systems to some SaaS solutions in order to manage the full fulfillment of the warehousing systems. I know these entities are going to create definitely some friction, as it always happens, but it's for a better and bigger goal. And in the end, I think that if these realitors are going to understand that we are actually trying to facilitate their possibility to exist in the future, then they will definitely be willing to proceed with the digitalizations, because creating frictions and, going against what it's actually the required, the must, it's just not productive for anyone else in the world and for the global trade at all. So.
Yeah, good point. Umar, your point?
I think we live in a very privileged part of the world where even the leadership, ministries, governments are very pro, moving ahead and being the first to do its kind. I've got a lot of friends outside the UAE, and dare I say it, and I don't mean to disrespect anyone, they say, oh, Dubai is copy-paste. And my response to them is, Burj Khalifa, where was that done before? And they're just stunned silence, So I think there's going to be a lot more innovative approaches, which is going to be led by, say, the governments and advisors like yourselves. Why can't an automated warehouse be circular? Why can't it be sphere-shaped? So things like this where, consultants or delegates that have been in the industry for the last 20, 30 years will just say, forget it, don't do it. I think we're going to move towards a much more innovative approach. I think it's better for the United Arab Emirates as well as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to really showcase excelling to the next step. So that's my view.
And for the sake of sustainability as well.
Sure.
For energy efficiency. Yeah.
So I would like to congratulate you, Robin, on getting a very interesting panel. I wish Barry could have joined us here today as well.
Likewise.
But why I think it's interesting is because it's so complementary. So what Jessica specializes in, for instance, developing solutions that help provide visibility and transparency to the end users, to the freight forwarders. And once that transparency comes in, once that visibility comes in, obviously that creates its own need for next level automation, which is where Umar comes in. And once there is need for that next level automation, you need the warehouse, which is where LogicPoint comes in. So from LogicPoint's point of view, we are looking at, in Saudi Arabia, we're looking at developing 1 billion riyals worth of properties in the next 3 years. And that is a conservative number. That's something that's already locked in. And we are very hopeful that there will be uncovering more opportunities as we go forward. I was there at the Global Logistics Forum last week in Riyadh, and I was blown away by the scale of it and by the energy that was there. A couple of months down the road, there's going to be the Future Minerals exhibition, which is just looking at the plans for that exhibition blows you away. So when all of that comes to fruition, there's going to be massive opportunity for everybody in this ecosystem to grow and to serve clients. And of course, we never got around to talking about ESG and sustainability, but that's such a cornerstone of everything that we do today.
It's very key. Yeah.
Robin, a question for you. Oh, sorry, a bit unannounced. How do you see the industry going in the next decade, from 2024 to say 2034?
Well, I do definitely see it as an innovation growth, right? So companies want to go, especially in the logistics and the warehousing, companies want to go digital. They want to go automated, either fully or semi-automated. And I think that in, let's say, 5 years' time, lots of the warehousing operators are going fully automated. It's just a need for them to go, because if you stay back, it's not possible. You will just be behind of everybody. So I do definitely see a growth in innovation. I do see more and more innovation, like companies like yourself, Falcon Autotech, coming up with more and more interesting opportunities and interesting robotics. So that the way forward I do see in automation. Yeah. Thank you very much for listening. I hope you all enjoyed the panel, and if there are any questions, please feel free to ask. None? Great. Then it was informative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zahoor, we kindly request you to please join us on stage to felicitate our speakers. Our moderator, Mr. Robin, and our esteemed panelist, Mr. Umar, Ms. Jessica, Mr. Nadeem, for sharing your valuable insights and perspectives on revolutionizing warehousing in the digital age. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause. Up next, we have discussion on elevating supply chain visibility from real-time insights to blockchain traceability. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mr. Shashi Kiran. Please give him a huge round of applause. To discuss on elevating supply chain visibility, our moderator, Mr. Shashi Kiran. Welcome, sir. Our panelist, Ms. Himani Kanwal. Please give her a huge round of applause. Ms. Himani Kanwal, Senior Principal Consultant, Maybach Consulting Group. Please give her a huge round of applause. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Himani. Our next panelist, Mr. Sandeep Ponappa, Managing Director of Trucker. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Sandeep, Managing Director of Truckers. Next, we have on stage Mr. Bilal Hussain Sumro. Mr. Bilal, Senior Deputy Director, Logistics Civil Aviation Authority from Pakistan. Last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to have Ms. Shalini Shukla. Next we are going to have, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shalin Shukla. Please give him a huge round of applause. Once again, we are going to have panel discussion on elevating supply chain visibility from real-time insights to blockchain traceability.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. All set?
Yes, ready to go.
I think it's a very good topic which has been chosen by CTW. I think we'll all appreciate today we have very senior most panelist members here, and we will be deep diving into various stages of blockchain, how it can help us in terms of real-time insights. I think we all agree today real-time visibility is the game changer for any organization. So according to the recent study, almost 79% of the companies have actually improved their supply chain by reinstating, real-time visibility. So that's largely to see whatever the goods which moves across the chain, whether it is a first mile, second mile, middle mile, last mile, so that they can take informed decisions to respond to all the disruption which is happening around. So that's the topic we are going to talk about it. So I have very senior most panelists here. Also we will touch base on certain digitization, which is also very important because a lot of companies are also moving currently into this direction. And obviously a lot of companies have adopted blockchain to reshape their supply chain traceability. So that's the most important aspect today. So probably I would go into seeking some clarity from the panelists. So I want to ask this question to Sandeep. How can, I'm sure you manage a quite large company with large number of fleets and large number of customers in UAE as well as in Oman. So with the real tracking, how it helps you to trust and communication between the different stakeholders, whether it can be your suppliers, whether it can be your customers.
Thanks, Shashi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. To answer your question, so again, tracking, track and trace, right? We use it very widely, right? But again, specifically answering in the context of from a context of blockchain, right? So track and trace is left probably without it. It is left to saying, okay, there is an update given at any given stage. But through blockchain, basically it fosters a lot of trust, right? Because one, so everybody has the visibility, again, according to their level of access. And second, I would say is also through the chain, right? Being able to have very clear updates, which cannot be actually, the trust factor where it comes in is, it cannot, it's immutable, right? It cannot, nobody can alter the update. So that is where, in terms of visibility, trust building happens in the whole track and trace of the supply chain, right?
I think also it strengthens our accountability. Also, it helps us to have more accurate information. Bilal, you want to add something?
Yeah, am I right? Okay. So, first of all, a very good afternoon to everybody. And I would like to start off with thanking the organizers for having me here with brilliant minds of the same industry. And on the topic of supply chain visibility, basically, I would say that in order to understand this concept more clearly, we need to divide into two segments. The customer segment, a mindset when you look at things from the perspective of a customer. And then there's another perspective of back-end operations where your manufacturers, suppliers, distributors come into action for basically fulfillment of any need that generates. So when we talk about back-end operators, the supply chain visibility maneuvers these operations to complete the supply chain process in a very systematic way so that there are no errors, breakages, there is a complete linkage of start to end process. What that does is that it eventually provides the customers, be it B2B, B2G, B2C, any form of supply chain process, it eventually aims to deliver the best available services or product to the right customer at the right time. That is the pure basics of supply chain. Whereas from a customer's perspective, this is where visibility is the most important because as a customer, I need to know exactly what is the status of my shipment, my product, when is it going to arrive, are there any delays? Because these days, customers are more and more aware of the surroundings, the technology, the blockchain, all the tools have enabled the customers into real-time tracking data, and the customer expectations are not that easy to meet these days. So that's where supply chain visibility comes in. And to put the customers at ease, to put the manufacturing at ease, and once the systematic process is achieved, everybody is eventually able to track particular things and eventually fulfillment of their needs.
So I think it's a brilliant way you presented. You talked about both the sides, the customer front as well as on the collaborative side. So I want to go back to Himani, asking probably a little bit different. How does that helps to collaborate? Collaborate between the suppliers as well as the customers to have that visibility going, and how would you mitigate those risks? Yeah. So if you can just share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Shashi. No, I think collaboration, collaboration and partnership are, two things that everybody talks about, and, it's kind of high on the agenda across corporates and organizations. And everyone is trying to do that as well. There are, of course, obvious advantages. The first one being the moment, I'm a big fan of end-to-end supply chain, and the moment you do collaboration, you are actually working across a larger chunk of supply chain than what you are doing as a standalone organization, right? You're bringing your suppliers in, you're bringing your suppliers in. So, you're actually optimizing much better. You're optimizing a larger part of your supply chain. It's getting less fragmented. So it has obvious advantages. The big advantage that I believe is the most important at this moment, where supply chain is having one of the highest volatilities in the last over 30 years, is responsiveness. So we really need to build that responsiveness, and when you have collaboration and partnership, your responsiveness goes up quite a few notches. It helps a lot in all of that. But just like everything else, it comes with its challenges. And sometimes, we say that be clear what you ask for, lest you get it. A lot of times you end up getting more than what you asked for. Accountability.
Getting lesser is a problem, right?
Lesser or more, or sometimes ignorance is bliss. It could be either ways, but you get to see so much more. It could actually lead to more challenges in terms of whose accountability it is. How do you manage this? A lot of performance issues get exposed, or at least they come out in the open than what you would have otherwise looked at. I think we talk a lot about data-driven decision making, but a lot of times this can lead to data overloads. You have so much data, you don't really know how to handle it and where to go about it. So I think organizations need to tread that path very carefully on where to partner, how to collaborate, and what works best for their supply chain. And it's always good to focus on what are the must-haves versus what are the good-to-have areas to collaborate on, and what kind of data we really need to look at that really actually helps you build your business and offer the advantage, rather than doing it just because it is another hype cycle.
Okay. Shailene, 3 decades of experience around Middle East, worked with large companies. Today you are heading up one of the largest in Saudi Arabia. Your thoughts on supplier collaboration when it is required to have visibility and traceability?
So Himani made a very nice point, that how much information is good. Do you want everything real time? Yes, if I'm getting a food delivered in 15 minutes, I want real time visibility. If the Uber is coming to me, I want the match to be made in 6 seconds as they promise, and the vehicle to arrive in less than a minute as they promise, and I want a live visibility. But if it's a container which is coming from China for 30 days, no, I do not want a live visibility. I just want exception tracking. And this is where, a lot of the service providers need to, tighten their belt and give a collaborative information, because everything moves by multiple modes, Something starts from the vendors comes to the vendor, say in China, and you've ordered something on e-commerce, a dress or something, and then it gets into a plane or a ship. Then it lands into your port, then it comes on a road, then it goes into the e-commerce warehouse. From there, depending on when you order and how you get it and what is the delivery mode, it then finally goes into that last mile and comes to you.
Correct.
So we have no clue what is happening on all these miles, except the last mile, when I suddenly get information, and you see the rudeness of this message. It will come anytime between 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Correct.
Kalas. Sit at home and wait for it.
Correct.
Otherwise, I'll throw it outside your door, whether you like it or not.
Absolutely.
And a picture taken, and that's it. So the sensitivity is that, can you not give me a, not live tracking, but give me a tracking on demand, that when I want to track it, I should be able to track it, So wherever it is getting scanned in, scanned out, where is it? And we have technologies, IoTs, GPS trackers.
Absolutely.
We have temperature monitors, for temperature sensitive products. We even have shock monitoring stickers, So I have received watches where, there was a sticker which said, I'm green, so which means this watch has not gone through a severe shock in its journey from, say, US to this place.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So there are so many collaborations which need to happen, and they're all in bits and pieces, So, like, again, an example of a cross-border truck. The guy has a SIM, till he's in UAE, you can track. The moment he crosses over to
He will not have the
Saudi,
visibility.
he's lost. Yeah. Is there a live tracking? No, there is no GPS. There is GPS, but it works in UAE, doesn't work across the Bata border. And the best way is, these guys are calling, hello, where are you, where are you? He's at place X, he says, I'm at place Y. You have no clue where he is.
Absolutely.
And is there any way this can be live tracked? There is no way, nobody is doing it. I mean, you may be bigger or the biggest, but we know the truth because we are transporting our goods and nobody is tracking these.
Yeah.
So at least get the basics right, track your ship properly. I shouldn't be, if I'm using say 10 different shipping lines, I have to go to 10 different
Absolutely.
websites and go through the red tape. Or if I'm using 10 different transporters, I have to call their guys, they will call the truckwala and
Absolutely. I
relay
think,
the message
I think
back.
most of them, Shailen,
Let's do the basics right first and collaborate across the modes to give a consolidated information on demand to the customer.
Absolutely. I think most of us, we deal with the day-to-day operations because we are on the ground. We know exactly what happens, where the items are, when it is to be delivered. So traceability is a very, very important objective of the organization or objective of the department to make sure that, it's on the shelf so the customer walks in and he can buy it. So I just want to move on to a little bit of accountability. Supply chain today is more accountable for lots of things, right? So I think the buzzword in the last 4 or 5 years, we are talking about sustainability, right? So sustainable practices, sustainable packaging, sustainable, transportation. So there are various ways where, these are being done. Obviously, even blockchain is helping to help us to do some sort of ethical sourcing. Those are all involved. So, Sandeep, what do you think about, these concepts? Have Trucker has come across, have implemented any of this? So, if you can just share your thoughts.
We have not, but we have customers who work on the blockchain, right? The complexity and it's been, blockchain, maybe the larger organizations have adapted and the smaller are still, it's a concept for many of them and some of them are trying to piggyback on what has already been adapted by certain people, right? Especially in the food chain. At least there are from the source or from the farm to the store, right? So there are companies which have the data. The beauty is that you can, the right stakeholders can access the data and give the visibility, right? So not really, you don't, we might not have to actually have implemented or invested in the system itself, but there are ledgers, there are transactions, there are the whole trace of the different sequence of events which is available, right? So yeah, we fall back to information, right? Especially I think like where there's a monetary connect, right? For example, customs, those kind of areas where the money bit in terms of where you can set up certain triggers to be able to payments to happen, right? For example, it's cleared X 1, 2, 3 criteria is fulfilled, all the document, all the measures, all the numbers are matching, paperless transaction. So that adaptation is happening somewhere indirectly. We are utilizing them, right, without not really implementing, right? But we see areas where it is really being right. There are quite a few case studies of how people have used it and are adapting it very well, right? Giving visibility right up to the end consumer, basically.
Add
just
few things?
just a few points in this. See, when we talk about blockchain, we need to realize that blockchain is live, it's real time, it's here and it's here to stay, right? So the problem is integrating blockchain into the supply chain management process for the real time, again, as we have repeatedly said, for the visibility, for the real time data applications. The problem that we will face from, specifically if I come, because my experience is more public sector oriented. So when we talk about public sector procurement, your end customer is basically the larger interest of the public, right? and then there are states are involved. So the problem with the blockchain and its applications is how much information do you actually want to give out? Because blockchain is immutable. Once an information is there, it's there. Nobody can take it down, nobody can alter it. So that is one of the areas that needs to be addressed. The other one is just rightfully said. I would, in my personal experience, the main problem between supply chain operation, blockchain, AI, any of the things that we can discuss all day, is the process of getting a product across the border. The cross-cultural, the cross-border commerce that we can call it, the customs, regulations, the port formalities. We, as of right now, don't have a system, a global system, which could tell you, for example, if you want to ship a product from Dubai to Spain, let's say, there is no particular system in existence right now that would tell you exactly what do you need to fulfill, as rightly said, what are the check boxes that you need to fulfill in order for your product to get rightly into Spain. So that is the main area. If it can be addressed through the applications of blockchain, very good. Otherwise, it's something that needs to be explored.
Yeah. Thank you, Bilal. So lot of companies have huge hurdle of implementing blockchain or traceability, because even companies who work across the borders, across many territories. So from your experience, Himani, how those tools can help the system, and how do you go about it mainly?
Yeah. So, Shashi, I am a big proponent of a three or tripod approach for anything, especially tech-driven. So the three tripods are, the first one is technology, of course, which we're talking about right now, what technology we are using and how we are implementing it. The second is fundamental processes. These processes are actually the hotbed of, all of the action that needs to be taking place. And the third is the people aspect, the talent and the skill aspect. And I believe that a lot of times organizations focus on only one or two of these. And if they don't look at all of these three, the chances are that they would not make it a success. We were going through a McKinsey study sometime back, and they were saying that while 8 out of 10 global organizations are actually looking at doing digital transformation, only 30% of them are actually getting returns on the investment that they had in their original business case. And one of the big reasons for this is because they're looking at digital transformation as just putting, let's say, a blockchain, a CapEx-heavy investment, without looking at the fundamental processes or the talent and the skill to run through that. So I think that's where my suggestion would be that, when you look at this, you have to look at all of these, and they have to go in tandem. Otherwise, the tripod would be imbalanced, and the picture will not be nice.
Himani, that's a brilliant way of putting it across, how companies has to take forward any business case or implementation strategies. Shailen, I want to add some, I want to ask you, I'm sure you might have done quite a lot of implementation in the past companies. So can you share your thoughts, how big the hurdle is?
I think we should look at the low-hanging fruits, and blockchain I've not seen too many use cases in our day-to-day life, but AI is there everywhere. So I think AI is the low-hanging fruit which we can adopt, because most of these softwares which come to us, they have AI and ML integrated in the background. I'll give you an example of that. We are implementing a WMS and a TMS in our company, and the TMS comes with a predictive analysis. Once you run a route just 10 times, it can identify the traffic patterns, it can identify the number of stops you take, it can identify the number of lunch breaks or the tea breaks that your drivers are taking, and then basis that it optimizes. So while the earlier algorithm was to look at the traffic density and just do a custom sort of routing for you, and you were not able to achieve it because Carrefour has a different unloading time, Lulu has a different unloading time, and particular drivers are slower than the others, and some drivers are faster than the others. So it studies the individual pattern. So I think AI is the lowest hanging fruit, because you have to do nothing. Whatever you are implementing, most of the softwares have this thing built in the background, and you get to leverage that just by implementing these softwares. Even in the WMS, one of the features they were saying that they do the mental mapping of ABC analysis.
Absolutely.
And at some point in time when the A category goods are coming, they get stored at a closer location for a faster pickup, for which you don't have to apply your mind, the software does it.
It's already available. It's already available.
So I think AI is the
Absolutely.
best and the low-hanging fruit as of now.
Anyone has any questions to the panel members? Before we close down, I think we are up to the time.
They have a question.
No, I think they'll be asking you.
You asked the question, so we need to answer. Correct, Amani? Yes.
Hi everyone. My name is Jessica from Goods to Load. I enjoy the panel so much. I think it's really actual and very on point with the trends that actually everyone is talking about. But I wanted to understand, since we spoke a lot about what enterprises are doing, like AWS, automations, and AI, blockchain, how would you talk about digitalizations to that target of logistic companies that are still too small to be considered enterprises, but they want to approach that field as well? And specifically regarding warehousing automatizations and digital, like blockchain traceability as well, how would you talk about like cultural assets, for example, what is happening in Saudi? We all know that all the truck drivers still work with cash, so it's also not an easy topic to talk about. Any insights about that?
So I want Sandeep to take it because
So-
he run a large of companies, trucks in this region.
So in general, I'll answer the last point first, right? So one thing, as a trucker, as one of the largest trucking aggregator, how are we trying to solve it is again, trying to go as much cashless, right? Or digitize the entire payment system. Actually, in UAE, we have partnered with a company called Moxie, which basically is purely for trucking sector, right? So the whole point is for somebody to have a bank account or even a card, debit card, right? To be able to transact without cash. You need the entire KYC document and stuff. So the bank, so the company is tied up with United Arab Bank. So the KYC of the Moxie platform is good enough for them to get a card for within a week's time, right? And then there is no cash. The owner of the truck or even the consignee or the shipper can transfer money to the platform without actually handling cash, right? And that is, again, it allows them to transact. It allows the driver also to see what is the receipt, how much. They have an app where they can use it and use it for doing as much transactions. They can use it as like a debit card, right? Either in an ATM or go to a store, buy stuff. There's a lot more. But coming specifically again, similarly, how much of things like the cash handling was one which I referred. Similarly, Shailen said something very valid, right? While we are using a lot of different systems and ways to track and trace, again, we have similar problems in terms of traceability. The fundamental still is across the border. There are glitches, there are setbacks, but it's constantly evolving, right? It is like there's a learning. There was a setback. I think that's where supply chain is evolving or constantly learning. Again, bringing everything back. There is a machine learning which happens, right? Then the amount of data which you use then to be able to circumnavigate or eliminate that or mitigate that challenge, then of course there is a new challenge which keeps coming up, but constantly the use of different technology, it could be AI, it could be, we are talking about blockchain. Blockchain is more, for me, is a place where you can have very entire ledger of transactions, which anybody can access, the right people can access with absolute trust, right? So there are so many ways you have to bring in technology to be able to run it, right? But one example, like you said, the trucking thing. So I was able to specifically say how digitization or technology is solving that space. So hope I've answered. Or Shashi, if you want to add to anything.
Thank you. I think, thank you guys. It was an amazing to host these 4 members. I'm proud and I want to thank CTW for inviting me for this event. And once again, it's an evolving situation as we speak. Blockchain is also evolving. We are evolving and supply chain is evolving. Thank you so much and much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, Shashi. Thanks a lot.
I would request our speakers to please stay back. May I kindly request Mr. Zahoor Ahmed to step forward and extend our appreciation by honoring our esteemed speakers with a token of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are going to have MOU signing between MIE and Raj Group of Companies. For that, I would like to call on stage once again Mr. Zahoor Ahmed. Please give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Zahoor Ahmed, along with him, Dr. Mustafa Sasha. Please give him a huge round of applause. Yes, we are going to have MOU signing between MIE and Raj Group of Companies. We will now move on to keynote session on supply chain and logistics. Ready, set, Digital led by Ms. Umang Khan. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Umang Khan to commence with the session.
Let's start with this. I'm comfortable because I'm not very good at this. Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Umang Khan. I'm an associate partner with Supply Chain Talks. It's a consultancy which specializes in end-to-end supply chain transformation. Basically, as a consultancy, sorry, cannot hear me? Okay, let me try this. Can you hear me now? Okay, so Umang Khan, associate partner in Supply Chain Talks. We are a consultancy which specializes in end-to-end supply chain transformation. Basically, the work we do is we optimize workflows, we streamline processes, and we are partnered with a lot of Gartner-approved firms which provide digital solutions to your doorstep. And we have delivered some fantastic results across Middle East, Pakistan, across all areas of supply chain. Little bit about myself. I have about 18 years of supply chain experience. Started my career with pharmaceutical, GlaxoSmithKline. Then from there on, spent about a decade with Procter & Gamble. And I was fortunate enough to practically work in all areas of supply chain. Excuse me? I will do it. Don't worry about it. I was fortunate enough to work across all areas of supply chain. And P&G also made me a seasoned project manager. I was able to do a lot of digital implementations there, WMS, TMS, OMS, even a few ERP in Pakistan as well as Middle East. So after spending about 10 years there, I alternated my career between consultancy and corporate roles. And to be honest, I was lucky enough when CTW invited me and they let me pick a topic of my choice. So when I talk about Ready, Set, Digital today, it's something which is very close to my heart, something which I preach literally to my clients on a daily basis, and something which is not just, the content is not about the importance of digitization in any industry or in supply chain industry. The content is more about what can we do, how can we equip ourselves to be better prepared for digitization or any kind of digital transformation. So, Ready, Set, Digital. Now moving on, the first slide. Okay, so this is something which is in our subconsciousness already, but I wanted to just summarize this all in one slide. The transformation, the digital transformation is very apparent across all macro factors. I mean, if I start with economical, Amazon started this e-commerce, but from there on it became a boom. There is online shopping, e-commerce became quick commerce. Mostly when COVID time came, in 20-25 minutes, you will have all the things that you need at your doorstep. From there came gig economy, where, if you don't have, you can be a freelancer, you can find online work, a side hustle, an Uber driver, make yourself more comfortable, yourself more comfortable in terms of living by earning a few extra. And this is all thanks to digitization. Then on the technological side, companies do not really have to invest thousands of dollars anymore in heavy infrastructure just to scale themselves. There's cloud computing, AWS, there's so many of them, and this is so amazing. A few years back, we couldn't have even thought about this, that without heavy infrastructure, without heavily investing, we could scale on like this. And then even customer service. Honestly, I have a do-sim. I order from Talabat, I order from Kareem sometimes. All of them have chatbots. There used to be an army of customer service people trying to make the customer happy. No more. You just speak to a chatbot. And this is the amazement digital transformation has brought. Similarly, environment, there's smart grids, electricity demand supply you can manage, smart traffic management systems, carbon footprinting. On social media, I don't even need to say anything, I mean, very apparent, but I will talk about telemedicine. The wonders of it. You know, you don't have to go to the hospital and sit there for 3 hours. You can have a consultation right there, sitting at your home, and a drone or a telebot is going to come and deliver your medicine. I mean, how easy can it get for us, to be honest? So, point established, digital transformation is there. But still, we as supply chain, a very, very conservative industry, still huge multinationals are using Excel sheets with their army of planners, and they're happy. They're happy, and they're doing a good job. They're doing a good job in the sense that some of them have pioneered some great stuff in logistics and supply chain. So the question, why go for supply chain digitization? And we had panel discussion. Some of them had given extremely good insights, very good experiences. Why does any company wants to invest in anything to begin with? It's greener bottom line. But the thing with supply chain is, it's such a number-driven industry. If you are not interested in Excel sheets, if you are not a number-driven person, I think you should think about moving your career. Because Excel sheet is our bread and butter in supply chain. If you're not comfortable with that, please move on. So, such a data-driven field, from the basic planner or basic warehouse technician to the higher management, everyone's working on Excel sheets, and a little bit of human error can have such a multiplier effect on your supply chain that it will cost you huge in terms of either out of stocks or complete unavailability towards a customer, or some huge transportation cost in the end, air freight. There is so much to it. So when you go for digitization, your decision making becomes extremely data driven. Not only that you have the history and the data to make better decisions, but I feel supply chain digitization kind of elevates your position. Because before, you're sitting, data punching, you're making decisions. Now the system is giving you options. You want to do this or you want to do that? I already did the analysis for you, you decide. Or the system is saying you, hi, alert, this is not going to be available, this is getting late, what do you want to do about it? You know, it kind of elevates your position, it kind of upskills you in a way that we had never thought before. And at the same time, it gives you real-time visibility. We had a whole panel discussion, I'm not going to even talk about that anymore. And with great data-driven decision-making and visibility, of course comes cost reduction, because your systems become extremely efficient, and efficiency reduces the cost. And with all of that, you're more agile, you're more responsive, and this is what the world is going towards. As much responsive you are towards your customer, that's become one of the key measures of success. So, just 1 second, guys, I need some water. So, while we talk about supply chain digitization and we said that it's so much needed, let's all admit these projects literally suck the blood out of you, and change fatigue is real. It's exhausting, these projects. You have a project manager who does not sleep for months when this happens. And these are some very well-reputed companies who have who have done these studies and said, for example, McKinsey says about 70% of digital transformation initiatives still fail. You know, Himani, she was talking about, I think, Prosky, where she said change initiatives fail due to employee disengagement and change fatigue. Then, World Economic Forum, they said people feel that they're not adequately prepared. They do not have the right skill set when the digital transformation came. So change fatigue is very real. And today, when I talk about this topic, the key here is I'm not going to say do the transformation or not do the transformation. I'm saying with my years of experience in consultancy, in corporate roles, in both of them, doing these digital initiatives, this is my learning. And these are the things I feel companies as a general are lacking when it comes to transformation. And if you get these right, the journey is going to be rigorous. This is hard, but it's going to be exciting. There's going to be little successes. 1 year down the road, when you look back, you're going to appreciate that you have come a long way. That's all the point I'm trying to say. First of all, we will start with number one. Transformation is iterative. I've had project managers, team members, managers, top management coming to me and say, as a consultant and when I was doing projects in the corporate, only 2 months to go, then we are done. Only 2 months to go, then we start. That should be your mentality. Because you're talking about a lifetime change here. You know, you don't get married and after a week you say, okay, bye-bye, I'm going for a 1 year break now. This is when you start your new life. This is a new beginning for you. Transformation is iterative. It's a continuous process. I bought an Apple Watch a few years back. Not from day one did I know what advantages did it have. Slowly I learned. I can pay with my Apple Watch. I can receive calls. I can set up meetings. I can ask for it for me to, give directions while I'm driving. This is a continuous process. And it goes on. With time, you learn how to effectively utilize your system. Then, the first four. First of all, inclusive communication. Okay, I think they're using the old, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. So, inclusive communication strategy. I feel this is how a transformation initiative begins. Somebody in the board or in the leadership decides that they need to go digital, and then one day you come to office and a memo is at your desk or your manager calls you and tells you, for your information, SAP APO is coming. Or we are going to have a WMS good news. This cannot work. It cannot be a top-down communication and strategy. It needs to be all-inclusive. The assessment needs to come from bottom up. The people who are the technicians, the supervisors, the planners are actually the people who work day in, day out, who know the complexities, who know the bottlenecks, and who know the reality of the situation. If they assess, they can actually tell you that these are the problems we face, and this is the kind of system we need. And that's what you need in the system, and all-inclusive communication and strategy. Then, as a corporate world, this is how we are organized into departments. And departments somehow become your holy grail, which means there's this silo mentality where I've had experiences where one department has a report and they are unwilling to share it with, for example, supply chain doesn't want to share your data with finance, marketing doesn't want to show their data to supply chain. That's very silo mentality, and honestly, it is not gonna work when you go digital. Why? Because you're working with one set of, previously in legacy systems, you have multiple sets of data, one for finance, one for supply chain, one for marketing. Doesn't work like that in a digital transformation. You will have one set of data, the same set of data you are taking as an input, processing it, and giving it as an output to another department. So this is, from a structure, this is a cultural shift. You have to bring about a mindset change in order to go for a transformation. And then, and Himani said this, so I want to talk about this. A lot of companies, most of the initiatives, to be, statistically correct, Economic Forum said that 54% of the initiatives fail because employees feel they were not adequately prepared for it, which means they felt they had a skill gap and the company did not address the need to close the skill gap. I'm saying when you want to go digital, you say, let's hire a person who has done SAP APO, or let's hire a person who's done this WMS. What about teach your employees, because they already have a database of 3 to 5 years of working and all the complexities and all the scenarios, that happen in your organization. How about upskilling them and coming up with something like your own AI, within the mind of that person? So what I'm saying is, hiring a new resource just because he's good in Excel or has done SAP before or has done a certain TMS before doesn't do the work, because he's lacking the basic knowledge of how your company, its processes work, what are the complexities, what are the strategies you've been using. Using your own resource and optimizing that resource, upskilling them is the answer to solving and having a successful transformation process. And digital solution partners also sometimes are selling this, that have our system, from 5 planners, it will come down to 1 planner. This is a recipe for disaster, because you are basically committing suicide. You're going to cut down all your employees. There is one person whose the entire project depends on his shoulder, and the entire department is dependent on him. And then he's clueless. Something happens to him, the whole project goes down the drain. Something happens to him, the whole process goes down the drain. So I'm saying, okay, maybe downsizing could be used at some point in future as a cost reduction strategy, even though I'm not in favor of it. I think we should work on optimizing our resources. Like I said, elevate. Your basic technician, your basic planner, who was not able to take those decisions earlier, can elevate himself. As a result, the middle management can elevate himself and focus on the things which will reduce the firefighting. As a result, your department head can focus on things which can bring more collaboration in the value chain. So this is a multiplier effect, and optimizing your resources can really help you with that. And lastly, and most importantly, it's not visible due to the chairs, aggressive deadlines don't work. Delivering a project in 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 3 months, 4 months, no. This is the biggest hindrance to strategic planning. When you are willing to do a lifelong change, you need to sit down, you need to plan for it, you need to prepare for it, you need to train your people for it, and then you said, I'm ready to do this. So I'm a bit of a, I keep my fitness in check, let's say. Before I go for a gym session, or before any one of you go for a gym session, and usually a gym session lasts about 30 to 45 minutes for an average person, what do? You wear the right clothing, right shoes, drink enough water, not go full stomach. Then once you're in the gym, you want to know which muscles group I'm going to work at today, which technique am I going to use, if I'm going to use the machine, which will be my right posture, what is the right weight for me. After that, you have to stretch. After the entire workout, you need to eat enough protein for recovery. There is so much preparation that goes in a 30 to 45-minute gym session. We are talking about a lifetime change of digital transformation, and you want to deliver it in 3 to 4 months. That says a lot about why digital transformation initiatives fail. So, what I have done here is basically, I have divided the presentation, my digital transformation into 3 different, and this is just 3-4 slides now, into 3 different phases. There is ready, set, and go. In the ready phase, I'm saying, and these are basically, it's kind of a checklist I have developed through my experiences of consultancy and corporate. So in the ready phase, I'm saying, you go for a holistic engagement. Do not do top-down communication, and do not decide on your own that this system needs to come. Engage your employees. Do not make a project team with 5 people and a project manager who's going to come 2 weeks before the go live and tell you, okay, system is about to come, let me train you for that. No, that is not going to work. You have to engage the stakeholders, all of them, the ones who are doing the work, the one who are going to receive your output, the one whom you're receiving the input from, and that is the approach that can work. Once everyone knows what is coming, not that a system is coming, what exactly is coming, what will be the intricacies of it, only then your system can, you have to embrace it and accept it, that this is going to be there, so I need to involve everyone. And ready is the phase when you do the discovery, it's window shopping. Okay, what do we do in window shopping? We look and we see, we don't purchase. So when you're doing window shopping, I want to go for system A, system B, system C, or system D. Include everyone in your, include everyone who is doing the job. However lower his level is, however middle his level is, he needs to be included. Typically, I've seen the project manager sits with the department head and somebody in the leadership, they choose what to select. In my auditing experience and consultancy, I have been at the plant talking to the machine operator, and he tells me a process where the one-up supervisor is even surprised to know. Wow, is it like this now? Yes, because the person who's doing the job at hand is the one who exactly knows what goes on. So all I'm saying is, in a collaborative discovery, you have to make sure everybody is involved. And before you go for any of that, you need to define a future state. And that means that whatever your supply chain processes are today, whatever of them are today, you need to streamline it. You need to fix your house, you need to clean up, you need to remove all the garbage before you can think about going one step further. I cannot have a floor storage in my warehouse and think about going to robotics, right? It has to be step by step. It's a ladder. I need to go, and it's a step-by-step process. And for that, I believe if you want to do digital transformation, the first step for you is to fix your own house, which means streamline your processes, optimize your workplace, ensure your team has the right skill set, and then you go for a tool. So that's my ready phase. In the set phase, I'm saying, you have decided a software, this is the digital solution for me, this is the time to show everyone the demos. Don't go for 1, 2, 3 demos. Why? Go for as many demos as you want. I have seen people come in demo and they take it as some kind of breather. That, okay, from one meeting to another, there's a demo meeting, I'm going to relax. Now, this is not your time to relax. This is your time to understand what the system can offer you. And only by diving deep into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, take as many demo sessions as you can, understand every complexity of the system before you decide that now I'm ready to implement. And then try before you buy. A lot of companies all of companies offer this. You can have a trial period free of cost, 1 month, live data, live environment, and you can run the system to see what could go wrong. And after that 1 month or 2 month period, you can step back and say, oh, you know what, it doesn't work for me. And that's free of cost, provided by all digital solution providers. So why not choose that? Don't think this is a waste of time, another 2 months added to my project timeline. No, this is the best utilization of time you could ever do on a digital transformation product. And then in set, you need to have a daily plan. October 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the things, this is my task list. If it doesn't work, I'm going to do this. I will have a ready to roll backup. Have a 20% cushion in your, have a detailed CPS, 20% cushion, and backup resources and a backup plan. Every strategy you make in your digital transformation project plan needs to have a backup plan ready, because things are inevitably going to go wrong. It's not going to be easy, there is no doubt on that. And then, Usain Bolt. When you finally welcome to digital, you have a plan now, you have a system, you have done your demos, you have done the try before you buy on the live environment. Establish a leadership. Have a project lead who's dedicated to it, have a sponsor, have a team, have a shadow team who's going to be there in case the backup, in case the key team members are not there, and involve everyone. Embrace the concept that this is a new way of life. is going to have its challenges. It's a new opportunity, and it is a new beginning, so things are going to be different now. Engage and enable. Foster a culture of support, which means people should not be afraid to say, oh my God, this is going to get delayed. I'm going to be in trouble. Let's just sit on it. No. Let people give the confidence that they can talk it out, they can ask for support when needed, and nothing in a project, nothing. I'm a project manager for 12 years. I can tell you, nothing is a small issue. A small issue can become bigger if you sit on it for 10 days. It will cause your whole project to crack down. So engage and enable and escalate everything that happens. You need to document it. You need to train your people, train to the point that it is, even in their dreams, they know how to do this work. You know, you have to make sure they are very prepared and skilled for it. And again, due to the chairs, as you cannot see, there is plan. You need to have a very detailed CPS. Prepare. There is no need to have red and blue balloons and a celebrity cake on the day of go live. Instead, you can go for a soft launch, and you can celebrate 3 months into when the project becomes a real success. You know, usually companies spend a lot of time and money celebrating the go live. 10 days later, everyone's getting bashed at what happened at go live. There is no need to that. Prepare for a soft launch. Have your backup resources ready. This is the time to deliver. This is the time to work. Celebration can wait. And monitor. The first day 1 to day 90 of your project plan is the key. You need to monitor the progress. You need to see what are the failures. You need to find a way to work around that failures and document those learnings, so in future, when you look back, you know that this is the solution to it. Now, there is a reason why I put Usain Bolt in the Welcome to Digital side. It's not because he's the fastest man in the world. Of course, I'm not aspiring you to come to that level. The reason is his mindset. Like I said, digital transformation is all about a mindset shift. This guy, this is what he says: they're better starters than me, but I'm a strong finisher. Everybody, when they are given something new, they start strong. What matters is if you finish stronger or not. The people who win, who have that mindset of achieving something, or the ones who are the winners, are the ones who are strong finishers. So I think it's his mindset, or it is our mindset, the morale that we need to keep up. And the previous strategies that I told you about are the ones which are going to keep you, your teams, and your entire organization's morale up to the level that they can do a strong finish. And my last slide, I want to say this. Look, this is not easy. I'm very passionate about digital transformation and about streamlined processes and these projects. I love this work. But this is not an easy task. This is a challenge every single day. It can be extremely exhausting. I'm a mother of 2, 5-year-old and a 12-year-old. And until the day I decided and realized that I'm going to take one day at a time with them, I got my sanity back again. So what I'm trying to say is, take it one day at a time in all the projects that you're doing. Take a breather for yourself. Every day there is a little mini success or a little tick that you're able to achieve. Cherish that. And every day there's going to be few challenges. It's always like this. Little success, few challenges. Little success, few challenges. Until the day it becomes smoother and smoother and smoother. It's not going to be day 1. It's not going to be day 90. It's not going to be probably day 150 either. But it's going to come. And when it comes, it's going to be a success story. This I can guarantee you. I've done enough transformations in my 16, 18 years of supply chain career to know that when it becomes a success story, you look back and you are proud of yourself. And you are proud of the fact that you are part of the journey. So here goes my last slide. The time to relax is when you don't have the time for it. Thank you so much. Thank you so
so much, Ms. Human Khan, for the insightful keynote session. Mr. Zahoor Ahmed, we kindly invite you once again to the stage to honor our speaker. Now we move on to our next session based on artificial intelligence. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Baha Hamdi, founder and managing director of Keel Comms. Our moderator, Mr. Baha Hamdi. Next, I am going to call on stage our panelist, Mr. Tiago Ferreira, founder and managing director of North Star Strategies. Mr. Tiago. Next, we are going to have on stage Mr. Sami Maula, founder and CEO of CEEN Marketing. Mr. Sami Maula. Our next panelist, Mr. Ehsan Memon, CEO of Ekel AI. Mr. Ehsan. Our panel discussion on the future of AI, trends and predictions.
Everyone, and thank you for joining us here today. This panel is exciting to me personally, and to many of you, I suppose. AI is rapidly transforming industries, reshaping how we live, work, and interact with the world around us. But as we look ahead, the real question is, where is AI taking us next? It's my pleasure to be joined today by an incredible lineup of experts who will dive into the latest trends, breakthroughs, and give a few predictions about what lies ahead. So let's get started with Tiago Ferreira, who is a former federal agent with the Australian Federal Police and Interpol. He has over 2 decades of experience in crime prevention, focusing on cybercrime, counterterrorism, and financial crime. Tiago leads digital transformation for safe cities globally, integrating AI trends in support of law enforcement and industry. Tiago, what role do you see predictive policing algorithms playing in the future, and how can we address concerns about bias in this regard?
So what I'd like to start off with is the fact of the misconception about predictive policing. It's dangerous and it's unethical. Predictive policing, when it comes to if a human cannot predict the behavior of another person with 100% accuracy, how can a machine? So what law enforcement are actually doing is they're focusing on technology that does forecasting, risk management and matrices, and proactive intelligence-led analysis. Why is this better? Because a human makes the decision. Now, there was a case in America where judges were using predictive programs to assist with sentencing people to jail, and some of these people challenged that. And when it came to try to discover, you know, how did you come up with a decision of why I'm serving so much time in jail, they weren't able to get an answer with the investigation. Now, a lot of the vendors were saying it's because of intellectual property and methodology and so forth. But the thing is, that's unethical. So ethics is about the accountability and transparency of a decision that is being made by a human, not by a machine.
Now turning to Ahsan, who heads one of the earliest AI first companies in the generative AI ecosystem. He's helped over 40 startups get their products out the door and helped raise over $40 million in seed capital. Ahsan, how do you see AI technology evolving over the next 5 to 10 years?
Hello. Okay. So yeah, that's a very interesting question because there's a lot of conversation that's happening around how AI can be more dangerous or how AI can be more helpful in making us more productive beings. So, and the answer is really simple. The future of AI lies with productivity. It doesn't lie with independence. As Mr. Tiago mentioned, I mean, there are certain very sensitive use cases that, I mean, the laws are made in a way that they are, if there's 100 people being convicted of a crime and they should rightfully be jailed, if there's only one innocent person there, you should declare everyone else innocent as well. And that's why I think the future of AI really, on the mass adoption scale, is more towards it being an assistant, and an assistant that makes you more productive. And we've seen, like, according to I think a McKinsey report from 2021, people are 28% more productive in the 4 major industries that the AI is impacting, that the AI has impacted these days. That is where the future lies for AI. The bigger question, I think, would be that is it the general industry that we're talking about that it helps people? Because there's like 28%. I've seen coders become more, I mean, personally, we are helping a particular bank, a large-scale bank, where coders are 60% more efficient. That means there are some other people, there are some other segments of the industry that are far less more productive than the 28% in order for us to get to the average of 28%. So the bigger question is whether AI is helping particular departments which are non-sensitive, or the sensitive departments and it has a more generic effect. And the answer, I believe, in my opinion, would be in the next 15 or 20 years, AI's major challenge that it will overcome to become a globally available technology is to integrate itself with the most critical of the departments in a safe and an unbiased way, and that's the future of AI.
You mentioned 4 industries, which are the main ones for AI. Which ones are they? Banking.
So to start with, it's the fintech, and then there's edutech, and then there are healthcare tech, and then there's the consumer commercial industry. Yeah.
Sami, in your line of work, you've integrated engineering, sales and marketing, training, coaching, and business development skills all in one, and that is to foster creativity and efficiency. How is AI currently changing marketing strategies, especially in customer engagement and personalization?
Well, we're lucky to have AI in the marketing field, which is one of the most fields are being impacted by AI at the moment. Because we used to have data from the tools that we use, but we did not have the recommendation that human beings should read the data, to be able to read the data, and later on to have marketing decisions. That's the first thing. Second thing is, now because it's more accurate, because AI can understand the data, it can recommend things to you, just like your Netflix, for example. Maybe your browser is totally different than my browser in Netflix. How does Netflix knows that? Because of your usage, because your preferences. Just like any other applications, like let's say for Spotify, it can know what kind of music you like and it can recommend based on that. That's where AI comes in to make your life easier. So it's more engaging, it's more precise for you as a user. That's the first thing. Second thing is what about the chatbots? In the previous days, the chatbots were, just like multiple choices. You open the chatbot, it gives you certain actions to select on. Now it can actually talk to you, and that's going to make your life easier. Instead of trying to find their number and ignoring the chatbot and calling the company, now you can depend on the chatbot itself. It can reply to you, and that can make the customer engagement very easy, more precise, more timely, and that will free up some resources in the company, but it will also raise up the engagement between the customer and the commercial side of it.
It obviously raises questions about privacy as well, but we'll come back to that later. Back to you, Tiago. In the introduction, we mentioned that you've built safe cities. We've all heard of smart cities, right? And I think Dubai is one of them, but what is a safe city?
So a smart city is about aggregating information for the purposes of making that city more efficient. And that's using technologies such as a command center, AI, traffic management, CCTV analytics, and other surveillance tools. So in other words, a big brother. A safe city utilizes all those technologies as well, but it has a separate element, and its focus is improving the quality of life of the people in that city. So it's a big mother.
That's nice. Okay, we have the whole family here then. I'm going to do a set of rapid-fire questions about the future of AI to hear different perspectives, and then maybe we can open the floor for Q&As. Ahsan, what areas of AI research and development excite you the most for the future?
Multimodal. So AI is very limited today. It's limited by the way it communicates. It's text. People don't even use text a lot these days. It's the world we're living in is multidimensional with regards to communication. So I think AI being understanding every aspect of life that includes how we see each other, the feel of it. I mean, AI is not able to do that today. The video of it, which is like the live view of it, that's I think the most exciting part that will generate another wave that we've recently seen. That wave will feel like infinitesimally small compared to the multimodal AI wave that is yet to come.
Sami, we talked about personalization and marketing strategies. How do you foresee AI shaping the future of the marketing industry overall in the next decade, let's say?
Well, at the moment, it already shaped a lot of marketing activities. For example, if you have a podcast to edit, you used to have someone to edit the podcast for 3 hours. Now AI can do that in 5 minutes, so you saved your time and effort. But in the future, I can see, for example, if you go to e-com website, it can understand you based on previous purchases. It can recommend to you the products. It can recommend to you. It can predict what customers are going to buy in the future. So it can predict the trends. And also, I can see that it can shape. It can have a different browser than you. So we can have different browsers because maybe you like color blue. I like color black. Mine will be black. My tone will be more friendly. Maybe your tone will be more formal. So depending on our usages, it will be different from one another. That's what I can see in the future.
Sorry, Tiago, given your experience with regulatory environments in different countries, what do you believe are the most effective regulatory measures against fintech scams and fraud?
When it comes to scams, fraud, it's all based on human nature. And so everyone thinks that they need to apply technologies to this. This is dealing with social engineering. So I see this as a community responsibility. There needs to be campaigning, awareness, it needs to be education. Different cultures have different ways of doing things. They're easily more scammed if it's romance scam as opposed to another country where it's utility scam, or it could be an investment scam. So what is that culture? What are the campaigns that will work for changing the mindset and bringing awareness to people? Then you apply the technology. So social engineering is what criminals will use AI to tackle and to attack, but it's about the campaigning, and the regulatory bodies and regulations need to match what is that culture and to be able to change the people's mindset so that they're not vulnerable to these attacks.
It's both about like spreading awareness and regulatory measures in place.
That's right.
Okay, now that we've heard from our panelists, it's time to open the floor for all of you to ask questions if you wish. Who would like to kick things off? Anyone has a question for our panelists?
Hi, thank you so much. This was very informative. I'm a young person who's working in AI ethics, and some of the things that we're concerned about that we don't know a lot of information about would be how does the predictability model affect like the ideas of free will? For example, you know, if you're constantly given one predictive model and you're given that same suggestion, what does that make the future of society and how one thinks, you know? Do you even have that free will to make different decisions because you're constantly given what it's predicted? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Who would like to take this question? I think
I can take this.
Yeah.
So, freedom. I think freedom is it's really subjective in a way that you have to be able to make your own decisions. That's what's freedom. Now, a normal human being makes decisions based on the data that has been provided with, and as long as you're being fed the right data, you are free. And as long as you're not victimized by being provided scammy data, by biased data, willingly, you should be able to make those decisions independently with the independent assessment. So I think in the future, or even today, we're really being fed data all the time. It comes from Netflix being recommending movies to you, and while to you being presented with the next best thing you should buy on Amazon, for example. As long as that is personalized and good for you, you don't feel suffocated, right? So I think it's about the regulations, where I believe Thiago might be able to shed some more light on. But if the regulations allow for transparency, for accountability, and for really personalization in a responsible, unbiased way, honestly, I don't think that being a big of a concern in my experience. But I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Thiago, do you have anything to add? Or?
Look, I'll make mine very quick from a law enforcement perspective. Again, I talked about predictive policing being dangerous and unethical. That's because the technology being utilized is for the purposes of depriving someone of their liberty. So that's why it's dangerous and not to be used. This means you can still use AI, but it's for the purposes of large information. Let the machine do the heavy lifting, but it's the human that does the decision making. So you talked about free will. Yes, if you're only looking at one asset or one avenue of inquiry, you need to look at everything. But there's so much nowadays. There is so much information out there. That's why you need AI to canvas the whole thing, scrape the whole thing, never delete, still keep it there, but present in accordance with its intelligence model, present it to you for you to then make that decision.
Any more questions?
Well, I'm so proud to hear that. My question, it was exactly what you say, Halid, now. But as we're talking about the future and trend, because before we have Google as trend, you want something, you ask Mr. Google. You want to drive, put the map, Google. And after that, we got metaverse. Everybody was crazy about metaverse. And now we have the AI. You think there will be other things than the AI? And if we talk about that AI who really now everybody will become AI alcoholic. Movies, fashion, design, event. Ask, even though I say in one event to the youth, I do empowerment youth, Google me, say, no, madam, I AI you. So it is this, our future or there is other more we're going to see? That's my question. You think this revolution and transformation of technology, which is eating our culture, our education, our thought, our dream, our innovative side, we are, as human beings, create the AI. Should we let the AI create us again? This revolution, and I call, we become slave to the technology. Where is our children will go? Even the exam now, they are involving AI in the exam. They prepared it before. First, I write my content, I have to ask Mr. AI. So where is our creativity, culture, and brain as human beings? Thank you.
I think we're a bit scared of AI because we have no idea what's coming next. That's the main fear, because as human beings, we fear of unknown. That's our biggest fear. But the thing is, AI, if we use it as a search engine, then we have a wrong utilization of AI. For example, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an assistant. It's not a search engine. That's why if you search anything in ChatGPT, it might give you wrong answers. But if you ask the ChatGPT to help you to write whatever essay you wrote or something, or to help you in some kind of activities, it might restructure and redesign whatever you said in a better way. So in the coming future, what I predict is there might be more tools, better tools to help us to use AI in a better way, and we will get rid of this misconception of AI is replacing our intelligence. Plus, I predict that AI will be in every single application that we will use, in every single website we will use, and you will see it everywhere. So there's no way back. The way is only towards future. So we should learn how to adapt ourselves, how to be smart with AI and use it. That's the way to save ourselves from misinformation. There's another question, I guess.
And I think also the future is about integrating AI in different aspects and industries, and even like in humans, actually. When you see the Neuralink that Elon Musk did, and instead of going and searching for things or asking ChatGPT, it could be something already in your brain. I think the future is going to be the integration of humans and AI rather than AI taking over.
And I would like to add something. Oh, please. I can add on later on. Please.
Yeah, okay. I would just like to add that maybe one of the best applications of AI is going to be in healthcare. As a doctor, I am after predictive analytics, really. As an ophthalmologist, it's happened that they were sending me photos of fluorescent angiographies and like this, and you can predict which one is going to have, age-related macular degeneration early. So that's where the good application of AI is going to be. Ask them, what is the location of this patient? Maybe in that certain location, why are there a lot of diabetic patients? What is their diet? This is where AI can help. Or what are they eating? Why are they having such a very good vision in that area? Is it the water? Is it the food that they eat? That's where AI can help, okay? Even when it comes to chickens or whatever, you see there which one of these chickens are healthy, which ones are not. We all receive a lot of chickens in our countries, but is it healthy? AI can help see which one is not good. You understand me? So it's not always really bad about AI. But predictive analytics could really help when it comes to these situations.
100%.
Okay.
I think it's about the insights that AI provides. That's what you're saying. Any other questions? That's it. Okay, as we bring this discussion to a close, it's clear that the future of AI is not just about technology. It's about the profound ways that will transform our lives, our work, and the world around us. Today's conversation has shown that while AI holds incredible promise, it's up to us to shape its direction, with creativity, responsibility, and vision. I want to thank our panelists for the insights they shared, and all of you for your thoughtful engagement. Thank you for being part of this conversation.
Mr. Zahoor, please join us on stage once again to present the next honor. Up next, we have panel discussion based on development and deployment of AI algorithms to prevent biases, discrimination, and unfairness. Please welcome our esteemed moderator, Ms. Mercado, Government Sector UAE, WBC in Tech and Digital Advisor. Please put your hands together for Ms. Kelly Mercado. Now I'm going to call on stage our panelist, Ms. Mirna Arif, General Manager of Microsoft Egypt. Please give her a huge round of applause, Ms. Mirna Arif. Our next panelist, Mr. Wajri Hussain, partner at Creesoft Capital. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Wajri Hussain. Our next panelist is Mr. Amir Kolazadeh, founder and CEO of ITSEC. Please give him a huge round of applause to Mr. Amir. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a panel discussion on AI accountability, development and deployment of AI algorithms to prevent biases, discrimination and unfairness.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to ask, who is sleeping here? Who is tired? So let's wake up, please. What I would like to start to telling you always, we have a very nice team here today. What a team we do have. We have one of the most powerful quoted women from Forbes, Middle East, Ms. Mirna. We have Wajri, one of the biggest AI solutions investors company. And we have Mr. Amir, cybersecurity and AI, and a Stanford person. So please prepare your questions. We want a lot of interaction. And me, myself, Kelly Machado, working here in the region for the last 10 years. So I would like to start talking about our main subject. So we are here today to talk a little bit, to explain a little bit for everyone about AI accountability and artificial intelligence best practices. From the holistic point of view, what we can understand about accountability, what we need to consider there. So I would like to ask for our panelists, I would say ladies first, if you guys don't mind. What do you understand? What could you tell us and give us as an advice for the audience, considering the context of Microsoft, which has a wide range of partners and customers and so on, about artificial intelligence accountability and the ethical considerations?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure being here today at CTW, and thank you, Kelly, for the warm introduction and welcome. It's an absolute pleasure sharing the stage with my fellow panelists, so it's a pleasure being here. Let me start by saying this. I think we all agree that artificial intelligence is the defining technology of our time. So there is no way back anymore. It's here to stay. And I think it's also very important to establish the fact that AI is not new. Artificial intelligence has been there for decades. I mean, in terms of Microsoft, we've been working on AI and AI technology for decades. But what's really new is how it's becoming democratized, how it's becoming available to consumers, to anyone by a click of a button. And it all happened with the advent of ChatGPT. Why is that? Because of mainly access to powerful compute, the GPUs, the cloud, and so on. So that was a preparation to bring AI into the massive usage that we're seeing, but also because of the large language model. So it's for the first time that we are today able to converse in our own language, whatever the language is, with artificial intelligence systems. So that's really the change. Now, from a Microsoft perspective, and we are very proud to be leading on the forefront of really bringing AI, and our mission as it is to empower every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. Like we've done with the PC revolution, we want to be able to do the same with artificial intelligence. We want to democratize AI, make sure it is available. So we agree that the potential of AI is unprecedented. It is a huge breakthrough, and what we're living and witnessing today is a revolution that is equal in magnitude, if not larger in magnitude, than that of the internet, the mobile devices, the cloud, all combined. It's just changing our lives. It's actually changing how we experience life, how we work, how we learn, how we experience everything around us. So as much as we agree that the potential is unprecedented and it's huge, but we also have to agree that it doesn't come without challenges. There are risks, and we need to acknowledge that. And that takes us to the very important question you asked, Kelly, which is accountability. So as the generation that is really bringing AI to the world, that puts a huge accountability and responsibility on all of us to make sure that the right guardrails are in place. So how do we make sure that AI is going to be fair? How do we make sure that it's not going to be biased? How do we make sure that it's going to be inclusive? How do we make sure that it's not going to leave some people behind? How do we make sure it's going to be accessible? So all of these are very important questions. And not just that, I think the main question when it comes to accountability is really to ask ourselves, how do we ensure that those companies, people, developers working on artificial intelligence platforms are going to remain accountable to all of us? But then more importantly, how do we make sure that those artificial intelligence systems are going to remain accountable to humanity in general? So these are very important questions that we all need to ask. And of course, Microsoft has a framework around majority of these.
That is exactly where the accountability sits on, right? How to avoid the biases and so on. So, continuing to that, for the next two panelists, could you connect this also a little bit, the accountability subject in artificial intelligence, to the announcement that UAE has just done during JoyTex? regarding the AI or artificial intelligence policy, if you can comment a little bit on that. There is the 6 principles that UAE, the country, is taking in consideration, which is very related to anti-biases and accountability. Who would like to go first? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me in the panel. And first of all, I just wanted to clarify that we're not in the biggest investment company. We are an accelerator and incubation. And I've served like 8 years in the technology industry, so now we're helping our founders, specifically in AI and blockchain, to co-found their first MVP, and we help them go to the market, right? So this year and the last year after the ChatGPT, we have been listening a lot of pitches, a lot of great ideas that are coming in AI. A lot of people coming in and say, okay, with AI, I'm going to revolutionize the healthcare domain, how the appointment setting, doctor and patient communication, a lot of ideas like calling people in real estate and all that. But there is one aspect that being a VC or being a like incubator and accelerator that we look at is how good are your security protocols? Like how are you going to protect the data? Because we were talking about in the last panel about the world where let's say you open the web and you see everything that you like, right? So, but there has to be a consent, whatever you want to share and whatever you don't want to share. So my fellow panelist is from Microsoft, and they have a very good, they've launched some standard practices to do the safe AI practices. So I think there are tools now available globally that we can implement, and that's what we should see when we're talking about the AI projects and interacting with them, or at least giving them our data. Yeah.
So you do consider that the biggest part of the accountability sits on the cyber security domain, would you say, as artificial intelligence, right? Which leads us exactly to Mr. Amir, because his specialty is exactly ITSec, implementing cybersecurity based on AI. So please, Mr. Amir, give us your insights on the accountability.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Well, let's make a very fine distinction. Today, the models that we're using, they're not AI. True AI is self-recognizable and self-repairable. What we're using is advanced machine learning. I think my panelists can agree with me here.
Exactly.
Until that day happens, we are dealing with a machine. Okay, so AI just is another fancy word because it's just much sexier.
Which depends on data, right?
Exactly. I remember one of the first things you learn as a computer science major, GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. That is still true today. So data sets that are garbage and they go in, you have a garbage result. Today's fancy word for that is biased output. So the principles of data have not changed whatsoever since the advent of microprocessors. Okay, so, and that principle still is intact today. What do we do about it? What's the solution? The solution is, at the moment, is having the processes in place, the framework, like Myrna said, in place that prevents, does not eliminate, only prevents data manipulation or corruption in data sets. That gives you a garbage out or biased data out. I used an earlier example in my keynote speech. It's one of the poisoning attacks within the AI. And I used a car example because it's just, everybody can relate to that. Imagine a self-driving car that in all general aspect will stop at a stop sign because the data set is poisoned, but it is only poisoned for specific onset. That onset is if the traffic stop sign has a graffiti or sticker on it. At that point, the car would not stop. Imagine a cyber attack on self-driving car with poisoning a data set. No one can even detect that. So how do we prevent that? I think that conversation is to be had, and we're not there to find the exact solution to that, but prevention, framework, and guidelines coming from regulation all the way to company regulated themselves is the only way to do this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amir. And taking into that a little bit more, how do you see the adoption in the region or globally, I would say, in terms of AI accountability frameworks, governance? Because honestly, I don't think we see a lot of applicability or the companies or the customers really taking that in a serious way, right? So how do you see that the companies or the implementers, they are actually working to avoid that or to improve, I would say?
Very good. Well, here's the balance. Even with cybersecurity, forgetting AI, even with cybersecurity, I think regionally we're still struggling. I've been in cybersecurity since 2011 in the region, and I know that many companies, because of culture, are struggling with that, right? But accountability comes. AI is like a car. Again, I say, when you buy a car and you get a driving license, you're accountable. If you get in an accident, you have to have insurance, and you have to be accountable. And who makes the laws? The government. So I think it starts from the top to bottom, right? So if the rules and regulations like Dubai is in the forefront. They're amazing. They're amazing about everything. They're in the forefront of having the laws and regulations in place. And they become operational and they're enforced, then every company has to adhere to those regulations.
Exactly. Thank you so much. So taking more further on that, let's talk a little bit about guidelines. So Ms. Mirna, now is you back. So as we know that Microsoft is one of the biggest, implementers of solutions, also in artificial intelligence by now, and one of the biggest consulting companies when it comes to any kind of technology, governance, implementation, and so on. So could you tell us a little bit, how do you envision the guidelines implementation across the customers and developers? And what could you tell us in terms of what is the successful application of these guidelines that you could give us as an example?
Sure. So I think Amir pretty much alluded to it. So we have a very strong framework when it comes to AI guidelines. We call it the responsible AI guidelines. At Microsoft, we truly believe if we are going to invent technology that is going to change the world, we have to do that responsibly. And responsibility for us doesn't come as an after fact. So we call it responsibility by design. So when we think about the projects, about the products, about the technology, about the platform, about how it's going to be implemented, we do that from inception, from ideation to design to implementation and to finally making it available. So our responsible AI framework has 6 main principles. The first is fairness, which basically tackles pretty much the biases. So how do you ensure that you don't get garbage in, garbage out? You cleanse the data, you have the right data set, that the data sets are not biased. How do you put the right guardrails to test this data and make sure that it's not biased toward religion, gender, certain geographies, etc. So this is the first principle from a fairness perspective. The second one is on reliability and security. So this is, again, and I'll use your example of the automobile. It's exactly that. When the automobile was first invented, I think there were a lot of policies, regulation about safety and about reliability. How do we make sure that it's reliable? How do we make sure that we avoid accidents? It is exactly the same when it comes to systems and artificial intelligence systems. The third one is on data security and privacy. And here I think there is a huge amount of work that has been happening around the world. And again, Microsoft is at the forefront of that on data privacy itself. So basically what we need to do is really take all the learnings that we've been working on the different information technology systems and projects and think about that in terms of the new artificial intelligence. The fourth one, and in my opinion, one of the most important principles in the AI framework is inclusiveness. How do we make sure that no one is left behind? How do we make sure that we can true anti-bias and accessibility as well? And I think here there is a huge advantage, in my opinion, for inclusion with AI. And I think about, I go back to Egypt, where I live and I come from, and I think about female inclusion, for example, into the workplace. Today, we have plenty of people who are not necessarily living in the big cities, Cairo or Alexandria. They are in rural areas, in villages, and if we take the culture aspect of that, majority of women, they cannot leave their homes, they cannot travel. How do they get work? I think with information technology and now with AI, first of all, we can reach out to them. They can leverage technology, they become more inclusive. The same applies to accessibility. How do we make sure that we leverage AI to support people who are visually impaired, for example? How do we develop systems? So I think inclusion is another important element to make sure that really no one is left behind. The fifth one is on transparency. And again, that's very foundational to the success of any responsible AI framework. Again, if we're going to change the world, and this is work in progress across the board, we need to make sure that we are transparent about how systems are being developed, about the errors that we face, the feedback that we get, and how we're changing them. And then the sixth we already spoke about, which is accountability. So these are the six principles of the responsible AI framework of Microsoft.
So Microsoft is actually taking to the heart by changing lives, especially when it's related to women in Egypt.
Well, yes, of course, and I take that to heart, I have to say. But yes, definitely.
We
Inclusion,
take it.
we all do.
Women in tech, we take it.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So, okay, now let's go to Mr. Waji back as a venture capital. You play, or your company plays a very important role by investing exactly in the beginning of any artificial intelligence solution, conception, implementation. So what could you tell us a little bit about what do you look for in any kind of new solution or idea by taking in consideration the ethical premises and taking in consideration anti-biases and accountability before you invest in an idea?
Yeah, very good question. Actually, the narrative that if we look back, most of the investors or the venture capitals, they used to look what problem this founder is solving, what challenges this product is addressing, right? And if we look at the data, almost 85% of the AI projects failed due to the ethical considerations that were not in place, right? So if you ask me, particularly in my humble opinion, I think there are two aspects to be added when evaluating which AI project is good or not. One of them is that do the founding team have an ethical, or let's say someone who is like in a governance body who is looking after the protection of the data. Like if you talk about Google, they have an ethics board, right? So in the founding team, there has to be someone who should be accountable for ensuring that this product is not only solving the problem, but also we are going to protect the data. We're not going to be misusing the data so that the consumers, can be more confident to use that system. That's one aspect. The other one is like most of the AI founders that I meet, they focus on the quantity of the data sets, right? Not the quality of the data sets. So as my fellow panelists were mentioning about the fairness, so I'll give you an example of Amazon. They tried to create I was reading this online, they tried to create a hiring tool, but they feed this system with thousands and thousands of data sets that were available from the past. And what happened, it turned out to be a male-favored system because the data had the male applicants more than the woman, right? So there are tools available right now that we check on, like IBM AI Fairness 360. I hope you've heard about that. That's a toolkit. There are tools available now that while you're building an AI system, you can implement them to make sure that the models that you're training are fair, they're not biased. So these are some fair frameworks that we look at.
So that's really important to know. So you were not only focused on investing in any idea that is going to generate profit, but you were also looking for a quality solution that is going to take the other aspects. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's go now for cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. So, Mr. Amir, could you tell us, please, how IT tech is actually improving the companies across the Middle East by implementing solutions based on AI or using machine learning?
Well, the companies that would approach a cybersecurity company like us as they're training their models, they're looking for guidelines, right? So like what you said, founders, startup, and all. So obviously we have Microsoft, a major player, ChatGPT, OpenAI, a major player. Forget those guys. We're talking about the startups. They are in mid-20s, okay, fresh out of college, and unlike what he says, they have two only objectives. I've been there, by the way. That's speaking out of experience. MVP, funding. That's it. This is the two things that drives them, okay? Rightly so. And I get that from the fintech industry. I work with a lot of the IFC companies, a lot of fintech companies, and that's how the founders of startups are driven, right? They build an application, and they're ready to go public. They have forgotten compliancy. They have forgotten cybersecurity. They have forgotten so many different things they have forgotten. The processes, the training, the building regulations in the system, all of that. And guess what? MVP is down out the window. They're set back, funding rolls back, and everything falls apart. So I think one thing that we offer is exactly that. Mentorship that is required today. The mentorship for the startup founders is one of the most important things. It builds trust within the community, and it can tell them from experience that, hey guys, you have to design a better app. Solving the problem or a challenge is not your only goal anymore. That was 20 years ago. Those days are over. Even I know VCs, I know Andler, I know I work with a lot of guys out there. They don't care about that anymore. They want to see the whole package. Yes, in the past you were right. Get an MVP, get funding, go to the market. Those
Go to the market
and go to round B, right? Series A. That was it. So those days are over. So the mentorship and learning the compliancy, the guidelines and regulation, mentoring the startup founders is one of the most important things that a player like us can bring to the market, right? Cybersecurity has three principles, whether you apply it to AI, to a small business, to a high net worth individual, or to your mobile phone, those principles stay exactly the same. It's processes, people, and technology. And it doesn't change. You have to apply that three principles within your technology, within your company, and within your processes to stay secure.
That is really, really important. If you don't mind one more hit on that, how would you tell us that ITSec is protecting the customers in the region or internationally by merging two emerging technologies, which is cybersecurity field and artificial intelligence? If you could give us the biggest or the best example.
It's the same exact concept, as I said. You protect the data set, whether it's being used within a blockchain or it's used within AI, it's the same principles. You got to train your people. You got to do. Let's start with HR. You got to vet your programmers. You got to look at their background, see where they come up. It starts from the processes. Okay, it goes all the way back to HR. It goes back to how well you pay your programmers. She knows about this. You let if you go out and get cheaper programmers, guess what? Your code will leak. Everyone knows that. So it's about where do you get your programs done? Where do you get your program assembled? Do you have 4 different teams and you reassemble the program under a safe guards? Those are the things that we teach to clients as they're building their model sets for their AI. How to get it done. But it depends on the industry. Is it healthcare? Is it patient information? Is it fintech with identity and financial data? Is it healthcare dealing with patient information? It just depends. So every industry has its own way, but the 3 principles do not change.
Thank you, Mr. Amir. Okay, so let's go back now, please, to Ms. Mirna. Could you tell us, considering the wide range of applicability in Microsoft partners and customers, what do you see as the most successful, I would say, AI-driving initiative that you could explain for us a little bit as a use case that would be really interesting for the audience?
Sure, and I hope that the audience have already heard about that, but a year ago Microsoft launched Copilot. So Copilot is our artificial intelligence Copilot, which is basically the assistant for everyone. It's really infused in all our known products, in Microsoft Office products, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, but also in stuff like Dynamics, so ERP, sales, etc. And what I love about Copilot is that it is exactly that. It is a co-pilot. It's not the pilot, it's not the autopilot. It really takes away the misconception that AI is going to replace human ingenuity. It will not. It will augment our capability. It will augment and it reinforces our abilities and our capabilities. So it will become our co-pilot. And Microsoft truly believes that every person, again, aligned with our mission, in any profession or any industry, will have a co-pilot for any task they want to do. And what we are empowering the majority of our customers who started to use not just the existing product of Copilot, so we have the underlying model as part of our Azure AI platform on our cloud, where our partners ecosystem and our customers can take those models and build their own Copilot for their own application, for their own organization. So we're making the technology itself available. So it's a Copilot for every person and every organization to make sure that they can all achieve more.
By the way, I'm using.
Do you like it?
We're using. Yes.
So today I cannot live without Copilot, and I have no idea how I was working before.
Pretty much, but the price of the license needs to go down a little bit. I'm joking. Technology joking. Okay, so coming back to Mr. Waji. Regarding the investments, what could you tell us for the audience, if there is any investors here, by the way? So what could you tell us as advice when investors looking at new AI solutions or AI companies? What could you tell us as an advice? What they should look for, what they should avoid, and what should they focus on?
Yeah, very good question. So in terms of not just the investors, but overall, we all are consumers, right? And what we mostly ignore is to read the terms and conditions that we always accept before entering into any application, right? So the thing is, I've seen apps, I've seen games, like very basic games that you download in your phone just to play for a while. They're collecting your data, they're analyzing your activities, everything that you're doing on your phone, and that data is going somewhere which you don't know. So the first thing I like when evaluating any project is to see how good their privacy policy is, how solid their frameworks are in terms of the data protection implementation. And based on that, being a consumer, like you would see a lot of cool AI apps coming in. If you just open the net today, you'll see a lot of cool apps. But before entering into, or let's say being a consumer or start using any product, make sure you go through that kind of information to make sure that your data is protected. Yeah.
Exactly. So this leads me to Mr. Amir as ITSEC, as an implementer of cybersecurity solutions, utilizing AI, I would say. So what could you tell us about data privacy? How ITSEC solutions is actually taking care of the customers related to data privacy best practices?
That again goes back to the industry and the business model of that application or that client. Okay, like what you said, but what we're seeing a lot in the market, that many cool apps or many cool games, that's not the end game. Collecting the data is the end game. So, and manipulating that data and reselling it as aggregated data or non-aggregated data based on the country they're located in and the laws that are there, that's what the business model of that company is. And 90% of the free apps that you are downloading, why do you think it's free? Because it's collecting your app behind. So that big consent form that you, me included, guilty as sin, don't read and we agree to it because it's free, you just give away your contact books, your call logs, everything that is within your phone. Okay, and get off TikTok, everybody, please. That is why it's free. Nothing in the world is free. So Based on that, we look at the business model of a company, and that's what they want to do. Is it big data, or is it actual functionality data manipulator? Let's talk about health. We have a client that has a AI-based application that works with your smartwatch, collecting your vitals, connects with your doctor, and based on your diet or other inputs in your body, makes recommendation. So there are laws here, and they're all, actually they use HIPAA right here, that does not allow the manipulation or reselling of that data as a non-aggregated. But it could be resold as an aggregated data. Aggregated data means removing your name and your identifiable marks. So our job is not to protect anything. Our job is to ensure that company meets the compliancy and regulation with the industry and locality. Based on that, we can come up with a solution to best serve our client.
Okay, that's really important to know. And when it comes to vulnerabilities, would you tell us how ITSEC is helping the customers to decrease vulnerabilities or cybersecurity vulnerabilities?
That is done through extensive testing that is called VAPT, or vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. These tests...
Which is AI driving already?
Yes and no. Look, AI has definitely changed how cybersecurity works, okay? The cyber criminals are using AI, and they're doing a way better job than we are as using it for prevention, okay? It has helped them probably 100x, versus it has helped us probably 10x to prevent it. So just a plain example, a phishing email. I used this email example earlier. Before, it would take me 3 seconds to identify a phishing email. Grammar, spelling, the way it was written. Today, there's no way I can spot it. They actually can download or teach AI the tone that Microsoft or ITSEC or Emirates MBD writes that email, and it writes it in exact that tone. Because two different organizations write emails in different styles, and AI can learn that and write it that way. So how do we use that AI? Yes, there are tools. It's still being developed, right? Because remember, the hackers and cyber criminals are using the tools as an everyday functionality. We have to build tools. Yes, exactly.
That's where Microsoft Defender comes in.
Exactly. But like Myrna said, AI has been around for a long time, and it's been working behind the scenes. The applicability and the accessibility has ChatGPT has opened that to the world.
Okay, so now we know that we have actually AI fighting against AI, AI attacking AI. So this is where we are as of now. Thank you so much. So would you like to take any considerations, additional comments before we go to the audience? I would like to know if you have any questions before we go.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to what he said. In terms of the introduction of the, I don't know if you remember when we had these Windows systems back in 2000, and there was a chess game. The more you play with that chess game, the more, stronger it gets. So it can, more difficult. But if you play it 100 times, you can't beat them, because now it learns the pattern of your moves and everything, right?
This was Prologue already. I don't know if you recall Prologue, but...
Yeah, and there's a huge debate going on, like AI would replace people and all, and I think we're not at that stage, because the creativity that we humans have, that's kind of an emotional intelligence. Like we have doctors here, we have engineers here. Every doctor, whenever the doctor is doing a surgery, every time they start to do a treatment, there is a unique way. Of course, they follow the patterns, they consider the studies, everything that is necessary, but the creativity element is something that only human can, what we call the consciousness, right? And what AI can do is to simplify, help us reduce the time that we spend on the operational tasks. And I think if we keep that way, it's not going to be dangerous for us in the future.
I would like to comment about the AI replacing jobs. I am totally against that. AI is absolutely not replacing jobs. People who will not embrace AI or adaptability of it, they will replace them. I mean, that's a fact of life. We had 3 major revolutions in our time. We didn't see the steam engine, microchips, and AI, right? At the same time, if you have adopted it, the train and the cars actually created more jobs.
Yeah, that's a very important comment by you because ChatGPT, which is the last revolution that we have on artificial intelligence, is actually the one who is marketing the creation of universal salary, I would say, because of the jobs replacement. But we don't see this really happening so soon, I guess.
Again, it will happen. If you don't adapt it and you don't want to get along with it, of course you will automatically replace yourself. I mean, that's not ChatGPT, that's you doing it to yourself.
Okay, so I think we are over, but
Let me add, I think it is Gen AI, not necessarily just ChatGPT. ChatGPT is just one element. It's really the whole generative AI umbrella because it's artificial intelligence that is able to generate out of data. And I totally agree. There would be a shift of the jobs landscape. It's not going to be a replacement as such of people. It's going to be a shift in the job market, in the landscape, and that will entail a massive skilling, upskilling, and reskilling initiative so that our existing workforce and the future workforce are ready for what's next. But artificial intelligence is definitely the biggest big breakthrough that our generation is witnessing, and we're so lucky to be at the forefront of that.
True, very true. You see, this is what happens when we have a big minds together, so we are over time. So I guess we cannot really do the questions now. Everyone would like only one question? No. Miss hurry up. Okay, we can answer anything on the backstage, no problem. Really, thank you so much for the opportunity. I guess me, myself, I learned a lot with you guys also now. So thank you so much again, Ms. Mirna, Mr. Waji, Mr. Amir. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you once again to all our speakers for their valuable discussion. To felicitate our esteemed speakers, I would like to call on stage Mr. Zahoor Ahmed. Please give them a huge round of applause, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our last session of the day. Yes, moving on to our last session of the day on revolutionizing language models, insights from GPT-4 and beyond. Please welcome our VIP guest, Her Excellency Laila Rahal Al-Atfani. Please give her a huge round of applause. Our moderator, Her Excellency Laila Rahal Al-Atfani. Let me call on stage our panelist, Mr. Ehsan Menon, CEO of Ekel AI. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ehsan. Our next panelist, Ms. Shaima Kurz, Chief Executive Officer of Digital Advice Consulting. Please give her a huge round of applause, Ms. Shaima Kurz. Yes, we are going to have panel discussion on revolutionizing language models, insights from GPT-4 and beyond.
Thank you, our beautiful MC, Sheikh Agarwal. Guys, hey, motivate me. Not like cut the panel, no panel. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Well. Thank you so much. It was a really insightful panel before. And I say thank you to the organizer. Thank you for each one and everyone who made the impact today. Well, a revolution. And we, AI. And now we have something different with you guys. I did not prepare. I'm going to check now. Are you ready with me? Clap your hand. We have amazing two personality, Ehsan Momin. Ehsan is the CEO of Akil AI, Mr. Mimon, right? Nice meeting you and welcome to this conference, which really was high caliber speaker, and I'm so glad to be here. Leila Rahal, founder and the CEO of Women Business Circle, your MC today, and your host. And one of the ladies, which is my backbone, she is with us as board member executive in the Women Business Circle, Shaima Kurd, Chief Executive and Officer of Digital Advice Consultancy. Welcome to the stage, and I'll let you present yourselves quickly to wrap up what is your background one by one. Thank you. Technical?
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Hi, my name is Shaima, and thank you, Leila, for introducing me and having me here today. So I'm from the background computer engineer and used to work for 14 years in corporate environment like Mercedes-Benz. And after 14 years, stepped out and was running a startup company in autonomous driving area for heavy-duty trucks in logistics. And since a couple of months, I started my own company, and today I'm the CEO and the founder of Digital Advice Consulting.
Thank you, Shaima. Sir?
First of all, thank you. This is such an enterprising panel discussion. So yeah, my name is Hassan. I am co-founder and CEO of Akil AI. It's basically Akil translating to intelligence. I'm from the AI space, and I've been working with this for about 15 years now. One of the early starters, I would say, before any of the ChatGPTs of the world were even, conceived in the brains. My company has worked with some of the largest companies overall, about 5 Fortune 500 companies, and we're helping particularly fintech organizations, banks, and some edutech organizations in becoming more productive with AI, and that's where our experience lies in, and that's where I am at as well.
Well, as you have this large experience, and you are the head of Akil AI, and we're moving to digitalization, innovation, creativity, and all the transformation. You've seen lately everybody addicted with Mr. AI, and especially ChatGPT and Edition 4 is heading at the major breakthrough in AI. You think that language model, what is thinking, setting up a part of the area model, breaking all these rules, and what is the impact in your perspective field, both of you?
So you mean the impact of AI generally and then breaking the rules?
Exactly.
That's a very interesting question, actually. The AI is definitely breaking the rules because it's unregulated at the moment. According to a survey, there's 48% of the companies in the North American continent are trying and are moving to create AI ethics boards. They are moving, they're conceiving ideas, and this is all without the regulation, so they definitely see something with AI that is worthy of being monitored, and the answer is very simple. It's that accountability doesn't exist with AI model if that makes a decision for you, or there's a transparency that doesn't happen. So yes, definitely this is, AI will transgress some boundaries until there's either regulation that comes up, or companies just step up and do it for the greater good. Yeah.
And what you add as consultancy advisor today for the tech and digital, you have been involved with deployment of language model, real-world applications. Can you share specific example how ChatGPT 4 is currently being used and involved in revolutions of business? You can answer both if you want.
Yes, well, well, in my company, we are not implementing AI itself. What we do is actually we are helping companies to get AI ready. But helping AI ready, we are providing AI readiness assessment. We are going through 4 pillars of a company, which is going to your organization readiness, we're viewing the infrastructure readiness, the data, and the business readiness itself. And I think what we've seen here is the impact and the foundation for AI. It's the seamless integration, I would say, and the deep contextual understanding and the adaptability in each industry sectors.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
add.
and I agree with you. So with AI, I think it's the time to impact is really low these days. Say 10 years ago, when we used to think about AI, or companies used to think about AI, there used to be creation of an entire department. Oh, we need a data science department, we need an AI department. They would do something. So obviously readiness came in at that point, and now more than ever. But at the same time, to set up a department, to get give it access to your own organizational data, to really drive insights from it, because AI is nothing without it. That was the barrier to entry to adopting AI was much higher, and it was only restricted, I would say, to the larger companies who wanted to implement it at scale, and that scale would drive better profits for them, more value for them. Now it's very, very easy. I mean, there's enterprise-ready applications already that you can integrate right within your ecosystem with the basics, some AI readiness tests to identify which companies are right for you, what abide by the policies that you've created for an organization. It really becomes a matter of a few months rather than few years to adopt AI and facilitate its adoption, and the value is real. So we've seen double digits value being created in months. And I'm talking about 12% overall for the fintech industry in its call centers, and it's like 3 months and you have it. So yeah, that definitely helps.
As you're talking about challenges and as you precise like 3 months that can be changed, we've seen a lot of startup. What you can advise to give to the startup looking for leverage of model of like ChatGPT or for AI, or how that digitalization transformation help the entrepreneur leadership and startup using those apps and devices?
I agree. Okay. Sure. Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I can also comment on that as well.
Both of you are in the same field.
I would give actually to any startup on this area to go through their business readiness, go deeper, and see where you can create the fastest solution, which high impact, like for example, something where you have quick wins, and there you will get the trust to your customers, trust to your stakeholders, and that makes more easier. This is what I would do instead of going through the entire area.
Yeah, and my advice, based on the experience, we've worked with we've helped foster around over 100 startups in the past 10 years. Now, we've seen that and we've even invested in some, but the major challenge that I've seen, particularly in the startup industries, they're too focused on the money. They're like, as a startup, they're like, I need to get to profitability at the earliest. The problem with that is, it's apparent that you can achieve profitability. The problem being, who are you going to sell it to? If you're selling to other startups, they don't, or a general consumer, maybe that's the right way to do it. Then you have to invest a lot in the marketing capital and whatnot. But if you're dealing with SMBs or even mid-sized companies, let alone enterprises, they're scared of being fined, and there's millions of dollars of fine that EU is imposing, and then obviously US is to follow suit with the regulation coming up soon. So I think startups need to really understand that beyond the ChatGPT API integrations, there's a whole regulatory world that the larger businesses operate within, and if you understand them before sending your products their way, the chance of success greatly increases. And I want to add just one number to it. Generally, it's known that for startups, 92% of the startups who raise some capital do not make it to the second round. Why is that so? Is it technology?
That question, next one, because you talk about regularization and you talk about ethic and harms using to get fast money. They don't care about anything else, just they use that system. And here we will talk about ethical of AI and responsibility. So the ethical of AI is a significant concern, especially with a powerful model of like ChatGPT-4. So how do you ensure that Essence model use responsibly and do not harm or base content? Because a lot of people using some content can be harmful. And some of them using the AI just because they want fast income or they don't respect any rules. Where we can implement that ethical do not be harmful.
So and leading on from that previous conversation, it's actually flows in really well. With we are exposed to a lot more AI than we were 2 years ago, or a year ago, or even 6 months ago, because 10,000 AI companies were registered in the world in just 2023. That's a lot of AI companies. Now, how do we become ethical around this? As a common consumer, not a prosumer, as a common consumer, I wouldn't even know. I would want ChatGPT, for instance, or one of the major players, to do everything for me, because I'm not the one who's being fined. I'm not the one who's taken the responsibility of ethics for the rest of the world. I think the burden of this responsibility and ethics really lies upon either the governments or the big conglomerates which are exposing the public to a whole lot of AI nowadays. And there have been efforts. There's multiple bodies, one of them being I think the GDPR AI Act, which was enacted in 2021. Yeah, the latest one, it's supposed to be launched by December 2024. That is where the AI ethics really come in. And there are other bodies that I can talk about, but the bottom line for all of the bodies that I've seen so far in my experience is that it has to be accountable. The AI has to be accountable for something. Now, there has to be a person that is accountable for the AI, which establishes that chain of accountability. There has to be transparency, and there has to be an ethical bias, which, by the way, there are frameworks to prove if the AI is biased or not. There are data sets that you can run the AI against to
Yeah,
see.
thank you so much, Shaima. As you are a businesswoman and also expert in AI and technology, we're talking about ethics, we're talking about transparency and accountability. So where do you see that we need the transparency and to how can business ensure their AI system as trusted to conquer or as set up should be taken to improve accountability. So today you are concerned because you are in the loop as consultant, business advisor in digitalization, where you can advise them with the AI or with any digital new wave coming for your client to be accountable, the AI.
Did I understand you correctly? So, which advice would I give to my clients in terms of accountability?
Yes.
First of all, I would say, regardless of my clients or anyone here, each of us who are feeding right now any language models, like let's say GPT-4, we should be accountable what we are adding there, because as the previous discussion was, garbage in, garbage out. So we, as a woman, as a man, kids are using that already, young people, we should be very responsible, I would say. Whatever we are feeding it, this will be in future what we are getting out. So my advice is actually using it very responsible and feeling yourself accountable what you are adding into these language models, regardless of my gender, where I'm coming from, what I'm doing, but being ethical, I think this is something that we as human needs to be.
So as you're talking about the human, next question. You think that AI will replace the job because a lot of people are afraid we're taking over the work? Like it will be other opportunities for people. HR today to the human resources. You think they will more rely on AI or on humanity?
It's a very good question, because this is the question which I get everywhere, and I hear it, I see it, and I get always that. So I would say myself, from a background as a computer engineer, not having any fears to technology or starting something from scratch, going by myself, I would say AI is not replacing us. It's we as human, we develop the technology, and it will not own us unless we are letting it, owning it. So my experience is start earlier. Doesn't matter where you're from, which barriers you have. Start from scratch to use it, play with it, get an understanding what is it itself. So AI is since many years, and ChatGPT was 2017 launched, and for us, maybe some people didn't even use that, but everybody's fearing because they are getting lost in a way, because not using the technology, I would say. So if you would ask the fear, you shouldn't fear. You should start to upskill yourself, to train even your employees within a company, your colleagues or family members, so that they can embrace and evolve in this area.
Yeah, thank you. That's a lot of people now, they're taking training, they're going to AI for a lot of advisor. Let's see, now we have a lot of application, a model of discussions with AI or chat GPT, especially the latest one, 4, it will be 5, it will be 6. You think that it will be the prototype model for all the business, or they will do an AI for each concept different? Because we don't know from where that AI bringing his source of information. And in States now, they are doing house AI. You enter, she will say to you, hello, welcome back. You want a coffee? Click, a machine make you coffee. You want a movie? Click, a machine making you a movie. Maybe in the future we don't need that human relationship. What do you see as human relationship and as business relationship? We can get apps of AI helpful.
So, to understand the question correctly, I think what you mean to ask is
the language, which is always business language personal language.
So-
AI is customizing everything now.
Yeah, but AI, and I think I'll answer this in two parts really. There's what happens with AI in the next 5 years, and then there's what happens with AI or what the goals of the AI could be after 5 years to some time, like 10 years or 15 years. Now, there are two different goals around this, and they're dictated by the technology that is being available. One important thing that you touched upon is AI going into specialization, which is if there's a banking AI specially, if there's a consumer AI a special consumer AI, if there's an AI for this, AI for that. The 5-year goal, I think this is where the AI will be heading into from the application space. The applications will grow to become more specialized because AI models are not that efficient right now. But in the bigger picture, where the AI is heading is really AGI, artificial and general intelligence. And that's what actually ChatGPT did exactly that. It brought the generality into AI that was not available before. But we've learned over the past 3 years, since ChatGPT has been there, that AGI is not there yet. So ChatGPT is good with generic stuff, but two challenges arise. You can't give it like your company's private information because they train on it. Yeah. Number two, even if you try to have some specific use cases uttered out by it, it needs to know you. It needs to understand who you are and personalize it enough for yourself. So the 5 years will be about, I think, personalizing it for every industry across the domains and then generalizing it afterwards.
Thank you. Shaima, I know you're doing a lot of visibility study, consultancy, and shaping and presentation for business owner and for also business development and using digitalization. So the language barrier always advance, forcing the development of a language model beyond ChatGPT and AI. How you will advancements impact to capitalize of AI? Where you see that, the future of the business. Today, you are getting your client and you're doing the model. Tomorrow, they will go just to Mr. AI, click, give me the model of 2, 3, 4. You think you will use that as you're using always your brain, as I know you, you're close to my heart, and you don't accept only things to be verified 2, 3, 4. Are you referring to the information which they are given by app today to the business owners without knowing from where he's bringing that data, that analytic? I know it's perfect. It's using us time, saving us money, but there is no creativity there. How you, the advancement of impact of the capability of AI, how you evaluate it as consultancy, digital advisor? It was the last question.
Yeah, there's many questions in one. What I understood is like the impact of applications
Yes.
in 5 years.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, exactly.
Yeah. I think right now when we see all the large language models like ChatGPT or for legal areas, which is the Claude, they are helping a lot of companies right now. Embracing being effective, faster, and solution. And what I think in 5 years, the application, even right now, if we open our mobile devices from Apple, everything is already AI driven. They know exactly when we are awake, at what time we are leaving our place. We are sharing our data every second in the public cloud, for example. What I would see in 5 years, it will be more advanced as it is right now. It will be more personalized. It will be more, I would say, more specific, tailored for our own needs. And it doesn't matter in which industry. For example, I take now the universities. the learning application for the students, for example. It will be tailored, specific for their needs in order to learn faster, or examine, or helping the professors, for example, being faster in terms of evaluation of an exam.
Amazing.
So it will be more faster, more effective, more tailored, more
We can
specific.
trust, that's what I want, because I know when you Google, they give you some information. And lately we have to tell him from where you got that information. Sometimes I'm so surprised with the answer. He's more brilliant than us. In second he give you. So can we trust AI?
I mean, we are already a trusted AI. I mean, we are sharing your identity by using any smartphone, all your data. The moment that you take a picture or video and you are uploading in any platforms,
That's why I want to
Instagram,
go
whatever, you are already.
Thank you.
So the question is, should we trust? I think yes, but we should be using it responsible. What I am providing from my privacy to the audience, what I am sharing with the rest of the world, and I think that what I can say, use it responsible and share it
Real.
responsible.
AI is real. Even when you make it not real, it's a real. So today, as a real world success story, you've been both of you, Akil and digital advisors, consultancy. You work with different clients for sure. You have different culture, different portfolio, and you implement a lot of AI module. Could you share a specific success story where ChatGPT-4 has had the measure of impact on business operation or other customized business, wherever you have that experience? Can you share with us some insightful and successful story?
Yes, I mean, I can share from our own company, which we had with one of our logistic suppliers. As I said before, we are providing AI readiness assessment, and one part of the assessment with the logistic company was their infrastructure readiness. So they were struggling there was nothing in place, not properly in place. And what we did with our assessment, once we identified their gaps, they've been able to optimize their supply chain operations, and we reduced significantly their cost and time for the delivery for their own customers. So that was one of our area. And the biggest challenge which we went through with these clients was actually the data readiness aside of the infrastructure. So my appeal actually to each companies is, please prepare your data, be very accurate, don't just mess it up. And I think this is something which a lot of companies are struggling right now, because in the past, maybe some small, medium-sized companies didn't take care. They was just to the minimum level, but I think data is the new oil. So we have to think of how we are preparing it and using it.
Thank you. Sir?
Yeah, I have a different case study with my company, but I'd like to take this from a layman's approach. Maybe ask a question and then walk you through some of the numbers there. How many of you have copy-pasted an email, sent it to ChatGPT, got a reply, pasted it into email again, rewritten it a little bit, and sent it? Maybe a show of hands. So this is the case study. This is one of the elements of the case study. So we're working with a bank, and it was a big problem for them to do this, because now there are balances involved. There's the customer's privacy involved. There's a lot of PII involved, I mean, for the technical people. Now, they were facing a lot of problems because it was practically impossible for them to completely ban ChatGPT because of the value that it brings to the table for the organization. And people would use VPNs to share the data anyway, and they would be under a lot of regulatory problems, for the lack of a better word. Now, we were able to customize the AI, bring the AI to their premises, and have them give them a personalized GPT of their own, and as a result of which, they were not even only able to use this within one department, which is like writing emails and something like that, but they used it in 3 different departments. One of the departments, the first one was the customer service. I already shared that statistic earlier. Now they were able to reduce the first response time by 28%. That means 28% less number of people are required to do the same job that it used to be earlier. And then there was this other IT operations department. They used to get a lot of queries, and then they would want to come back to the users. And then we were able to reduce 12% of that time with just introducing a GPT of their own company. And the last one was the compliance and risk. So the compliance and risk, they have to look at hundreds of pages of the, audit documents, previous audits, compliance documents.
2 seconds.
Yeah, just to complete my thought there, overall, with the compliance and risk document and everything combined, they were able to save up to $10 million every year, like the past year now. And then this year, I hope it's going to be greater because they've adopted this integration into more departments moving on. And they're a company of 25,000 people or more than that. So
that's amazing. Thank you so much. Well, before closing our panel and closing our ceremony, I want to say we create the technology, and we put the technology in the loop, and we are using it to facilitate our life as entrepreneur or leader, or even though for our brainstorming. Today, we have just to use it properly and to be insightful. We need it, but we should not be addicted to it. For one word, how you can describe the AI? One word, what it mean to you, the AI?
Addictive.
You?
Responsible.
So it's mean to me that technology is the future, and we are building the future. Thank you to CTW, and thank you to all of you. Thank you to Shaima, thank you to Mr. Hassan. It was insightful. I learned a lot from you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our speakers for this insightful discussion. To honor our distinguished speaker, I would like to call on stage Mr. Zahoor Ahmed. Please give him a huge round of applause, everybody. Once again, thank you to our VIP guest, Her Excellency Leila Rahal Al-Atfani, and our panelists, Mr. Hassan Menon and Ms. Shaima Kurz, for closing our day with such a thought-provoking panel discussion. I would request all our speakers to please join us on the stage for the group photo. All our speakers. Yes, our speakers, please join us on the stage for a group picture. All the moderators and all the speakers. Now, can we have all of our speakers and moderators for the group picture, please? Once again, I would request everyone to please join us for the group picture.
As the credits all roll down, crying, crying. No plan to afford how. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While we'll fill the stage and the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece, but in the end for you and me on this show, it can't go on. We used to have it all, but now's our curtain call. So hold for the applause. Oh, 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 oh. And wave out to the crowd. Take our final bow. Oh, it's our time to go. But at least we stole the show. 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 You know that we are sold out. This is waiting, but the band plays on now. We're crying, crying. So let the velvet roll down, down. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While we'll fill the stage and the thrill is gone.
Mic check. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you found today's session valuable and inspiring. In conclusion, a big thank you to MIE for giving everyone this wonderful opportunity, and congratulations on organizing such an impactful event. Can I request you all to please give a huge round of applause one last time to MIE Group, everybody. Thank you so much to each one of you for your valuable time, for being such an engaging and wonderful audience. Today we explored a range of exciting topics, from innovative solutions to strategic insights across different fields. Ladies and gentlemen, looking forward to have you again for the second day of the event tomorrow. Have a great evening ahead. Thank you so much. This is Shweta Agarwal signing off.